Hello and welcome to the Utilita Bowl for today's Metro Bank one-day Cup fixture between Hampshire and the Blaze. You've got Nikki Chowdhury, Phil Green and myself. Good morning, Phil.
Morning, Amelia.
So we're just waiting for the umpires to take the field and we're just watching them do that now. Phil, did you want to run us through some of the teams?
Yep, can do. And firstly, the news from the toss is that Hampshire have won the toss and decided to bat, and they line up. Well, I'll go with in the traditional way. I'll go with the opposition lineup first. They are a familiar-looking side from this competition. In order: Marie Kelly, Georgie Boyce, Catherine Bryce, Georgia Elwis, Sarah Bryce, Ella Claridge, Lucy Hyam, the captain Kirsty Gordon, Josie Groves, Cassidy McCarthy and Grace Ballinger. So the interesting news there that the England players aren't playing for the Blaze, who are available from normally Amy Jones, Tammy Beaumont, but they're continuing their workload management, I guess. And for Hampshire, we have Lindsay Smith is back from England duty, and so is Maya Bouchier. So they're lining up with Maya Bouchier and Rihanna Southby, then Elise Perry, Georgia Adams, Freya Kemp, Abby Norgrove, Nancy Harmon, Lindsay Smith, Freya Davis, Daisy Gibb and Bex Tyson. So it's going to be Southby and Bouchier opening. They just stood on the boundary edge waiting for the opposition to trot out. The umpires today are Neil Bainton and Rose Dovey. And this is obviously a really important game at the top of the table, Amelia, with these two teams currently lying first and second.
It is indeed, yes. So Hampshire won the toss and chose to bat as they put the Blaze into bowl, which will be interesting. But yes, it will be a very interesting game, as you say. First and second playing each other. The Blaze, after Hampshire's previous loss to Surrey, have taken top of the table, but doesn't mean that Hampshire can't scurry back up there in no time. But also, you know, the familiar name of Elise Perry, she is having her last game with Hampshire today on international.
Yeah, and she'll want to go out with a bang.
Absolutely.
She hasn't probably fulfilled exactly what she hoped so far, I think it would be fair to say. So her and the Hampshire fans will be hoping for a flourish to end her stint with the county.
Indeed. So as you can probably hear around the ground, there's the announcement of just saying that it's going to be McCarthy to open the bowling from the hotel end. We've got Southby on strike, and we're just waiting for the final few fielders to find their positions. Maya Boucher's doing some side twists, getting her feet dancing in a couple of lunges at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
Umpire just keeps their hand out to their left as McCarthy waits to begin their run-up. And it looks like we are away for the first ball of this game today. McCarthy is right armer, and that's gone down leg side and carried through to the keeper, so not the best start there.
So Hampshire off the mark with a wide.
Indeed.
Not too many in the crowd at the moment. Hopefully it will fill up during the day. There's a few spread out, but it always, in such a big ground like this, it always looks very empty when because they're so spread out, but there's a few in.
McCarthy in again, right arm over the wicket, and this is a shorter delivery that's clipped leg side by Southby, and she opens her official account with a run. Yes, and also I think because it's a slightly earlier start, I mean, I'm sure people are aware of it, but I mean, sometimes, well, most matches start at 11 here, so maybe that's just caught a few regulars out. They might turn up at 11 and think, oh, we've missed the first few balls.
Yeah, I must admit, I hadn't realised till I checked last night.
Neither had I. That's only why I knew. So McCarthy's going to remain over the wicket to Bouchier.
Interesting field for Bouchier with two short mid-wickets. Must be something they picked up on about her.
This is driven nicely down the ground, but to a very short mid-on. Bouchier stays on strike.
Yeah,
yes, they've obviously
certainly loading that field for her on the leg side.
Maya Boucher, fantastic batter, but she does sometimes have a tendency to sort of maybe drag one to mid-wicket, and maybe that's what they've seen. As McCarthy comes in again. Fuller ball this time, and this is played very nicely through the covers.
Exactly through that gap at mid-wicket, and
It's gone for 4.
Where they've got the field packed, but not in that spot, and
No.
she's picked the gap and gone through for 4. So they're obviously trying to feed her that delivery. Hopefully that she'll chip it to mid-wicket, because they got 2 catches there, but that one was all along the ground.
As McCarthy comes in again. And bowls again, fuller delivery, and this is slipped down leg side and given us a wide. So
Yes, McCarthy's natural shape is to bowl, and we're right behind the line here. And her shape is to swing it in and go down there. So she's going to drift down the leg side occasionally, particularly if she's concentrating on trying to bowl a leg stump line rather than a middle and leg line, I think.
Once more, she's in. Again, fuller delivery, and this is blocked offensively well by Boucher. It'd be really nice to see Boucher, you know, continue. I think in the last match she got that half century. It'd be really nice to see her do that again.
And kick on.
Absolutely, yeah. She's capable of it.
She's been out quite often this season, having got to 40, 50.
Yeah.
Hampshire could really do with a big score from her today.
And I think she'd want that as well. So McCarthy once more. This is pushed through. And it's beaten mid-on there, and that's gone away for 4 very nicely through mid-wicket. And that's another boundary for Boucher. So she moves on to 8 off of 4. And Hampshire moved to 11 for no loss.
Interesting tactic this from the Blaze, because they're definitely trying to get her to play that shot. And so far she's happily obliged and hit 2 4s through there. Perhaps could bring one more over. They've got a 5-4 offside field, and she's bowling in swingers predominantly at middle and leg.
McCarthy comes in. She's had a varied over, opening with bowling here, and this is again driven, but straight to mid-on. There will be no run. Yeah, she's had 2 wides, 2 boundaries, 2 dots, and a leg by. So almost everything you could have in a bowling over.
Yeah, as I say, it's an interesting tactic, but obviously something that was planned. You could tell from the field they set straight away to Boucher. But good start for Hampshire, with already 11 on the board, courtesy of, say, a couple of wides. I think we're going to have Grace Ballinger from the pavilion end, the left arm seamer. He's pretty sure it's her, yeah. I have to say, she's always one of my favourite cricketers on the circuit, because she just plays with so much energy and with a smile, and she's also good, I think. I think she's, personally, I think she's one that never gets mentioned in sort of international conversations, but I think she's a very important part of this team, and Blaze are one of the best sides in the competition. Obviously at the moment they're top of it, and she's a key element in that, so always interested to see her bowling. So she's coming in now, running towards us, going to be bowling to Southby. That's very full Yorker length almost. Southby digs it out on the offside. Southby's had a good season opening the batting for Hampshire this year, the first time that she's moved up the order. In the Vipers days she was normally going in lower middle order, but they've backed her this year to open the batting, certainly since Ellen McCacken's unfortunate injury, and Southby's responded fairly well this time. Ballinger starts a run up, but there's an announcement on the tannoy, I'm not sure what it was, I couldn't hear it, but everybody stopped and she stopped her run up. So now she resets and starts again. Comes in towards us, left arm over. That was a wide of off stump, and Southby frees her arms at that and hits it hard on the offside, but hits it straight to a fielder. It's one of those that either side of the fielder would have run away. There's no protection out there. The only 2 fielders permitted at this stage are at third and deep backward square, and we've got a slip, a ring of 3 on the offside, and a mid off, and then a mid on and a mid wicket. Ballinger in again, bustling in. And Southby's pulled that, and she's just got it over that mid wicket, and that's going to run away for 4 up to the wide mid wicket boundary. The fielder in the circle, they're all quite well inside the circle, actually leapt high, but I think it was
it needed to be about 7 foot to catch that one.
I think it was fairly clear of her. But I don't think she got hold of it fully, but she got enough of it, and continuing the positive start here from Hampshire, trying to take advantage of this power play with the fielding restrictions. Ballinger in again. This time Southby's trying to turn it away on the leg side. There's a stifled appeal for LBW, but I would imagine that's pitching outside leg stump. That's the normal line of a left arm over bowler. They've got to be straightening it quite a lot to win an LBW decision, and it wasn't really a very positive appeal, to be honest. It's one of those sort of let out a stifled shout rather than an appeal.
Half a chance.
Ballinger in again. This time that's clipped through mid-wicket for Southby, and that's for another boundary. Boundaries coming frequently for Hampshire in these first 2 overs. That one was full on leg stump, and Southby just drove it to the right of the mid-wicket. And there's quite a big space out there with a 6-3 offside field. So I think the line's a bit interesting here from Ballinger, because she seems to be bowling sort of leg stump line as well, but they've got 6 on the offside, and Southby's been able to pick a couple of boundaries away on the onside. I think not sure if she's meant to be bowling there, or it's just not quite going right for her. In she comes again. This time Southby does play on the offside to cover, there won't be any run there, and that's the end of the over, and Hampshire progressed to 19 for no wicket after 2 overs.
Yeah, really positive start from the 2 girls in the middle, Southby and Boucher. They've come out with a nice partnership. As you said, they've been able to play quite conservatively, but also find some boundaries and strike when they needed to. So yeah, good positive start. Hopefully from a Hampshire point of view, they can create a nice little partnership and really kick on from here. Yeah,
because Hampshire need to, obviously second in the table, they, you know, win would put them back to top, but they just need to get some momentum back, because the back end of the T20 competition, they sort of fell away quite a bit and finished low in the table, and lost the first game back in the 50 over, albeit on a Duckworth-Lewis reduced game, but need some momentum back.
McCarthy once more from the hotel end, and this is struck really nicely all the way down the ground, and it has been stopped by mid-on. There's a little diving stop there. Managed to save a boundary.
Doesn't help us identifying the field, is actually, because the Blazes' numbers are
in gold, on
orange, and it's very difficult to see.
I was just thinking that. I was like, gosh, what number is that? So McCarthy is in again, and this is a fuller delivery, and it's played off into the offside, and they'll go through for the 1, and Boucher gets home safely to the non-striker's end. Yeah, I was just thinking that they're in this sort of, obviously it's orange and black sort of blaze. It's reminiscent of almost of like a tiger, but the gold on their backs with their numbers and their names is, as you say, Phil, very hard to make out.
Pretty sure that's Kirsty Gordon at mid-off. I think it is anyway, but it's hard to tell.
McCarthy once more. A shorter delivery, and this is pulled and it's gone. And Southby on 8 has been caught very quickly. It's square leg. It was a shorter delivery. You saw it coming. It bounced up, and yet she just pulled it to square leg, and Southby will have to depart.
I think that's the saying, because that got a bit big on her. She got in position for the pull shot, but seemed to be hurried up by it, and in the end was far too late on the shot, and it's just spooned up to square leg for a comfortable catch. So Southby's brief visit to the wicket comes to an end. Just to 2 boundaries in her innings of 8.
Yeah, it's a shame, because as you say, she's had such a positive season so far. That is not how she would have wanted to go, really.
Does bring to the wicket Elise Perry. I was looking to the scoreboard for some help and actually took the catch, but they don't know either.
No, I saw that.
Everyone's struggling with. It's funny how we're sort of complaining about the numbers and colours, whatever, because for most of cricket's history, no one's had numbers or names on shirts, and no one's ever moaned about it. And now we're sort of complaining we can't see the number. There obviously should be other ways of identifying the players, but as the visiting team, don't know them all. But anyway, somebody at square leg took the catch, and it's the end of.
They will know who they are. There's McCarthy in again, and this is defended nicely by Perry, just out into the offside.
So, yeah, I think sorry.
On BBC it's saying that it was caught by Catherine Bryce.
Okay, that makes sense.
That was the dismissal of Southby?
It could well be. Yeah, they've all got the same caps on. Obviously, all got the same kit on. It is quite difficult.
McCarthy once more, and this is an attempt at a cut shot, and it didn't quite work, and it carried through to the keeper by Perry, who is in her last game for Hampshire of the season before heading back to Australia. Looks like a counterpart that she took over from, Charlie Knott.
Yes, so as we were saying earlier, she'll want to leave on a high, no doubt.
McCarthy once more in, and this is struck nicely, but straight to mid-off. And that brings up the end of the over. A much more efficient over for McCarthy. She's on 1 for 11. Just a one off of that with a wicket as well. So the score for Hampshire is 20 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, interesting to both Southby and Perry, who was bowling a different line she was to Bouchier. So they've obviously got a specific plan for Bouchier, which is to try and get her caught in that mid-wicket region. And again now, as she's on strike to Ballinger, we've got those 2 mid-wickets, catching mid-wickets in place. Ballinger with her left arm over will probably be naturally swinging it in anyway. That's the normal left arm over line. So we've got a 5-4 field now. The slip has been removed and gone into that catching mid-wicket position as Ballinger comes in towards us to bowl to Bouchier. That's outside off stump. Bouchier leaves it alone. Not interested in that one. Goes through to Sarah Bryce, the sister of Catherine, who took the catch.
I'd love to know what their relationship is like, playing on the same team as sisters.
Yeah, they play a lot of cricket together, obviously not just here but Scotland as well. Ballinger in, and that's driven by Bouchier to one of those 2 mid-wickets, the straighter of the 2. There's no run. Yeah, it's always interesting with sibling rivalry or sibling friendship, or somewhere between the two, probably. But
could you see it a lot in like opposition teams, but you rarely see them on the same team.
Ballinger in again. This one's offside-ish, and Bouchier drives down the ground. Oh, and it's beaten mid-off, and that's going to go away for 4. It was only really a check drive down the ground, but it obviously right out of the middle of the bat, mid-off. Looked like she had it covered, but dived over it, really. And it's gone away up to the far end of the ground for another 4 to Bouchier, which takes her up to 13. Ballinger back at the top of her mark. She'll want to get her length, pull her length a little bit back from there. That was very full, half volley length. She'll definitely be looking to pull it back a bit from there and probably straighten the line up a little bit. She comes in, and that one is on the leg side, leg stump, and turned away on the leg side by Bouchier, down to the deep square leg, which is McCarthy. And there's a single, so Perry now on strike to Ballinger for the first time. Grace Ballinger's got an English literature degree, I was reading, so
Wow.
she's obviously well read.
Yeah.
She's coming in now, trying to read Elise Perry, and she just bowls it outside off stump in that channel. Perry leaves it alone.
It's actually really nice to see from the Hampshire girls that just the patience they've got here. We're only in the 4th over of the day of a potential 50 over innings, and it's nice to see that there is not too much hurry to get a massive score on the board, that they're happy to do this in the right way.
Yeah, it takes some adjusting to come back from T20 to 50 over. It's a big adjustment. Claridge in again. This one Perry drives. Claridge gets a foot on that. That might hurt a little bit because it was struck really hard, but she put the foot down and stopped it, and it ran off to mid-wicket, but there's no run at the end of the over. Hampshire, after 4 overs, are 25 for 1.
They are indeed, yeah. We're getting through these at a nice rate, even with the seamers bowling. They're not hanging around too much at all. A few of the 2 Hampshire girls just having a quick chat in the middle, just assessing maybe the field and what they've seen. As Bouchier is going to take strike. She's 14 off 11 so far today.
Yeah, she's scored 3 nice boundaries already. But as we say, she just really needs to go on and go big here for Hampshire.
So McCarthy from the hotel end again. Comes in and bowls. Shorter, that's a bouncer and is well left alone by Boucher, who just moves her head out the way as if to say no thank you.
She's actually given a wide. Square leg umpire signalled a wide. It was obviously over the batter's head when stood up at an upright position.
It bounced through.
Yeah.
McCarthy top of her mark. Once more, in she comes. Full driven nicely, but straight to mid-off. No run.
Yes, people coming in gradually. I've seen there's probably more than you, as I said before, than you think,
yes,
because they're so spread out. But there are still people coming in. Like you say, a bit of an earlier start today.
This is driven all the way back, and McCarthy will do her own fielding, and that's might feel a little sting in the hands, as that was again struck very hard by Boucher. Yes, I think when you heard a round of applause earlier for one of the boundaries, it did sound, louder than expected. I think there's also a few people out of our eyesight just below us.
Yeah, it's quite a popular viewing point down below the hotel.
Once more comes McCarthy. And bowls. This is Fuller, and this is up, and it's out. And Boucher is going to have to depart on 14. It was a shorter delivery again, similar to the one that dispatched Southby, and yeah, Boucher struck it well, but she struck it straight to mid-wicket.
Well, it's the same. It's the dismissal that they were obviously aiming at, as we pointed out earlier, because they had the field set in that side and were bowling that line. This time she's gone straighter and just chipped it to mid-on. Really, it looked like she checked the shot when she didn't really commit to it, and it ended up a comfortable catch to mid-on, who's back on the edge of the 25-yard circle. And yeah, 2 wickets for McCarthy, who's mixed it up a bit. She's bowled a couple of short balls, one which got Southby and one which was called a wide, but that one was pitched up, and Boucher's just, I think she tried to go straight down the ground over the top, but not cleared mid-on. So blow for Hampshire, 2nd wicket down. We're only in the 5th over.
Yes,
and well, need to rebuild here.
Captain Georgia Adams is coming in. She will be looking to lead her team from the front, but as you said, Phil, we're only in the 5th over. We've got 45 potentially to go, and well, Hampshire are 2 down for 26, so yeah, not great in that one.
No, there's a repair job needed here from Georgia Adams and Perry.
Shame to see as well the opening batswoman as well. They go quite softly, really. They give the wicket away. To good bowling, but unfortunately to sort of exactly what they were expected to do. As McCarthy comes once more, and this is a Fuller delivery, and it's left alone on the.
Yeah, that's right, Amelia. I think credit to the Blaze. They've gone out with a plan there, and okay, it cost, certainly to Boucher, it cost them a couple of boundaries, but they stuck to that plan of trying to get it, hit it on the leg side. Obviously they've done their homework, and eventually that's exactly what she did. Chipped it up to Boyce at mid-on. Boyce was the catcher, Georgie Boyce.
Shorter delivery, and this is worked away onto the leg side, square of the wicket, and Adams will open her account on 1.
Yeah, she certainly seems to put on a bit of pace, McCarthy, over the last few years. She was on the Vipers Academy programme a few years ago, Sussex girl, and left Vipers and moved up north to go to Loughborough Uni, I believe, and has done well for the Blaze.
Once more she comes in. This is a much shorter delivery, and Adams tries to get a bat on that, but it carried through. It hasn't been signalled a wide. It was a bit of an odd ball, but
yeah, Perry was trying to hook that, and I think it went through about head height that time, but she's certainly getting some bounce out of here, and it's that's 2 or 3 genuine bounces that she's bowled now, and so I don't recall that she had this pace 2 or 3 years ago, but she's obviously developed it and is bowling quite quick now.
She is indeed.
Be interesting to get some speed guns on it. I don't know if that's an option
get one
today.
from here.
But yeah, 'Cause there's always talk about the pace, and ever since Lauren Filer said she wanted to bowl the first 80-mile-per-hour ball in women's cricket, people have started looking at speeds a little bit more. I'm not suggesting that that's up near 80, but it'd be interesting to see what pace she is bowling.
It's getting faster in the women's game as well.
Yeah. So we've got Ballinger now. Adams down at this end for the first time at the hotel end. As Ballinger runs in towards us, left arm over. And she just defends that quietly into mid-wicket. Got the same field now as they had for Bouchier, with the 2 mid-wickets and no slip. So just changed their thinking, the Blaze, since the start, where they had a slip and 6-3 field, now 5-4. And mid-wicket is very tight in there. Ballinger in again. That one's straight, and Adams just defends very carefully, watchfully. And as you say, Amelia, there's plenty of time for Hampshire here. Certainly no need to rush. There's often a danger when you've come back from a round of T20 games that you're still in T20 mode, but 50 overs is obviously, stating the obvious, it's a lot longer, and it's a lot more time to build an innings. Ballinger in again. Long run. That one's shorter. Adams turns it on the leg side. Perry was quite interested in the single, as it's just dropped down in front of her, but mid-wicket was in quickly. And there's no run. Certainly no need for risky running at this point. So, Blaze on top, you'd have to say, after that fast start from Hampshire. 2 wickets now and 2 relatively new batters, 1 on 0 and 1 on 1. Claridge is into Adams. And that's just defended back to the bowler. No run. The one, or a positive for Hampshire, is that Georgia Adams, of course, has dug Hampshire out and Vipers previously of many situations like this.
Absolutely.
She's very familiar with her role in the middle order of rebuilding innings, and has done it successfully for Hampshire stroke Vipers on many occasions. Claridge in again. Sorry, Ballinger. That one's just pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. So it's gone a lot quieter in terms of run scoring, but it's gone a lot louder in terms of the Blaze fielders. You can hear them a lot more now, encouraging each other. They probably were at the start, but we seem to be hearing it more now. Crowd may be gone a bit quieter. Not that there was a Barmy Army out there or anything, but you know. Ballinger in again, and Adams again just pushes this up to extra cover.
Well, you say there's no Barmy Army, Phil, but we have had an email from Stephen Clark at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk saying, "Good morning, Amelia and Phil. Although the crowd may be small, the important ones are here, including the Shane Warne Wrinkleys. We're in their usual place." So I'm sure there they are, waving. Thank you. Steve said, the weather is set fair, so it should be a good day. Let's hope our girls can put a challenging, if not match-winning total on the board. Now, this was earlier on, and he said, I don't want to curse it, but they've made a good start with 11 off the first over. Have a good day, and I know we'll be listening.
Thanks, Steve. But
Steve,
I have to say,
you did jinx it.
You did curse it, yeah.
As McCarthy now comes in, and this is driven back to her. Oh, yes.
So that's the Hampshire equivalent of the Barmy Army, is it?
It is,
the Shane
yes.
Warne
They are,
Wrinkleys.
yeah, they are. Absolutely.
That's good to hear. I'll have to make a bit of noise so that we can hear them.
As McCarthy once more comes in. This is fuller delivery, almost Yorker length, and it's driven straight to mid-on by Perry, who had clear intent there, but just picked out the fielder.
Yeah, that was a full toss, so she missed out a little bit there. But, as we keep saying, plenty of time. So yeah, the Shane Warne stand is probably the most populated area of the ground.
It frequently is, I would say.
Yeah.
It mostly is, yeah. McCarthy once more in and bowls, and this is left alone by Perry outside the off stump. As the field resets and the ball gets worked around every single fielder on the offside. back to McCarthy herself. So we're into the 7th over. We've had just under half an hour of play. Hampshire 27 for 2. As Perry waits on strike and McCarthy comes in. And bowls shorter delivery, and this is cut down into the offside.
Perry was thinking of pulling a hook in that, and then she changed her mind at the last minute and just dropped it in front of her.
She probably had Boucher's dismissal flash in her eyes and thought, "No, I'm not gonna do that."
Well, yeah, probably just the situation generally. You know, so that quick moment. Now I've got plenty of time here, but she certainly was going to take that hook shot on initially. Adjusting the field a bit now. Third's moving finer, and an extra fielder on the offside ring.
McCarthy in. Bowl shorter again, cut away nicely. And they look for 2. They're not going to get it. That went down to deep third man, but the fielder sort of picked out straight away. 28 for 2, move Hampshire.
Perry off the mark. Her 11th delivery that she's faced.
McCarthy, one more ball of the over. She's 2 for 14 in her 4th over. As she bowls again, much shorter delivery, and that's left alone. It just about carried through to the keeper there. It almost died just as it reached her gloves.
Yeah, she's certainly trying to hit the pitch hard and short, and that one, there was at least 2 bounces in that over.
So end of the over, 28 for 2. Perry on 1 and Adams on 1 as well.
Yes, so good little spell from the Blaze since they took those 2 wickets. They've kept it tight. Certainly a lot of planning, as you'd expect in a professional game, but McCarthy seems to be using the short ball tactic, and certainly with Ballinger there, she's looking to get them playing on the front foot and trying to get them to hit through the onside. I think is the plan. Here she comes again. She bowls to Perry, and that is on the leg side. She turns it away. Square leg is going to come round and field it quite comfortably. That's McCarthy, and it's a single.
Well, elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, we've got Lancashire women are 23 for no loss against Essex. Somerset and Durham. Durham women are 30 for 1 with 40 left. Warwickshire women are 24 for 3 with 45 overs remaining, so having a slightly worse day than Hampshire.
Ballinger in, and Adams just defends that on the offside. No run. So yeah, not a great start for Warwickshire. And, early wickets there for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Sorry, side. Ballinger in short, and Adams has got to pull that, and it's caught a wide down the leg side while the bowler's appealing for a catch. Often the way that it's usually keepers, to be honest, they appeal to try and convince the umpire. Not so much that it was caught, but it's hit something and
it's not a wide.
It's not a wide, but Rose Dovey wasn't being moved on that occasion. She signalled the wide. Ballinger in again, and Adams just pushes this very watchfully up to mid-off. She's certainly started very carefully here, Adams, just 1 off 11 deliveries, but as we were saying, she's familiar with this situation. I think it's fair to say the 50 over game is her strength, more so than T20 probably, although she's obviously a very effective player in all formats. Ballinger in, it's short of a length. Adams just defends again. She took a stride down the wicket then, I think, just to try and break up the length a little bit, but not with any real aggressive intent, maybe just to say to throw the bowler off the length a bit. Just took a stride down and then just defended it. Perhaps it's to negate the movement. That's usually why batters go further down. Ballinger in again. And this is driven by Adams up to mid-off, but not going to be runs. A bit more forceful shot there, but It's not going to get past mid-off, and there's no run. So good tight spell here from the Blaze.
Elsewhere in the men's side of things, in the County One Day Cup, Surrey lead Durham by 31 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Durham were all bowled out for 153 by Surrey.
This one's coming down in front of us, turned away by, and it's just going to reach the boundary. The keeper has chased it all the way. It's hit Adams on the pad and flown away wide of the keeper, who's chased it all the way down to the fine leg boundary, Sarah Price, but to no avail as she died, and it went over the rope for 4 leg byes. So welcome runs for Hampshire, and at the end of the 8th over, Hampshire are now 34 for 2 with those 4 leg byes. Very energetic bit of wicket keeping there. She just turned straight away and ran, sprinted at full pace with pads. I know the pads nowadays are fairly small for keepers, but still
Very
that
impressive.
on and the helmet on. But and then got the dive out just at the last minute, but it was all wasted. But I say wasted, but it shows good intent, and it's the sort of thing that lifts the fielding side, I think, if you see a keeper doing that.
As McCarthy once more in, and that's Yorker length and stuck well and stopped by Perry.
That's a great Yorker.
That's great. Again in the men's cup, we've got Essex and Warwickshire. Essex are 354 for 4. Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Somerset are 338 for 5. Hampshire are 148 for 2, and Worcestershire are yet to bat. And Sussex are 214 for 9. As that's much shorter, and that's cut away, but stopped square the wicket on the offside against Yorkshire. So Hampshire here, the Women's One Day Metro Cup is 34 for 2. We're in the 9th over. We've got just the one more left of the power play. As McCarthy comes in again. Bowls, and this is well struck through, and it's caught. Oh, what a brilliant catch. That was phenomenal. Unfortunately, Elise Perry will have to depart again. It's sort of square of the wicket on the offside. It was a shorter ball, it was pulled, and a diving stop to the right of square of the wicket, square leg.
I think that's Catherine Bryce again.
Brilliant.
All 3 Hampshire wickets now have gone in similar fashion. Southeast was actually a short ball, but the other 2, both to this leg side theory of the Blaze. McCarthy's picked up all 3 wickets, all caught on the leg side. Perry sort of leaning over a little bit there and just flicking it to mid-wicket, and as Amelia said, good diving catch by Catherine Bryce, her 2nd catch of the day. And Hampshire in a bit of trouble, you'd have to say, at 34 for 3, mirroring the Warwickshire score that you just read out. Freya Kemp is the New Hampshire batter.
And it's a shame as well for Elise Perry as well, because it's her last game with Hampshire, and she'll be gutted to be departing on just 2 off 15 deliveries. As not the impact she would have wanted, not the, as you quoted earlier, not the bang she would have wanted to go out on.
No, and now that she doesn't bowl that often either, it's sort of like possibly her last chance to make an impression with Hampshire.
So Freya Kemp, a very popular Hampshire player, coming in again. Good to see her coming back after some injury time out.
Yeah, still not bowling, so not fulfilling all of her all-round game, but certainly worth her place as a batter alone.
So McCarthy this time is going to come around the wicket to Kemp.
Field changing, slips going in now, I think. Obviously a different tactic to the left-hander. Got a slip and a gully in place now from Kemp.
McCarthy still waits, yet one slip in place as she comes in. And this is well left alone by Kemp.
Wide. In fact, it is a wide.
Yeah, been signalled a wide. Probably the other than the first over, probably the first sort of slip up that McCarthy's made in her now 5th over of bowling.
She's certainly made an impact in this game, 3 for 15.
Once more she comes in. And this is good length, but worked onto the leg side by Kemp, and chasing fielder is just going to stop it on the boundary, and some clever footwork keeps her inside the ring.
Yeah, she almost looked like she was going to run into the rope, but she
yeah,
pirouetted and kept herself inside.
that's exactly what she did too. Yeah, some fancy footwork there.
There's 2 to Kemp.
2 more balls left of this over for McCarthy. She's in, and that's well defended by Kemp. Yeah, 37 for 3 at Hampshire. Kemp on 2 off 2, Adams on 1 of 14, so Adams very much going for the watchful approach here. Leading from the front, wants to stay in for as long as she possibly can. Lead her team to the end. As McCarthy comes in again for the last ball of the over. Good length, and this is driven nicely, but straight to mid-off. End of the over, 37 for 3.
Another successful over for McCarthy.
Is indeed.
She's now got 3 for 17, and Hampshire certainly need to rebuild from here. 37 for 3. Only 9 overs in, and the Blaze will be much happier than Hampshire at this stage.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, so Hampshire won the toss and batted, but the Blaze will be the happier of the 2 sides at this point in time, I think. Well, I'm sure they will. There's a good positive buzz about them. You'd expect that as the league leaders anyway, but because of the good start as well. They're a very settled unit, the Blaze. The team doesn't seem to change very much, so they play together a lot. Ballinger in. Adams drives, but she's not going to get through the cover ring. 3 fielders out there, and that's picked out the middle one of them.
Yes, and they're fresh off. Well, they got through to the T20 semi-finals, where they were beaten by the eventual winners, Surrey. Oh no, I think they were beaten by the Bears, actually.
They were beaten by the Bears in what they call the eliminator, I think, because
yes.
they were 2nd and 3rd place teams, yeah. This time Adams edges, she goes to drive on the offside, and that's going to beat the 3rd fielder for 4 on the inside. So it's gone through about 2nd slip line, and 3rd fielder was a bit too wide to be able to cut that off. So welcome 4 runs to Adams, even if it's not quite where she intended it to go. But there's no pictures in the scorebook, as they say. In fact, there are nowadays, of course, aren't they? Because you have wagon wheels and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
I do.
And that will be recorded by the analyst as a false shot. I know that, but whatever. Anyway, in again, Adams just defends this on the offside.
Yeah, good to see Hampshire boundary again, because I don't think we've really had one since sort of about the 2nd over with Boucher and Southby on.
Boucher and Southby scored a flurry of boundaries at the start, but as you say, I don't think there's been one since then, certainly not for any of the later batters. Ballinger in again. That's short, and Adams goes to pull. Appeals again. Oh, and that's wided as well by umpire Dovey. That looked quite straight to me, but maybe it was. I don't think it was wided on height because the square leg umpire didn't.
Yeah, he's now signalling, I think.
Well, I think the umpire, the bowlers had made her own mind up, so she must have considered it was leg side. But it was short, and Adams tried to hook it and didn't make contact. Ballinger has a false start again, but now she's underway. And Adams edges this again, and 3rd is now finer, luckily for the Blaze, so it's just a single, but that was similar to the delivery earlier in the over. But this time just 1, so went through that sort of 2nd slip line again. Field now changing for the left-handed Kemp. Third's going across, the 2 fielders out at the third and deep square, deep backward square. We've got a gully, ring of 3 on the offside and a mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket.
Yeah, 2 balls left of this over.
2 balls left of the power play. In comes Ballinger. Energetic run, and Kemp is very watchful and correct in defence. Just plays it back down the wicket. Ballinger fields herself and then throws it to one of the fielders who I guess are responsible for ball shining. It's usually a designated 1 or 2 players that do all the shining of the ball to keep it in good nick. Ballinger in for the last ball of the over. And again Kemp defends, there's no run, and Hampshire are 43 for 3. I'm handing over to Nikki Chowdhury.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, we've got 43 for 3, our Hampshire. We've had 10 overs, as Phil just said. We're just out of the power play now. 3 quick wickets, all taken by McCarthy, who's coming back onto strike now at this, the hotel end. She's going to carry on bowling from here. Current partnership between Adams and Kemp is on just the 9, but that'll build quickly. And I've been joined now by Nikki. Hi, Nikki.
Morning, morning, Amelia. Morning, all. What a start this has been for McCarthy. 3 wickets all to her name, and they've all been pretty much in the same manner as well. Into the leg side, aerial, simple catches.
Indeed. Well, McCarthy's just about to start her run up now. She looks to take it just a couple of steps forward, and she comes in. She's going to come over the wicket. That's full delivery, and it's carried through to the keeper. Adams had an attempt at a swing in it, but it did sort of miss her bat and carry through.
Yeah, big job for Freya Kemp and Georgia Adams now, out there in the middle. Got to steady the ship. Plenty of overs left. Coming up against a very strong Blaze.
As once again, McCarthy's in, and this is just blocked nicely away onto the offside.
Blaze top of the table, having played 9 matches, won 6, lost 2, with 29 points to their name. And of course they were just involved in the inaugural Vitality T20 Blast Finals Day on Sunday at the Oval.
McCarthy once more in, and again this is an attempt at a shot that was left and carried through.
Sadly didn't go their way as they got kicked out in the eliminator against the Bears. But they're back fighting in the One Day Cup.
They are indeed. Yeah, looking very strong so far after only 10 overs. 3 wickets taken. Hampshire yet to get to a total of above 50. As McCarthy once more shorter and left alone by Adams.
She really had to restrict herself there, Georgia Adams, and her eyes lit up, but she knew the situation. It was a short ball, but it kind of looped over to her. She had a lot of width. Any other day of the week, I'm pretty sure we would have seen her slash her hands through the shot, but
watching 3 of your counterparts go in sort of similar fashion, you think, oh, maybe not. McCarthy again in. And bowls Fuller this time, and there's a wrap on the pads, and there's no interest there by the umpire as he scurries out the way as the ball gets thrown to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, going down by the looks of it. Yeah, just seeing it on the replay here. Yeah, just missing leg stump. But good figures here for McCarthy so far. 1 ball left in her 6th over, 3 for 17. You'd take that any day of the week, especially early on.
McCarthy this time to Kemp, coming around the wicket. Bowls, and this is worked down leg side, and it's beaten the keeper by Kemp, and it's going, but I don't think it's gonna got the legs to reach the boundary, but they'll get a few off of this as Kemp goes back on strike, and a round of applause goes around the ground in appreciation for that. Yeah, elsewhere, the Lancashire women are having a good day. They're 45 for no loss against Essex. Durham have only lost 1, and they're 52 for 1 against Somerset. Warwickshire are 44 for 5, as you said earlier, against Surrey, and here Hampshire are 46 for 3.
I think we're going to have a change in bowling as well from the pavilion end. I believe it's going to be Kirsty Gordon coming into the attack with some of her left arm spin. Just going to be bowling from the end with Rose Dovey at the pavilion end. And it's Georgia Adams, the skipper for Hampshire, on strike. Just taking a look at Kirsty's field here. So we've got a, I'd say, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, square leg, who's just behind square, right next to umpire Neil Banton. And we've got a 45. And in typical manner, as soon as you state the field changes. So square leg's now been taken out and moved to mid-wicket, and mid-wicket's come in to slip. Very attacking from Gordon, who's in for her first ball. A bit of flight, and this one's... Has it wrapped her on the pad? Well, Rose
Yeah, I
Dovey...
think it was going down the leg.
Yeah, Rose Dovey's not interested. Big shout there from Kirsty Gordon. Now you can just see, though, they're just being a little bit cautious right now. Georgia Adams and Freya Kemp out there in the middle as Gordon skips in again, flatter, less flight, and she's got a slight tickle on this. It's going to run fine. 45 comes round to field, and hasn't got a tickle off the bat, it's a tickle off the pad as Rose Dovey signals a leg by to the scorers. And we're going to see a change in the field now for Freya Kemp, who's on strike. Slip's been taken out, and we've got 2 out on the leg side, deep square, deep mid, as Gordon is in. And again, there's another shout as they think this might be LBW, but again, just sliding down with the arm to the left-hander.
Oh, that one was a lot closer, I think, than the first. It was definitely going down leg, but it was a lot tighter than the first shout.
And she comes left arm over, and Kemp forward in defence. Ball goes to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Slightly cooler day here as well, down at the Utilita Bowl, as Gordon skips in. And this is Fuller. Kemp turns this to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded immaculately.
Yeah, you can always tell a good bowling attack when they're going straight to the fielders.
Gordon in again, slightly quicker again, and Kemp looks to do the same, turns this to mid-wicket off the back foot. That will conclude the over, just the 1 leg by from it. And the score after 12 overs, Hampshire 47 for 3.
Has been given a maiden for Gordon there, so that'll be a positive one for her. First over of the day. Partnership between Adams and Kemp moved to 13. Looks like McCarthy's going to continue from bowling in possibly, or are we going to have a change?
I think we are going to have a change. We're going to have spin from both ends. Lucy Hyam is going to be replacing Cassidy McCarthy from the hotel end.
Yeah, Hyam just working out her run up there. And that's just being announced around the ground as well. So, as you said before, spin from both ends. So coming in very attacking here.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get the batters to do something.
She's going to come right arm over. And this is blocked nicely by Adams. First ball is a dot. 47 for 3. 12 overs we've had. 37 and a half to go. As I'm interestingly signalling to a fielder that wasn't there. I think she got confused with one of the coaching staff that was just coming up to the boundary to collect something, and then realised. So she's going to come in again. Adams on strike. Right arm over. Oh, and this is tried to turn away down leg side, but stopped by the keeper. And we'll signal as a wide. Let's high him in again. Comes in, and this is driven nicely, but finds mid on quickly. Still no run.
Yeah, 2 out on the leg side here for Lucy Hyam, and we've got a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg, but square leg's pushed round quite a bit.
Hyam once more in, and this is turned away, and it's beaten square leg. They'll only get one for it.
Yeah, more so like between a deep backward square and a long leg, I'd say, where she had her placed.
So now that Kemp's on strike, Hyam's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. As she comes in and bowls, and this is cut away nicely through the offside for Kemp, but it has been stopped on the boundary, and they'll only get one, and Kemp calls Adams to wait there. She can stay on strike, and that does bring up the 50 runs for Hampshire. It's been yeah, a very quick 12 overs, and they've lost 3 already very quickly in all similar fashions, but they have managed to get the 50 in just 12 overs. It's Hyam now over the wicket to Adams. And this is an attempt to sort of turned away down leg side. Didn't quite get everything on it, but they'll get one. Only one ball left of this over.
Yeah, big wickets to go for Hampshire. Southby, Bouchier and Perry, and I think the Blaze will be delighted that they managed to get Elise Perry out for 2. She was caught at mid-wicket by Catherine Bryce off the bowling of McCarthy.
Hyam once more, last ball of the over, and this is pushed to the covers. That's the end of the over. 51 for 3.
You'd be so relieved, wouldn't you? You'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, thank goodness. Otherwise, this could have been destructive.
Yeah, 3 big hitters for Hampshire, dismissed on very small totals very quickly. But yeah, Elise Perry, I think that will be the one that wins.
And especially the way Elise Perry bats. She's not someone like a Grace Harris, for example, who Surrey have signed in the Vitality T20 Blast. But she's like silent torture, like she'll cause damage without you realising it.
Yeah, and then you look up at the scoreboard and you're like, how have we lost?
Has this happened?
How have they got, 200? Yeah, so to lose her on 2 for Hampshire was a big loss, but you say for the Blaze, amazing.
Here's Kirsty Gordon, left arm round the wicket into Adams, who turns this into the square leg region, comes through for a single. And Kirsty Gordon's decided that this is too bright. The sun is shining way too brightly down here at the Utilita Bowl, and she's taken her sunglasses off the top of Rose Dovey's head and says, I'm going to bowl with some sunnies on. Into Freya Kemp, who's in her stance now. Flatter delivery from Gordon, and Kemp's off the back foot, plays this down towards deep cover, and will amble through for a single. Short third, and 45 are doing an awful lot of steps here, because the 2 batters out there in the middle, rotating strike, left hand, right hand combination, and those 2 fielders in particular having to keep switching over. As Gordon is in now again to Adams, who's off the front foot, plays this to mid wicket, just closes the face of the bat slightly, no run. I do quite like bowling with like when people bowl with sunglasses on. I'm not sure about the cap. You see a lot of players nowadays also donning the cap as Gordon's in a bit of flight. Adams forward in defence, comes off the middle of the bat. Gordon fields off her own bowling.
But you like the sunglasses?
I like this. I just feel like the hat looks like it gets in the way, really. Gordon wide of the crease a little bit. Adams forward, turns this to square leg. There is no one there. She'll come back for a couple. Easy 2 runs added to the total. Takes Hampshire to 55 for 3. 1 ball left to go in the over. Kirsty Gordon absolutely flying through her overs here. It's a benefit having spin from both ends.
Yeah.
As in she skips again. Lower arm action, and this one's turned to square leg once again. Adams comes through for a single. That will conclude the over. 5 runs from it after 14. Hampshire 56 for 3.
Yes, elsewhere we've got Lancashire women. They're still with no loss. They are 56 for nothing after 37 overs. Somerset versus Durham. Durham are 70 for 1, and they've got 36 overs left. And Warwickshire are 57 for 5 with 39 overs left. So Surrey are beginning to run through the Warwickshire women at a little bit of a pace. Here it's 56 for 3. The Blaze have started a brilliant match off, very quickly dismissing Southby, then Bouchier, then Perry, all on fairly low scores. Perry being the last to dismiss on just 2. We now have Georgia Adams, captain, and Freya Kemp in the middle. Their partnership already worth 22. So Hyam is going to come over the wicket. Adams on strike and uses her feet but finds mid-off. Looks to come down the wicket there, but they pick out the fielder straight away. We've had 14 overs left. We've got 35 after this over. As Hyam comes in, and this is an attempt on the leg side, and it's been a bit of a misfield there by mid-wicket, but luckily her counterpart not too far along and mid-on has swept that up, and Hyam in again. As this is defended, and she'll do her own fielding. Back down the track, 3 dots so far off of this over. Adams on strike. She's faced 37 balls. She scored 12 off of it. As Hyam once more in over the wicket. Flighted, and this is driven nicely down the head and past mid-on, and that's gone for 4. Very nicely done by Adams.
Oh, it's a lovely shot there from Georgia Adams. It was needed to just release the pressure that was building. And Lucy Hyam just giving it a little bit too much flight, and Adams able to use her long levers. Goes straight down the ground. And hopefully, with a shot like that, she might just be able to release the field a little bit.
2 balls left of the over. We're just watching the replay there. It's still a nice shot by Adams. The ball's been retrieved and Hyam is in. Again flighted, and this is just turned away on the leg side, and keeper goes chasing, no run. 1 ball left. As you say, spin from both ends is rapidly moving through these overs. As Hyam's in. And again turned away on the leg side. They'll go for 1. It's square of the wicket that finds the fielder. End of the over, 61 for 3. Adams is on 17 of 39. Kemp off 5 of 14. And we've got 35 overs left in this innings.
Yeah, flying through at this rate, Blaze will just be conscious that they don't want to let the pressure that they've created, having got those 3 early wickets, off so soon. They're in a good position here, especially against this young Hampshire side. Gordon at the top of a mark, ready to go for her 3rd over. First over was the maiden, and this time it's a flat delivery, which Georgia Adams just blocks back on the back foot, straight back down the line of the wicket, no run. Gordon in again to Adams, who uses her feet this time, advances down the track and just pushes this to mid-off. Finding the fielder. Again, use of the feet from Adams, and this time she plays it straight back to Kirsty Gordon, who doesn't pick it up cleanly. It ricochets off her left hand and goes to extra cover, but still goes down as a dot. 3 dots so far in the over. Oh, there's a bit of pace off this delivery from Gordon, and Adams looks to cut this away. She finds backward point. They have taken slip out now as well. So in terms of the field, we've got backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, or long off now, as the fielder gets pushed back. Long on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, short square leg, and a 45. As this one has a little bit of width, and again, looking to cut, goes straight to Lucy Hyam at backward point. Good over here from Kirsty Gordon. 5 dots so far. Will she end with another? Cover's just been pushed back onto the boundary now. Giving her the 1. And she's in a bit of flight, and she uses her feet, turns this into the leg side, just wide of short mid-wicket, comes through for a single, which means Georgia Adams will keep strike at the end of the 16th over. Hampshire are 62 for 3, just one run off that over from Kirsty Gordon.
Yes, Adams took away that maiden from Gordon just with that final run.
She nearly had it.
She nearly had it, but Adams went, no, I'll just have one, thanks, just to annoy you. As the two batsmen are just having a little chat in the middle. Looks like Hyam's going to come again from the hotel end. So the field is changing around a little bit. So Adams going to remain on strike. She's on 18 of 46 deliveries she's faced. Kemp, her counterpart at the other end on 4 of 13. As Hyam's going to come over the wicket. Is in and bowls, and it's just blocked nicely onto the leg side. Yeah, these Hampshire girls are in no rush at the moment, are they? They're very much happy to just bide their time, be a bit watchful here. Don't want to lose any more wickets. As Hyam comes in once more. And this is played straight back to her. Nice defensive shot there by Adams.
Nice and bright here now.
And this is driven straight to mid-wicket.
Lots and lots of cricket going on today up and down the country. Aside from the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup fixtures, you've got the County Championship Div 1 going on, Div 2 matches are on. Lots of cricket and all scores available on the BBC Sport homepage under fixtures.
Hyam once more in again, and this is flighted a little bit. And Adams uses her feet, takes a step down the track, but does find long on.
Question is, Amelia, how much cricket is too much cricket? I keep scrolling and it's like, oh, if maybe there's any more? Yep, keeps going.
As Hyam now that Kemp's on strike, is going to come around the wicket. We do have a few emails coming into Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, but my laptop has decided to freeze on me as this is struck nicely and defensively.
Always tends to happen when you actually need it.
Yeah, it's just saying Outlook's not responding, so I'll give it a minute. Being like a toddler and having a tantrum. As Hyam once more in and around the wicket, and Kemp uses her feet. Nicely driven down by Kemp, and that's found the boundary very nicely over the head of both long on and long off.
Yeah, 5 runs off that over. A loose delivery to end it from Lucy Hyam. A lot of flight, a very low full toss that Kemp is able to get right on top of, and she's taken her bottom hand off the shot. She's practically hit this down the ground for 4 with one hand, with her top hand. Great strong position. End of the over, 17 done. Hampshire 67 for 3. Going at 3.94 and over here. Hampshire, well, having won the toss and elected to bat. Georgia Adams on 19. She's played 50 deliveries. Going to be on strike here against Kirsty Gordon, coming in for her 4th over. Sunglasses on from the pavilion end at the Utilita Bowl. Comes in left arm round the wicket. Adams forward in defence. Stays quite tall in defence, Georgia Adams, given that she's actually pretty tall herself. She doesn't get low. You see some people when they really defend, they get forward and they're practically crouched to the ground. She's in her stance now and looks to cut this, and she's hit this onto the boot of Sarah Price. She's hit it extremely late. Sarah Price just hobbling around on one leg for a few seconds or so. That's going to leave a mark for sure, but she's all right. Kirsty Gordon in again, slightly back of the length, and Adams looking to work this into the offside off the back foot, but this time it finds cover. Some spectators dotting themselves around the ground as well, some of them trying to find the sunshine. Top up that tan. There's Gordon in now, and Adams uses her feet, gets the pitch of the ball up and over the head of Kirsty Gordon. This is going to race down the ground for 4 runs. It was that dot ball pressure that was building up, and while she's just released all of that with that shot, 4 added to the total, takes Hampshire to 71 for 3.
Well, Stephen Clark has just sent us an email not long ago at Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and he said, Amelia, I've just had this ping through my phone. Have you read it? And it's a link to the BBC Sport website, and it's stating that Ben Stokes will be out of the 5th test, and that's just worked onto the leg side. Out of the 5th test with a shoulder injury.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you followed the last test, Amelia. There was a lot of the time where Stokes was fidgeting with his shoulder as this ball was tossed up by Gordon and off the front foot, whipped away through the leg side. It beats long on. It's been hit with force. And that goes for 4 more runs. 2 boundaries off the over, 18 overs gone. Hampshire are 75 for 3.
Yes, he was quite injured, wasn't he, in the last test?
Like, every time he bowled, he would keep like touching his shoulder, then he was trying to give it a massage himself, and it's kind of breaking down as the game went on, bless him. But I was listening to this podcast between Stuart Broad and Joss Butler, a new cricket podcast they've just started, and in that, Stuart Broad did state that Ben Stokes looking quite tired and knackered, and it's really being tested throughout the course of this test series against India. And to be fair, I think it's after a long time we've seen this test series go through till day 5 on every single day of the test match. So a lot of hard yards being put in.
Yes, it does look like there's also been a few changes. It says there are, as that one's just played defensively. No run off that one. Kemp on strike. Hyam still in and round the wicket, and this is driven but straight to mid-on.
I think for Indian fans, though, that's probably a sigh of relief as well. Ben Stokes not playing that final test. It seems to be the Ben Stokes show, though, whenever England have needed a wicket.
As Kemp waits on strike and Hyam comes in again. She's just waiting for a fielder to move. In and bowls. And Kemp tried to use her feet again, make some space, but did find long on. Had another email at Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk saying, morning, sadly due to work commitments I wasn't able to travel down to my vocal support to the Blaze, as Hyam comes in over the wicket to Adams and again uses her feet, and this is flighted but well stopped by Hyam in the leg side. Good job. There's live stream and BBC commentary, and it says kind regards from Yellow Belly Rover. Well, thank you to whomever you are with obviously your real name. Yes, as Hyam comes in over the wicket, and this is cut away into the offside. Yeah, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you do want to get in touch, if you're listening on the BBC Sport website and app, or watching on the live stream. It's myself, Amelia Clark, and Nikki Chowdhury guiding you through these next few overs as Hyam comes in and blocked nicely on the front foot by Adams, who's on 27.
Yeah, Phil Green here, also part of our commentary team for today, and you'll hear from him in just an over's time, actually. Hampshire 76 for 3 at the end of their 19th over. Yeah, I had a quick nose through that article you've been speaking about, Amelia. So Ollie Pope will lead the side in this 5th and final test at the Oval, which kicks off tomorrow. Currently England 2-1 in that test series. Will India be able to level it up? Kirsty Gordon at the top of her mark. She's taking the sunglasses off now because the sun's disappeared behind the clouds. And she's in to Freya Kemp, who's off the back foot, has a waft at this one. It stays low, goes through to Sarah Bryce with the gloves. Just signalling to Adams at the non-strikers and saying, oh, that one just skidded on. No turn. Gordon's in now, and this is full right in the arc. Oh, what a beautiful shot from Freya Kemp. Down the ground, over the head of Gordon. That's raced away for 4 runs. Very, very quick hands through the shot. And that takes the score to 80 for 3. right in the slot there for the left-hander.
Just watching on the replay there. Saw that one coming a mile off. And after it.
Just a slight change in the field. So deep points being brought into the ring. We now have a long off and a long on. Yeah, so your 4 boundary riders, deep cover, long on, long off, and a deep mid-wicket who's quite square. As Gordon is in now. Left arm over the wicket. And this one looks to, Kemp looks to turn it into the leg side. There is no run. In once again, Kirsty Gordon skips through out the front of the hand. This one's played down the ground towards a long on for a single.
It does look as if so we've got no Stokes, Cass or Archer or Dawson in tomorrow's 5th test against India, so that'll be a very different lineup to previous tests.
Left arm round the wicket into Georgia Adams, who's off the back foot and plays this down towards deep cover. They'll stroll through for a single. 6 runs off this over so far with 1 ball left. Freya Kemp on strike. She's on 14 from 22. As she takes her guard. With an open stance, awaits Gordon, who's in. Quicker delivery, and Kemp off the front foot drives. It beats diving, extra cover. Will come through for a single, which means she'll keep strike at the end of 20 overs. Hampshire 83 for 3, and have a quick change in the commentary box as Amelia Clark makes way for Phil Green.
Yeah, thank you. I'll see you in a moment.
See you in a bit. Go get yourself a very well-earned break, Amelia. Hampshire 83 for 3. Kemp on 15 from 23. Georgia Adams 28 from 60. Hampshire having lost 3 early wickets. Rihanna Southby went for 8, being caught at mid-wicket. A short ball bowled by Cassidy McCarthy. So that first wicket fell when there was 20 runs on the board. Then Maya Boucher next to go, scoring 14. Again, caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Cassidy McCarthy. And then Elise Perry caught at mid-wicket off the bowling of Cassidy McCarthy. So all 3 wickets belonging to McCarthy as Lucy Hyam is in. And that one is defended by Kemp into the offside. No run, and Phil Green joins me. Phil, afternoon.
Hi, Nikki.
No, sorry, it's morning still.
It is, Jess, isn't it? We started so early.
We did, as Hyam is in. A bit of flight, and Kemp drives straight to Gordon, who's at extra cover.
So Hampshire made a bit of a fight back in the 10 overs that I was off air, and these two are building a partnership now. It's good to see for the home supporters.
Round the wicket to the left-hander, and this time Kemp just gets it wide of extra cover. Will come through for a single. Good work out in the deep to cut that off just before the boundary line, which means it will stay as a single in the book. This partnership now worth 50 runs as it's announced around the stadium. It's up on the big screens, and well, a very important partnership for Hampshire as well. As Hyam is in, tosses it up, and Adams off the front foot uses her feet just to get to the pitch of the ball and drives down to long on. Comes through for a single. Score moves to 84 for 3, from being 34 for 3 to 85 for 3. Good going from these two.
Yeah, they certainly needed to rebuild, and they're doing that right now against the spin attack of Hyam and Gordon.
Hyam round the wicket as Kemp is forward, defends, lunges into a defence and plays it soft enough that she's able to scamper through for a single. As Point comes into field, Point sat right on that ring, giving them enough time to get through for that one. 3 singles off this over so far. As Hyam's going to be in to Georgia Adams, who takes her stance, leans on her bat. Right arm over the wicket. Adams forward, defends straight to mid-wicket. End of the over, 3 runs from it. 21 overs gone. Hampshire 86 for 3.
Yeah, so if we divide this up into 10 over stints, then Blaze certainly won the first one. You'd have to say the first 10 overs, the power play, but Hampshire have had the better of the second 10. These two put on 50, as Nikki was just saying. 50 partnerships off 72 balls, so it's a decent rate. Hampshire ticking along at about 4 and over right now, just over 4 and over, which is good at this stage of the innings. Been quite interested in some quite unusual field placings from the Blaze, not sort of standard fielding positions that you often see. For Georgia Adams with Kirsty Gordon bowling, they had a sort of forward short leg. It was about 7 yards from the bat. Obviously a very thought out position, not one you normally see, certainly in one day cricket.
Can I have a change?
Sorry.
That's all yours.
Change of bowling from the pavilion then. We've got Josie Groves coming on with her off spin. Going to go to Kemp around the wicket. So his leg spin was mistaken there, but it was short and a long hop to start with either way, and Kemp has pulled it away for 4 over mid-wicket.
That's not what you want to start with, and well,
it's a bit of a loosener.
Freya Kemp is never going to miss out on a delivery like that. She's very good to pounce on those looser deliveries.
So we've got a long on and a long off, and a sweeper out on either side of the ground, so the field a bit more spread out now, as you'd expect. Groves comes in again. Short again, and Kemp's on the back foot again. She's hit through the offside. She's going to get the same result. That's 2 loose balls to start off from Groves, and Kemp has taken advantage. That one she's just leant back and hammered it through extra cover. It's gone all the way out to the far side there over at the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. So welcome runs here for Hampshire at the start of the 22nd over. Kemp now on to 25. Groves just searching to get this line right, bowling right arm leg spin round the wicket. Short again, and Kemp's forcing this off the back foot, and she's going to come through for a single as the bowler gets stops it. It trickles away towards mid-on, and they come through for 1. Quite a few clouds in the sky at the moment. We're not expecting any rain today. There's none forecast, but you never know. Cuts away. This is going to run away for yet another boundary. Short again from Groves, and Adams just leant back and late cut that really. And runs starting to flow for Hampshire now. 13 off this over, off 4 balls so far. I haven't seen Catherine Bryce bowl yet, Nikki, which is a bit of a surprise. One of the frontline Blaze bowlers. Hasn't been brought into the attack as yet.
No, she hasn't. Maybe we'll see an appearance from her soon.
Groves in again. Adams down the wicket, meets on the full toss, but can't get it through past McCarthy at straightest mid-wicket. So that's the first dot ball for Groves. This time Adams just dabs it away on the offside. She hasn't got the same angle as before, but they'll come through for a single. So that's a very eventful over, and 14 runs for Hampshire, who bring up their 100 in the end of the 22nd over.
Yep, 100 runs on the board. Just recently got to that 50-run partnership between these two from being 34 for 3. 100 on the board. We've got a long, long way to go as well. And we're having a change in bowling from the hotel end as well.
I think this is Georgia Elvis.
Yeah, Georgia Elvis has ball in hand. She's just rolling her arm over to Lucy Hyam, who's at extra cover. And as the field gets in order, not sure if you've had this, Phil, but former England captain Heather Knight has signed a new contract with Somerset, so she's extended until the end of the 2026 season.
Okay. Hasn't played much, of course, this year, unfortunately, but
no, she hasn't.
I'm sure she'll be fit soon.
Hasn't played for Somerset since May after picking up that hamstring injury. Here's Georgia Elvis in now, and Adams forward, solid in defence.
Good to see Elvis bowling. She doesn't bowl that often anymore. Used to be a regular bowler, of course. But again, I think it may suggest that Catherine Bryce is unable to bowl, perhaps. They've tried 6 bowlers already, and she is normally one of their main ones. Last year's PCA Player of the Year. And there's a prominent all-rounder in this side, so maybe she can't bowl.
Elvis in, and this one just tucked around the corner behind square. And hasn't actually come off the bat, it's come off the thigh pad, so that's been signalled leg bite. course, England women just finishing their series against India as well. We played 5 T20s. India winning the T20 series. And, of course, a 3-match ODI series, which India won as well, 2-1. Big win for India as their hosts for the World Cup, which takes place later this year. Shared between India and Sri Lanka.
I think it's fair to say as well, Nick, I don't know if you guess you watched most of those two series, but the scoreline to me didn't reflect that India are quite a lot better than England, I thought.
Elvis in round the wicket to the left-hander, who plays with a straight face of the bat, straight down to long on. Will come through for a single. Yeah, but it was a really good series, and I think
it was a good series. The scores looked very close, but
there were close scores.
I just always felt India were the better side most of the time.
No, absolutely, and I think it did pose that question as Elvis is in now. Full delivery, which is pushed just wide of short mid-wicket. They'll be able to come through for a single here, and that brings left-handed Kemp back on to strike. She's moved on to 27 ever so quickly. I think it has posed that question: is India the number 2 side in the world, or is it England?
Yeah,
and I think especially after this series, though, the dominance that India have shown,
you'd have to say India are, I think.
You'd have to give it to them as Elvis in round the wicket to Kemp, who plays this down towards long on, just off the back foot. Comes through for another single.
You'd also say, I think, that they're very much on an upward curve, India.
Absolutely, and I think especially for a side that I think maybe 5-6 years ago, they would have been written off the moment they landed on English soil. To see them play a series like this, with that fire in their belly, I think it's encouraging for them before the World Cup, as Adams is forward in defence this time, but of a inside edge into the square leg region. Will come through for a single. She'll keep strike. 23 overs gone. Hampshire 105 for 3 with Kemp on 28, George Adams on 36.
Yeah, there's a lot more of those sort of singles available now with the field spread. Earlier on, both sides of the wicket were well populated by fielders inside the circle, but now there's plenty of singles on offer. Sort of the whole tempo of the game has changed in the last 10 overs or so. We're going to have Josie Groves again. She'll be looking to bounce back a bit after a not great start. The first over went for 14. She's going to bowl to Adams. Right time over the wicket. Adams just dabs that on the way again. They protected that shot now. When Adams got it away twice in the first over there. Now we've got a short third and a backward point quite close together. And obviously that's one shot they're trying to, on scoring route, they're trying to block. Just defends out some better length from Groves.
Elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup, Lancashire versus Essex. Lancashire 103 without loss currently. Somerset versus Durham. Durham 100 for 2. And Warwickshire just able to rebuild a little bit. They're 101 for 5 against Surrey.
Kemp's now redone her shoelaces and Groves is in the game. Adams down the wicket and tries to force it to the leg side, but can't get it past mid-wicket. There's no run. So a better over this time from Groves. Adams just defends legged ball. So 4 better balls this over. And the crowd is starting to fill up. There's a few more people, certainly the far end of the ground now. Adams cuts this one away. He's just wide enough of the backward point and they can come through for a single. Over to our right there's some supporters with the Blaze flag, I think that is. Halfway along there, so I was going to say the Blaze Army, but I think there's only 2 of them. I don't know if that constitutes an army. But they're certainly Blaze supporters.
Nice to see them make the trip down.
Yeah. Moves in again. Kemp flicks that away on the leg side, doesn't really get hold of it. There's no run. End of the over, so just the 1 run off that over. and Hampshire are 106 for 3 with Adams on 37, Kemp on 28, and we've had 24 overs.
Yeah, last time I was here commentating on a Metrobank one-day cup fixture, if I recall correctly, Hampshire are in a bit of a pickle to start with, again, with the bat, and then Georgia Adams comes out into the middle and scores her with a nice looking century and really steered the ship.
Yeah, she's bailed out Hampshire out a lot of times over the years. Hampshire and Vipers, to keep reminding ourselves it was previously Vipers.
Georgia Elvis in to Adams now, who's forward and blocks this into the ground, and it bounces so high over Georgia Elvis's head that mid-off has to come round to field.
That in itself shows there's a bit of bounce in the wicket when you can play a defensive shot onto the ground and it bounces over the bowler. It shows that there's a bit of bounce in this wicket, as we saw in McCarthy was bowled.
Elvis in now, a little bit of width, and Adams opens the blade and runs this just behind backward point, and will be able to come through for a couple of runs here as well. Yeah, it was back in May, that fixture against Essex, and they won by 17 runs. Georgia Adams posted 110, Rihanna Southby scored 61. As Elvis makes her way in from the hotel end now, and this one on leg stump is turned into mid-wicket. They'll quickly come through for another run. And that's backed up with a bit of a wayward throw to Sarah Bryce with the gloves. Run rate's pushed up to 4.45.
Yeah, the run rate started off very quick and then we had a little lull, but very healthy now.
Elvis round the wicket to the left-handed Kemp, who drives with a full blade down towards a wide long on. Brings Georgia Adams back onto strike. She's moved on to 40. In runs Elvis now away from us, and this one down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, and they'll be able to come through for an extra run as well. So she'll have to re-bowl that one, as umpire Neil Banton raises both his arms stretched wide towards the scorers up in the scorebox, towards the Shane Warne stand. Kemp on strike, taps her bat low, and then now off the back foot hits us a little uppishly down towards long on once again for a single, which means it brings Georgia Adams back onto strike. And she really likes that long on region. She plays very straight down the ground as Freya Kemp. Elvis at the top of her mark. Runs away from us, slightly fuller delivery down the leg side again, and she's been stumped.
Yeah, she's been stumped.
It's a wide delivery, but you can still be stumped off a wide, and that's some absolute sensational glove work there from Sarah Bryce. It happened in such a jiffy, and Georgia Adams unfortunately will have to go, she can't believe it, down the leg side, and just as Adams was looking to turn that just behind square, she's lifted her back leg up, and Sarah Bryce very, very quick to take the bails off. And, well, the Blaze, they get another wicket. Adams goes for 40, stumped Sarah Bryce off the bowling of Georgia Elvis.
Excellent piece of work there from Bryce. As you say, Nikki, it was a wide, but that makes no difference in terms of the decision. But it was a very quick bit of work, stood up to a seamer. And the sort of thing that turns games, that sort of, because they were struggling to see where a wicket could come from, Blaze, and then it just needs something special like that to do it. And you sort of felt that you were just saying that Adams has regularly performed in these sort of situations. It looked like she was heading towards another key innings today, and brilliant bit of work by the keeper has ended it.
Absolutely, commentator's curse coming into its full glory, unfortunately, there. But Georgia Adams departs after a well-scored 40 from 77. She's looking rather solid out there in the middle. But Sarah Bryce's glove work got the better of her this time round.
There's a bit of a delay. I don't know, is this the drinks? Yeah, I think it's the actual drinks break.
Yeah, they've taken the drinks break. They're going to take it at the halfway mark, but with the wicket falling just before you get to the end of 25 overs, they've decided to take it early. Why waste any more time, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been a lot of talk, of course, in the Test series about time that's taken to
I think
do certain
that's
things.
just been taken to a different level during the Test series.
Yeah.
Some of it's like, how far can you push it?
We certainly haven't seen any massages on the pitch or anything like that today.
Never say never.
Not yet.
Never say never.
Absolutely. Yeah, Freya Kemp's looking quite lonely out here because she's out in the middle, but her partner hasn't joined her yet. She just stood around while the Blaze are having their drinks. Abby Norgrove is starting to move out now. But yeah, I think that probably...
She's nearly walked off herself, actually, Freya Kemp. She's headed towards the dugout.
I think she was wondering what to do. She just stood out there watching all the Blaze having their drink and team talk and presumably a very positive sort of vibe, and just felt a bit lonely, I think.
Yeah, she's pretty much one step away from the boundary line, but she's been joined by Abby Norgrove, who's making her way out into the middle, and both of them just strolling beside each other, taking their time.
So Hampshire have to rebuild again. And yeah, as I say, sometimes you can sort of see a wicket coming and the fielding side building pressure, but that seemed to be, it was hard to see where a wicket was coming from, and then it came from a wide. So, you know, it's moments like that that can be really key in the game. It's a brilliant bit of fielding or wicket keeping or a fantastic catch. Completely, it's what the fielding side need when things aren't really going their way for a spell. And Sarah Price has certainly delivered there. So 114 for 4. Drinks being taken off the pitch, or the empty drinks, I guess, are taken off the pitch. And a wicket for Georgia Elwis on a, say not a return to this ground. I'm sure she's played here a few times since she left, but former Vipers player, Vipers stalwart, who has made the move now to the Midlands, where she has a coffee shop, I believe.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure if it's a shop or a mobile coffee business, but
That's pretty cool. I wonder how good her coffee art is
Yeah.
in that case, because I'll tell you what, Phil, tried to do some coffee art on my coffee this morning. I've recently brought myself one of those big the proper coffee machines that grinds your beans and then does all of that, and I've got the milk frother, and I tried to do some coffee art this morning. Tried to do a heart. Unfortunately, it looked like everything but a heart.
perhaps let's have a word with Georgia Elwis.
Maybe.
Pick her brains on that. Anyway, we're going to have Groves bowling again from the pavilion end, bowling to the left-handed Kemp, so she's round the wicket. And Kemp just leans forward and just drops that in front of her. There'll be no run. So still got 4 fielders out. They might tighten up a bit on the new batter, I would have thought, when she's on strike. Into Kemp, and Kemp's down the wicket and drives this to long off for a single. And that brings Norgrove onto strike. And they do bring the field in, long off and long on, both up now to the edge of the ring. And there's now 6 fielders in the ring. 2 out on the leg side and still a cover sweeper. As Groves bowls and Norgrove, looked like it turned and bounced a little bit. She went to leave it, but it sort of, it bounced a bit more than other deliveries have. So Groves finding her rhythm now. It's down the leg side, and that'll be a wide. Good take again from the keeper. Certainly one of the top keepers around. There's a lot of good keepers on the women's circuit, but Sarah Price right up there at the top end. Norgrove's in again, and this one's cut away by Norgrove. See her off the mark.
I definitely think two of the best keepers in the women's game are currently playing in this fixture.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Down here at the bowl.
But I think generally the standard of keeping is very good.
It has. It's improved a lot, especially in.
And sort of England queuing up as the sort of England backup keeper, I suppose. Groves, Kemp drives that down to long off for a single. And Amy Jones has made that position her own in the England side. But there's a lot of contenders now to be the next one in line. Not Sarah Bryce, of course. She's a Scotland player. Although I guess that means she can still qualify to play for England at some point. I'm not sure on that one. This one's Groves. Tosses up and Norgrove plays to backward point for no run. I think Sarah Bryce. I think the Scottish girls do qualify to play for England, but if they go that route, it changes their status for things like the Women's IPL and the WBBA.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit confusing, isn't it?
So they then wouldn't be able to play as an associate player, and they might not get a contract. So I think that's another reason now why players maybe don't move so easily from an associate country. But either way, she's a very, very good keeper and could play at any level, I think, to be honest.
Elvis in for her third over now.
Again, we've got a sort of unusual fielding position, a very short swinging mid-on.
Elvis round the wicket to Kemp. Off the back foot, just gets us wide of that silly mid-on fielder. Down towards a conventional long on and comes through for a single.
Still very sunny, very bright here at the Utilita Bowl. There are a lot of clouds, but they don't look very threatening.
Elvis in now, and she falls to her knees as she completes her action here. Norgrove forward in defence, straight to mid-wicket. She makes her way back to the top of the mark. So her shadow is very short beside her. And runs in now, past umpire Neil Banton, and this one, nearly very close to Sarah Bryce, doing some good glove work once again.
I think that'll have to go down as a misstumping, actually.
I think so.
Well, we've just been praising her, rightly so, but that one's gone between bat and pad. I think she was overbalancing Norgrove, and that a stumping opportunity, not an easy one.
Elvis in now, Norgrove forward, and goes on the walk as she makes contact with this ball. It goes straight to extra cover. Run rate 4.46. 119 on the board. Hampshire, they've lost 4 wickets. Rihanna Southby first to 4, Maya Bouchier second. Elise Perry went for 2 and just lost the wicket off the skipper, Georgia Adams, scoring 40. As Elvis is in now, this one's been wrapped on the pads, and the shout goes straight to Neil Banton, and his finger goes up almost instantly. And well, the Blaze, they strike again, and this time it is Abby Norgrove who will have to go.
Yeah, that looked pretty straight from us. I've seen it again on the screen, and yeah, I don't think there can be much argument about that. Norgrove's trying to hit that through mid-wicket, and it's just shaking her a little bit, and she's missed it. And yeah, that's a fairly straightforward decision, I think, for Neil Banton.
She looked to turn that into the leg side, did Abby Norgrove, and perhaps a shot that probably just required a full face of the bat.
Yeah, a bit early in the innings to be hitting across the line like that, I think, maybe.
Yeah, especially with a delivery that was slightly fuller there from Georgia Elvis. Well, she's picked up 2 now. She's got 2 for 13, with 1 ball left to go to complete her third over. And well, the Blaze are well and truly back into this. They found their momentum again after it just starts to get taken away between a partnership of 50 between Freya Kemp and Georgia Adams. And well, Kemp's still out there in the middle now. She's on 33 from 39. I think it's very simple that her side will need her to stay through right till the end.
Nancy Harmon, the new batter.
her guard, taps her bat, and looks up as Elvis runs in now, and she's turned this behind square down towards fine leg. Will take the single, so she'll open her account. She adds 1 to the total, and after 27 overs, Hampshire 120 for 5. That partnership, actually, sorry, between Georgia Adams and Freya Kemp was worth 82 runs. So my maths was fairly off, but we've done it again, and it was worth 82.
Yeah, so a good 82 partnership, but unfortunately Wickets in clusters either side of it. 3 beforehand and 2 6. One since the partnership was broken, and Hampshire in a bit of trouble again at 120 for 5. What's the score, do you think? Oh, I know this is a changing target always, Nikki, but what do you think Hampshire would have been looking at the start of the innings, let's say, for the 50 overs on this particular wicket?
What would they have been looking at? I'd probably say 260, 270.
Yeah, I agree. I think that sort of score is probably part. Well, maybe that be.
It's slightly slower outfield.
Yeah, that might be slightly high. I don't know, but I think you'd certainly go 250 as a start point. But I think from here, they could still obviously get up to 250. But I think they probably lowered their heights a little bit. The wicket is quite bouncy, more so than we've seen.
We've got a slip in place here now for the new batter, Nancy Harman.
Yeah, and it's Groves in again, and Harman just defends. Harman it's got very bright yellow pads. We've commented before, the different shades of yellow of the Hampshire pads. Freya Kemp's got more sort of lemon-coloured pads, and
they're more mustardy, aren't they, for Nancy Harman?
Mustard's a good one. That's a really slack ball from Groves. That's well wide of the leg stump, too wide for Sarah Brace to gather cleanly, and they'll come through for the single as well as the wide, so 2 wides, but that was a really loose short ball that was almost off the cut strip, which of course would be a no ball and a free hit, but it was a wide. Groves in round the wicket. That's the same again, that's really wide, same sort of place, this time to a left-handed.
Freya Kemp can't believe it. She looks up and she's saying,
I think she's asking whether it's a no ball, but it actually was on the cut strip. It was well wide of the wide line, but it was just a wide. This time she's down the wicket to a full toss and smashes it over wide long on for 4. So Groves struggling a little bit in this over.
yeah, struggling to find her rhythm here, Josie Groves.
I think there's a bit of anger in that shot from Kemp as well.
I think more frustration than anger, because she's been there 2 balls where she's literally had to lunge beyond her flexibility to see if she could get anywhere close to it, but she hasn't. They've been given wide, and this ball, which was slightly straighter but much more loopier, she said, I'll have that.
This time down the wicket again, drives much more controlled shot down too long on for a single. Yeah, I think she was just a bit angry that wasn't given us a no ball, because obviously that would give her the one before. I mean, that would give her a free hit, but it was called wide. So Harman now on strike, crouching very low in her stance, and then stands upright as the bowler comes in, and just defends back to Groves. Plenty of time to bat. She often comes in with a few overs to go, but to play the sort of finishing role, but she's got a long time to bat here. She just defends that into mid-wicket. A little bit uppish, but well short of the fielder. Nancy Harman's had quite a successful loan period with Sussex during the T20. She played down there on loan and scored a few runs for Sussex. Now back in Hampshire. This is a shout for LBW there. Runs away on the offside, but they're going to scurry through for a leg by. Big shout as Harman just propped forward really, but in fact I'm not sure she had him in the leg by, so maybe there's a bit of a bat on it. But they've come through with a single anyway, and the score at the end of the 28th over is 129 for 5.
Kemp on 38. Harman with 1 to her name.
So they did give that as a leg by.
Georgia Elvis to continue from the hotel end.
And why not? 2 wickets for 14.
Presuming Hampshire's going to be looking at approaching this innings in stages now, as Elvis runs through and Harman is forward and pushes this to mid-on. There is no run. It's a lovely setting down here at the Utilita Bowl, especially on a nice sunny day. Especially those Blaze fans as well, if they've made the trip down. Slightly warmer down here as well. This one's just dropped off the back foot into the offside by Harman. She'll come through for a quick single. There's a shy at the non-striker's end, but she's made it in pretty swiftly.
Yeah, that's a good single.
Yeah, she's noticed that the fielders are pretty much on the ring here, so she's got time. Kemp on strike now, and that silly mid-on has come back into play. We've got a short third, backward point, deep cover, extra mid-off. As Elvis is in round the wicket, and Kemp lunges forward and plays this to Gordon, who's that extra cover. And then on the leg side, we've got a silly mid-on, a wide long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square. So there is a big old gap between deep square leg.
Strange field, isn't it?
Yeah, and behind the wicket, as Elvis runs wide of the crease round the wicket into the left-hander, who's played this straight to that silly mid-on fielder, who's got down, I think it's Lucy Hyam, who's kneed the ball across the wicket to Kirsty Gordon at extra cover. Apologies, it's Kirsty Gordon who's at that silly mid-on. Elvis in now to Kemp. Slower ball, and this time Kemp plays this into the leg side, down towards wide long off, and she'll come through for a couple. Come through for a single,
Just
sorry.
a single, yeah. It was parried by the silly mid-on, and they were looking for 2 because everyone else on the leg side is really deep. But the bowler did well, actually, because she realised the situation and chased it herself and kept them down to 1.
Elvis right arm over into the right-handed Harman now. Slightly back of a length. Harman pushes this off the back foot again. Drops it and runs. And Josie Groves, the fielder at point, picks it up. That will conclude the end of the over. 29 overs gone. Hampshire 132 for 5. Kemp on 39 from 44. Harman on 3 from 8. And well, Hampshire having lost 5 wickets so far in this innings. Southby, Boucher, Perry, Adams and Norgrove all to go.
I think we're going to have a change of bowling from the Bransgrove Pavilion end. It's definitely a seamer. To tell, as we said earlier, you can't actually see the numbers on the backs of the Blaze players. From us, but I think it. I can't tell who it might be Claridge. Anyway, the bowler we're not sure it is running and bowling. Harman's in it up to mid-off. Oh, it's Catherine Bryce actually.
Well, you were asking why she's not bowling.
Yeah, there she is. Didn't pick out that's who it was, I'm afraid, but it's Catherine Bryce. Starts off with a dot and then she comes again. This time it's just played off just behind square on the offside for no run. So, yeah, Catherine Bryce bowling. Sister Sarah stood up to the stumps. Got a backward point, extra cover mid-off and sweep on the offside boundary on the leg side. 3 in the ring. Long leg, hand 18 wicket. Harman drives this nicely through extra cover. This could go all the way. That's a really well-timed shot, but it's a really good stop as well out there. Excellent piece of fielding, but I think that's Georgie Boyce diving around the boundary at deep cover and keeps them down to 2. That looked like it might go all the way. Good shot from Harman. Very positive, got good stride in. Drove it away through extra cover. Bryce in again. This is straighter and Harman's chipped this on the leg side. think she's going to come back for 2 again. Yes, she is. Good running, good positive running. She's run very well since she's been in this small innings.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've covered a few of the Sussex games down at Hove this season, and whenever Nancy Harmon comes out into the middle, she's looking to score a run. She's always eager to get moving, and I think that's really important as well. Just keep things ticking.
Yeah, she's done well here. So this time she's just defending. No chance of any run there. So go straight back to the bowl. But it brings a good positive energy to the batting side, doesn't it? And obviously puts the fielding side on their toes a bit more when you get someone who's looking for that run all the time in that second run. Price in again. And this time Harmon just defends it into the onside for no run. This concludes another over. That's 30 overs gone. And Hampshire 136 for 5.
And on that note, I believe it's a cue for me to leave and make way for Amelia Clark, who's going to be talking you through the next 10 overs alongside you, Phil. We'll catch you in a bit.
Yeah, we'll catch you up later with you, Nikki. Enjoy your break. And yeah, Amelia's going to come back in. And she's going to come back in with Hampshire at 136 for 5, having to go through that rebuilding process again. But still plenty of time. And if these two can forge a good partnership, we could set up for some runs from the lower order.
Yeah, hi Phil.
Hello, Amelia.
It's a nice defensive shot there from the batting of Kemp. Is it my over or is it yours?
Yours.
Okay. Yeah, we've got Elvis on strike. She's 2 for 17.
Still got this unusual leg side field with the silly mid on and 3 out.
And there she comes in round the wicket, and that's beaten both mid wicket, and that's very nicely run away for 4. Phil, I think your mic's just a little low. Look at me. I think actually take the headphones off. I think you've got them round the wrong way. That might help. We'll just have a little change, and I've just seen that. There we go, and then the mic is there. We go. That's probably a little bit better. Can I hear you a bit clearer now?
So the listeners will be pleased that I hadn't heard me for the last 10 overs, I'm sure. Thank you for that.
That's all right.
Yeah, good shot from Kemp there. Just found that gap on the offside.
Whistling again round the wicket, and this is very nicely that's cut away, and that's gone. Nice hook shot there. Sort of well in between a hook and a pull shot, and Kemp moves that away.
Yeah, and found the gap between the two fielders crucially on the leg side. Two fielders out there on the leg side boundary, but it's gone right in the middle of those. Yeah, it was a pull shot really. It's not high enough for a hook, but certainly a cross-batted shot, and a very effective one. Kemp up to 47.
It is indeed, yeah. So 2 boundaries off the last 2 balls on the Elvis bowling. And she's in again, shorter ball, and this is up in the air, and this is a chance of a catch. If someone can get under it, and it's landed safely. Oh, Freya Kemp would have had a heart in her mouth there as it's rolled away. Saved on the boundary as it rolled away, and I think they're going to get 3 off of that one.
Yeah, they are, which brings Kemp to 50.
A good innings from her.
As you say, Amelia, it was a top edge. But as we have been saying, there's no fielders on the leg side other than the silly mid-on and everyone else on the boundary, so it landed in no man's land and almost ran away to the fine leg boundary for 4, but it was saved, only saving 1 run.
Yes, it was
definitely a full shot, but she'll take it.
yeah, absolutely. As she comes in now, Elvis over the wicket, and this is played into the leg side. And we've got 1 more ball left of the over. 11 off this so far, Elvis. She's 2 for 28 in her 5th innings. Over, sorry. She comes in over the wicket still. Harmon on strike. Balls, and that was going down leg side, but works it away nicely, does Harmon. And that's the end of the over there. 148 for 5. Yeah, the last time I was on, it was 119. And yeah, we've moved on quite a bit since then. A couple of wickets I was off for.
Yeah, the 2 wickets in that little spell of 10 overs. First the stumping off, brilliant stumping to get rid of Georgie Adams, and then an LBW call against Norgrove. And we're going to have Catherine Bryce again bowling to Nancy Harmon. Just resetting the field here. Bryce in, and that's turned away, maybe off the pad. You see off the pad, I think. It's going to be 1 as it trickles down to fine leg, and umpire Dovey signals a leg by. Hampshire up to 149 for 5. And Kemp now on strike. 2 batters having a little discussion mid-wicket. The field changes again, obviously for the left-hander. Again, we've got 3 out on the leg side for Kemp. And a straight wide mid-wicket, a single almost anywhere on the leg side, to be honest. This is outside the off stump, and Kemp has hammered that away, but straight to the field on the point boundary, cover boundary, for another single. That's Hampshire's 150. You can hear a bit of applause from the crowd, an ever-increasing crowd. And Harmon back on strike. As Bryce is in, and she plays that carefully, correctly, down to mid-on.
Yeah, that last ball also brought up the Hampshire 150. So moving along nicely there.
Yep. And again, Harmon goes to go over the top there and misses. I think she was trying to hit that back over the bowler's head, but it's gone straight through to Bryce. But it has prompted a field change, showing her intent, and they've now pushed mid-on back to long on. In again Bryce, and Harmon's turned that into the gap on the leg side, pick up an easy single. Moving her score up to 9. Hampshire 151 for 5. 100. Bryce in again, still over the wicket. And that's forced away by Kemp, and again a chase for the cover fielder, and this time she can't get there. She made the ground but couldn't quite stop it going over the boundary. That's another boundary for Georgia Kemp. The bowler doesn't look too impressed, I must admit. Yes, sorry, Freya Kemp, not Georgia Kemp. I'm mixing up 2 batters there.
That's all right.
So yeah, Freya Kemp on to 55, and Hampshire up to 155 for 5 at the end of 32.
Yeah, the partnership of Kemp and Harmon already worth 22. They've moved along nice and quickly.
Very important one, because although all the rest of the Hampshire players will have some sort of batting expectation, you'd have to say the tail, well, Lindsay Smith at 8 is a decent number 8, but we don't expect a lot of runs from the bottom 4, let's put it that way.
Elwes in, and this is pushed away nicely.
So a lot of pressure on these 2. So the last 2 specialist batters.
Well, they don't look like they're in under sort of any pressure. They look quite comfortable out there. They look quite calm, and they know their job. As Elwes comes in, left arm round the wicket, and this is up, and this is gone out of the grounds. It's a big boundary for Nancy Harmon. Nicely driven away there.
This is Kirsty Gordon bowling and come back into the attack.
Oh, thank you. The screen hadn't changed.
Yeah. She's come back on, but yeah, good shot there from Harmon.
So Hampshire moved to 161 for 5. Kemp on 55 off 50, and Harmon off 15 of 22. So Gordon once more, yet to get a wicket today, but she's been hit for 27 so far. As she comes in and bowls, and oh, this is a bit of a miss hit there, but it's found an edge, and it's running away to the boundary, and it has found the boundary. Very nicely off the Harmon bat there, down to deep third man.
Yeah, I don't think Nancy will be able to claim that she intended that, but It's very welcome runs, looking to play it on the offside.
Yes, indeed. As Harman waits on strike. And this is pushed straight to mid-wicket, but a slight bit of misfielding. They mean they get a 1. Yeah, the fielder at mid-wicket did all the work, but it was obviously hit so hard by Freya Kemp that it actually just sort of bounced out of her hands and ran away a little bit, but Gordon was able to pick it up. So we've had 11 off this over. Kemp on strike.
The field well spread now.
As Gordon comes in, and this is pushed straight back to her by Kemp, and she'll do her own fielding. We've had 32 overs in the day. We've still got 17 in this Hampshire innings while they bat. As Gordon comes in, and Kemp looked to use her feet but didn't quite get in the right position. She'll just get the 1 for it. And that's the end of the over. 12 off of that for Hampshire, so very positive over that one. 167 for 5.
Yeah, this partnership's building well, and I think Blaze are needing a bit of inspiration again, like they did with the stumping of Georgia Adams. That was a sort of out of the blue wicket, really, from a leg side wide, but that's the sort of thing that lifts the fielding side, as I said at the time. We're going to have Catherine Bryce, continuing from the pavilion end. She's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Kemp. Again, we've got 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Bryce in. Kemp hitting through the offside, but it's just been slightly fumbled by extra cover, and they're going to come through for 2. She deflected it away from the mid-off fielder, and they managed to come through for a couple of runs, which is the 50 partnership in very quick time of just 38 balls from these two. So a good rebuilding partnership, but at a good rate as well. So good stuff from this Hampshire pair.
Absolutely, it's nice to see they've done it in quite a quick succession as well. They've been able to get out there and get moving.
Bryce in again. Kemp drives it back over the bowler's head, well over her head. It's going to go down to a long one coming round, pick up a single. I'm going to give a shout out to one of our listeners. I hope he's listening, but I've been asked to. Barry Smith from Bournemouth, who's visually impaired and can't watch cricket anymore, sadly, but is a devout listener to Radio Solent Cricket, I'm told. Price in again. This one's driven by Harman, but she's not going to get it past mid-on. So I hope you're listening, Barry, and if you are, you're enjoying the commentary, and thank you for your continued listening of Solent Cricket. And I hope it's nice and sunny down there in Bournemouth. This one's just turned away by Harman for a single into the leg side.
Thank you to those of you who did email hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk about the sound issue. I think we have that sorted now, but thank you for letting us know.
This one's driven down the ground to a long off for a single. Was that the sound issue of my microphone being in the wrong
yes,
place?
I think so. It's all right.
Yeah, so
We've worked it out now.
Apologies for that.
That's all right. It happens to the best of us.
This one's just defended by Harman, but again, set off straight away. Both of them come through for the single. So they've run very well. Harman does inject that sort of positivity into the running when she comes to the wicket. And it's taken Hampshire up to 173 for 5 at the end of the 34th over. So interestingly poised game, Amelia. I think there's been phases of this innings where both sides would consider themselves on top at certain points, but I think at the moment, I have to say it's pretty evenly balanced.
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, there's.
I I think if
It's been
Hampshire
swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
yeah, I think if Hampshire can get up to about 250,
God, they'd be
I think that's a good score on this
Yeah.
deck.
against this team as well. The Blaze are in a good nick as well at the moment as Gordon comes in. She's round the wicket and that's played straight to mid-wicket by Harman. Yeah, partnership of 54 so far. McCarthy and Elwes have been sort of the only 2 wicket takers today, but they've cleaned up as that's defended back down the track, and a big plume of dust kicks up as
Yeah, there
Gordon
was.
finished.
I guess all these wickets around the country are very dry.
Once again comes Gordon and flighted, and that's defended nicely by Harman. As you say, the Blaze team in the field have remained loud throughout, haven't they? Sometimes you get a bit of dip, you know, a quietening period within fielding teams, but these guys have stayed incredibly loud as Gordon comes in once more. And this has just worked onto the offside, but no run.
I don't know if they're all part of it, but sometimes teams do a sort of rota,
Yeah.
like a 10 over rota, where they say for a couple of fielders, right, it's your 10 overs and you do all the shouting, and then
Right.
the next 10, a bit like the commentary team,
Yeah.
you know, we do 10 over stints.
As that's just played back to Gordon. So far, nothing off this.
So it could be that, or it could just
Yeah.
be that they're all loud all the time. I don't know. But
Yeah.
it's good. It's good to hear. You know, they're obviously all very much up for this.
As Gordon comes in again, and that's just pushed back to her. Moving through at quite the rate now as Gordon gets a maiden over, a second of the innings.
Yeah, she's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 33. Obviously one of the key bowlers for Blaze captain. Played a few times for England a few years ago, Kirsty Gordon, but then realigned herself with the country of her birth, Scotland, and now plays for Scotland again. But certainly played for England in the T20 World Cup, I believe, in the Caribbean. We're going to have Bryce continuing from the pavilion end. Going to bowl to Kemp, who's on 60. This is wide of off stump, and Kemp drives, but isn't going to go wide of the deep cover fielder, so just going to pick up a single. Throw comes back into the keeper. Nancy Harman has to dodge out of the way to avoid it hitting her.
174 for 5 at Hampshire. Last wicket being Abby Norgrove.
Bryce in again. That's on the leg side, and Harman works it away. So that fielder's been kept very busy out there at deep mid-wicket for Nancy Harman, deep cover for Freya Kemp, but a lot of balls gone out there. It's Lucy Hyam out there. Another single. Seagull flies right in front of us, but doesn't impair our view. This time Kemp drives, and that's going to be wide long off, but she's making good ground and getting round there. And Kemp wanted 2, but Harman actually sent her back this time. It's just going to be 1. So Kemp moves up to 62 from 57 balls. And Nancy Harman back on strike to Bryce. She drives this up to long on for another single. So singles coming fairly comfortably for Hampshire here. Sort of that phase of the game where Hampshire are probably happy to go along at 4 or 5 and over, and
Yeah.
the Blaze are reasonably happy to let them go along at 4 or 5 and over. It's a bit of an on-pass situation just at the moment, but I'm sure something will happen soon to change that. That's Catherine Bryson again. That's short outside off stump, and that has changed because that's a boundary to Kemp. That was a poor ball from Bryce, and Kemp was able to just throw the bat at it. I don't think she hit it exactly where she wanted to, but it went in the gap between short third and backward point and flew away for 4. There's no cover out there. So Kemp's continuing on a merry way here, moving up to 66. A strike rate of 113. She always scores very quickly, Freya Kemp. You know, she's naturally aggressive
Yeah,
batter.
you can see that from her strike rate. I mean, 66 off 58 is impressive.
And that's pretty standard for her, really. And this is flicked away on the leg side. She doesn't score off that ball as it goes straight to square leg for a dot ball. And the end of the over, Hampshire 181 for 5, and we've had 36 overs.
Yeah, we have indeed. As this partnership now is worth 62 of Kemp and Harman. Kemp on 66 off 59 balls, and Harman on 24 off 35.
Yeah, good contribution this from Nancy Harman. She's not always had the opportunity with Hampshire to bat for this length of time. She often comes in near the end of the innings, but she's with a specific sort of role. But I think today she's got a much more opportunity to play a longer innings, and so far she's doing it very well.
Well, the cloud cover has come over a little bit here at the Utilita Bowl. Not quite as bright as it was this morning as Gordon comes in, left arm around the wicket, and this is driven over the head of mid wicket, but straight to the long on, and they'll get the one from it. Yeah, this morning it was bright, it was warm and sunny, and it's still warm, but just not quite sunny. And
Forecast for no rain. I saw, well, no rain predicted.
yes.
So, yeah, the clouds are quite high, but as you say, a lot of them around.
Gordon once more in she comes, and this is an attempt at sort of working around the corner. Comes Kemp, and she looks to the umpire as if to say, how is that not wide?
I thought it actually flicked her on the way through, but she does look upset it wasn't given.
Yeah, maybe that's what the umpire thought as well. Gordon once more in, and Kemp uses her feet and drives this down the ground, but finds long off, and she'll get the one for it. 183 for 5. New Hampshire, they've got just over 13 overs left in this innings. We've got a cut-off at 1:45, but that's within the hour, so just over the hour. So I think we'll be under that.
Should be.
As long as the spinners keep going. As Gordon comes in, and this is just work leg side.
Because Freya Kemp very much on the radar of the England selectors, not least because they're always looking for left-handed options. We don't get many, and Freya is one of those.
Gordon, Kemp just blocks that.
So I think the England selectors would be pleased if she can get some scores under her belt. She'd certainly be somebody still very young, of course, even though she's been around a long time. Certainly somebody that they would be keeping an eye on, I'm sure.
Gordon in again, and just flighted and just work down the ground. She'll do her own fielding. Yes.
Oh.
Oh, good God. Sorry. Phil's just knocked a glass of water over. Just move that.
Yeah, I'm having a good day here, really.
Yeah, electric's out of the way. And I will, if you carry this, I'll find some towels.
Yeah, okay. So, yes, we've got a bit of an accident-prone day here in the commentary position today, mostly caused by me, I have to say. But all right, it is only water, I can guarantee that. And we're going to have change of bowling at the beginning. It's going to be Grace Ballinger back into the attack. I opened the bowling from that end, bowled 5 overs earlier on, 5 wicketless overs, but she's now back into the attack. Gonna have a second go from that end. Freya Kemp on strike. Still a lot of shouting from the place fielders, a lot of good encouragement. As Kemp tries, but she's not going to get that through. No run there. 2 extra cover. Staying on 183 for 5, Hampshire. Amelia's doing a really good clearing up job here. As Ballinger comes in, that's down the leg side. Must have flicked Kemp's pad because that's not been given a wide either. And Amelia's back,
Yep.
You've done a cleaning up duties. Thank you for that.
That's all right. Thought straight quickly before the we all go down with the electrics getting wet, but no, all good.
And Ballinger now. Sorry, it's not Ballinger. Sorry, I've been distracted here.
That's all right.
It's not Ballinger bowling. It's
McCarthy. She's changed ends.
It is McCarthy. I got fooled by the side of the wicket she was bowling, but she's bowling round the wicket, which I was thinking it was a left arm over bowler for the first couple of balls. I just realised
right.
stupidly that it's actually a right arm bowler, and it's Cassidy McCarthy, who took 3 for 17 in her first spell of 6 overs. Really tore the heart out of the top order. 3 big scalps in Bouchier, Southby and Perry, and now back on. She comes in to Harman, he goes to hook, doesn't really get hold of it, but it's going to get 1, and it's going to come back for 2 actually. The fielder at the fine leg was a bit slow there, didn't really react. They're looking at each other like they were both leaving it to each other, the 2 fielders out the leg side boundary. Should not really have been 2, but there was. Good awareness from Nancy Harman and Freya Kemp. But yeah, not pleased. But again, McCarthy using the short ball tactic. And this time it's Fuller, and Harman just pushes it up to extra cover. Yeah, it's interesting that McCarthy's the one bowler that's tried to really hit the deck and get some bounce out of this. And she's tried the short ball. It worked to get Southby out, of course. He's had a couple of other batters in trouble. So McCarthy in again. This one's Fuller. Harman just drives it back to the bowler. And we've had 38 overs.
We have indeed, yes. Well, as we are watching the Hampshire women, the Hampshire men are currently 207 for 6 in their first innings. There's been 64 overs. And they're on day 2 there against Worcestershire. Surrey lead Durham, also in that County Champs One Day Cup. Division 1, sorry. Not One Day Cup. Surrey lead Durham by 151 runs with 1 wicket remaining. Essex are 452 for 5 against Warwickshire. Somerset are 388 for 8 against Nottinghamshire. And Yorkshire trail Sussex by 149 runs with 9 wickets remaining. And elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup, we've got Lancashire women are 190 for 1 with 15 overs remaining. They've had a very nice innings. Durham are 175 for 5 with 15 left, and Warwickshire are 182 for 6 against Surrey. As Hyams coming in from the hotel end, she's coming around the wicket, and that's worked very nicely down the ground, but found long off by Kemp, who moves on to 69.
That's a good recovery from Warwickshire, because they were about 50 for 5.
They were indeed, yeah.
Interesting, they're called Warwickshire, but in the T20 they're called Bears, aren't they? So
yes.
It must just be a T20 brand.
Hyam again, she's now going to come over the wicket to Harman, who waits on strike, and this is just worked away onto the leg side nicely, and they'll get the 1.
I think that mirrors what they do in the men's game. I think they're called the Bears in the T20 Blast, aren't they?
Yeah. So 2 off this over so far, the first 2, and to Kemp, she's back around the wicket, goes Hyam, and Kemp gets a lot on this, and that's pushed nicely into the leg side, and that's gone. That has gone into the offside very nicely, and that moves Kemp on to 73. Yeah, she saw that one coming from a while away, didn't she? Yeah,
just rocked onto the back foot and hit it in front of the fielder out on the cover boundary. Had time to sort of pick that spot and hit through extra cover. Very measured innings this, though she's scoring quickly. Kemp's keeping her balance and keeping her shape.
I am in, and this is again worked right down to long on, who will come up. Just the 1. 7 off this over so far. Hyams 0, none for 25. It's a 6th over. Hampshire 193 for 5, and Harman on strike. And that's worked down to her leg side. A positive from Hampshire here. They're getting the score moving a little bit more. As Hyam comes in, and this is defended again by Harman.
Yep, so 193 for 5, 11 overs remaining. And that 250 looks well in range for Hampshire. Now.
It does indeed, 11 overs left.
We're saying 250 because that's just a random figure that we're working on. Hampshire might have totally different ideas, but it's a sort of it's that 5 and over target, which is always going to be something to bowl at. But they could well get more than that here. Certainly, if these two stay in for the majority of the 11 overs, they probably will. And it's McCarthy going to come in for 8th over, 3 for 20 so far. This is short, slower ball I think, and Kemp just waited for it and forced it out to mid-wicket. She wanted 2 then, but Harman said no. So just a single. And Kemp goes up to 75. Everyone out on the leg side now for Harman. There's a single anywhere she wants on that side, the wicket. And she does exactly that, just turns it away. Square leg comes in quickly.
Yeah, it's nice, clever cricket from her, isn't it? Just
yeah, I mean,
that field.
It's again going back to both sides are happy there. They were happy to give her the single. She was happy to take the single. Everyone's happy. Move on to the next ball.
Yeah, indeed.
McCarthy round the wicket. Kemp short. Kemp pulls to mid-wicket just for a single this time, mid-wicket boundary. Yeah, that short ball tactic again for McCarthy. She's obviously being used for that role.
Yeah, and I mean it's proved very well in the opening stages of this innings.
Well, I think it's because she uses it just quite sparingly. It's every time she's bowled one, it's sort of caused something to happen. This time that's a poor ball wide of the off stump, and it is a wide. Didn't quite get that one right. So another run to the Hampshire total, and another ball for McCarthy to bowl.
Yeah, just the 10 overs left in this innings after this last couple of balls.
McCarthy in. Oh, and this was going to be 4 to Harman. She's got enough bat on that. Certainly not where she intended, but it's gone wide of the keeper, off the outside edge, and run away to the third boundary. Very fine. And that brings up 200 for Hampshire. This partnership is certainly turning this innings round for the home side.
Yes, it is indeed. I mean,
and a bit fortunate there, Harman, but she's given it a bit of width and threw the bat at it, and there's quite a fine short third fielder actually, but it went between her and the keeper. McCarthy in again short, and Harman's on the back foot and just defends. There'll be no run. Just one ball remaining of the 40th over. And I'll be handing over to Nikki at the end of this over. Hopefully leaving her a nice dry area after Amelia's tidying up. This one Harman drives back to the bowler on the bounce. There's no run. And that's the end of 40 overs, and I'll be passing over to
thank you, Phil.
Nikki Chowdhury for the last 10.
Yeah, Nikki's going to be joining me in a moment. And Hampshire 201 for 5. We've had 40 overs. We've just got the 10 remaining. Freya Kemp on 76 off 69, and Nancy Harman on 33 off 49. The current partnership, they've added 82. They joined together as the score was 119 for 5, and they've moved it to 201 for 5. And it looks as though Hyam is going to continue bowling from the hotel end. Hello, Nikki.
Hello, hello. Well, brilliant partnership between these two, isn't it? Coming together when they were 119 for 5.
Indeed, yes.
Now 201 for 5.
Yeah, Hyam in. And this is just defended nicely. Got Kemp on strike. She's still going well, 76 off 70. Hyam's just waiting, making sure she's happy with the field. So she's going to come around the wicket again to the left-handed Kemp. She's in, and this is flighted. This is a full toss. It's up in the air, and it's gone out past the boundary for a 6. It was a brilliant shot there from Freya Kemp. A little bit of a loose one from Hyam, and it's gone.
Oh, doesn't that look like a juicy full toss? Freya Kemp set out there in the middle and is not going to miss out on that. She'd be licking her lips. It's like getting waffles served with whipped cream at breakfast. She was on to 82 at that boundary. That's an awfully loose delivery there from Lucy Hyam, who's into her 7th over.
Yes, if we could see their eyes, I think we could see her eyes light up at that one. As Hyam comes in, controlled delivery, but Kemp's got that one, and it's gone again, exactly the same position. Brilliant shot there. Oh, she's got her instructions at 10 overs to go. Go for it.
Yeah, well, she's done exactly the same thing. That's gone straight over the boundary line. 6 runs down on one knee, and well, Lucy Hyam, I'm afraid to say, she's bowled right into the arc there of the left-handed Freya Kemp. And she's found the gap right between deep mid-wicket and long on. Bang in the middle.
Hyam in again. Let's see what Kemp does with this one. This is instead played into the offside, and they'll just get the 1 for it. They turn and look for 2 and decide against. As Harmon called Kemp off on that one. And yeah, that first boundary was a no ball, so they will actually get another ball of this over that Hyam will have to bowl. She's currently none for 39. Harmon on strike. She's going to come over the wicket. Just having a slight change in the field. Calling 1 up on the offside. She comes in. And this is played down the ground, and they go for 1. It's a quick one, and oh goodness me, there was a bit of a tumble at the bowler's end. Nancy Harmon sort of ran into Hyam. She was trying to move into position as the throw came in, but they've, I think, had a word to each other, and they're okay, and the apologies were made by Nancy Harmon. Hyam did quite well of rolling out of that one. 216 for 5 move Hampshire. Conversation with the fielder for Hyam. Currently been hit for 14 off this over with 2 balls left. She comes in round the wicket to Kemp, and this is pushed straight into the offside, finds the fielder.
I think what's important is, just like you said, we've got last 10 overs and Freya Kemp is looking to accelerate and try and get as many on the board. But she also quite fancies batting against Lucy Hyam, so she doesn't want to hit her for too many that she gets taken off.
Oh, and this one's wide and carries through. Yeah, I think absolutely, you know, she's trying to make the most of it, but not, you know, get caught out.
Yeah, not cause too much damage that Kirsty Gordon thinks, oh, right, need to take her off, because then it means that Kemp will have to adjust to a new bowler or a different bowler. So you just have to milk her enough.
Indeed. Well, this will be her 8th ball of the over. As she comes in now, after that last one was a wide, and that's beaten the offside fielder, and that's been well saved on the boundary, so they'll get 2 for it, but no more. So yeah, big score off that last over. 219 for 5. That does also bring up the 100-run partnership for Kemp and Harmon. It's been done in 86 balls. Kemp's got 58 of those and Harmon 34. In just under 50 minutes, these two have accelerated the Hampshire score by quite a way.
Yeah, lovely partnership between these two. Really just put their head down and got themselves busy, which is exactly what the situation demanded, and that's exactly what they've done as well. 9 runs shy of her century here, Freya Kemp. As Georgia Elvis has been handed the ball, she'll be coming back into the attack, but this time from a different end. She'll be coming in from the pavilion end. This time, Freya Kemp is 20 years old.
I would have said she was older than that, you know. She plays with such experience.
Plays with so much maturity, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's as if she's been batting for years. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Elvis in to Harmon. His back foot just drives this down the ground towards long on. Elvis dives to her right, trying to stop the ball, but in vain. It just beats and scurries underneath her.
She sort of just laid flat in a sort of starfish position for a little while, actually. The Hampshire girls had to really run round her, and even when the fielder looked up to throw it in, they sort of realised, oh, you're still on the floor. Yeah, I think she was a bit disappointed not to stop that one. $220 for 5 for Hampshire.
Georgia Elvis coming round the wicket to the left-handed Freya Kemp. And this time Kemp off the back foot turns this down towards wide long on, comes through for the single. She moves on to 92.
Indeed, yes. Well, let's have a look elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Warwickshire women are 205 for 6 with 13 left. That's quite a good get back, as early on they were about 75 for 5, so they've done well there.
Harmon this time off the back foot just plays this into the mid-wicket region. There's no short mid-wicket in, so deep mid-wicket has to come in and do all the work. Gives these two enough time to get through for a single.
Durham are 197 for 5 against Somerset with 11 overs left. Lancashire are 217 for 1 with 11 overs. They've had a great innings.
Elvis in now. Kemp forward, up over and down the ground. One bounce too long off. We'll take the single.
From a Hampshire men's point of view, they're 211 for 6 on day 2. They've had 67 overs.
Elvis in now, and a thickish outer edge from Harmon. That's going to race away down towards the boundary, but it gets drawn in just before. They'll be able to add 2 to the total. And that takes them to 225.
If you do want to get in contact, it's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. If you're listening in the ground or elsewhere, do let us know.
This time worked off the hips this time by Nancy Harmon down towards deep mid-wicket. Another easy single. This run rate is staying around that 5.3 mark.
Yeah, they did well. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 off that last over. So positive from both of these two, and moved, yeah, 107 partnership, 226 for 5. Got just the 8 overs left. The Blaze are beginning to race through these overs. The spinners very much obviously helping with that, not wasting a lot of time in between with their long run-ups, which they don't have. We're going to have back, it looks like at the moment, Hyam, but we're just waiting for confirmation of that at the hotel end. She has already bowled 7, so she's still got a little bit of scope to bowl a few more, but we'll just make sure of that. 5+1 here. Hampshire have done very well. It's 226 for 5. The Blaze took some very early wickets. McCarthy taking 3 and Elvis taking 2. As the field is just changing a little bit. It looks like, yeah, we are going to have a change in bowling, and it's going to be Ballinger from the hotel end. She's going to come left arm around the wicket, and Kemp's driven that very nicely down. So Harmon's driven that, and they're just going to get the 1. So now that Kemp's on strike, I imagine Ballinger will come left arm over the wicket, change sides again. His fielders kept busy with this right left arm combination. As Ballinger stands at the top of her mark, just make sure she's happy with the field. Kemp also just has a look round, make sure she knows where each fielder is. 3 up inside the circle on the left side, and in she comes, and that's a full toss, and worked away leg side. They're just going to go for the 1. All the fielders on the leg side out. Other than sort of a third man who's inside the circle, no slip. Well, we've had 2 a ball so far, and we've had 2 off the over, so Hampshire will be happy to just keep ticking along like this. I think the Blaze will be okay with letting them. Still looking to break through somewhere, as this is to Harman round the wicket, and again, it doesn't go quite exactly where she wanted it to, but it does ping off.
Kemp on to 94 here. Harman on 41.
Ballinger in again as Kemp waits on strike over the wicket. It's worked down the ground, but will be stopped just in front of the boundary. So we've had again 4 balls in the over, 4 off the over so far. As Harman waits on strike, she's coming around the wicket. Oh, and this is just defended nicely.
Yeah, just popped on her a little bit, and she hits that into the air, but it lands safe.
So Ballinger walks to the top of her mark. Just stands and makes sure. She always has a moment to compose herself at the top. And she comes in, left arm around the wicket. In and bowls with length and defended back to her.
End of the over, 43 overs gone. Hampshire 230 for 5. Kemp now just 5 runs shy of that century, and Harman 9 runs shy of her half century.
Yeah, she's done well as Harman. She played really well against Surrey earlier in last week. Unfortunately, Hampshire losing that due to Duckworth-Lewis coming into play from some rain. We were here watching the men, and yeah, that was a bit of a shame. They played very well. They were bowling as well into a nice attack, and yeah, just didn't play into their hands. But Harman was a big part of that. Did a similar sort of scoring partnership as well with Kemp. Both be looking to get to that next big number for 150 equally. Well, that's gone. No, oh, has she caught it? No. Goodness me, that Kemp was lucky there. That went a sky high, and we thought it was going to be a boundary, and it was just, I mean, yeah,
it was a great effort from Josie Groves.
Fielder dove and just couldn't get under it. I think it bounced just as it went into her hands. 230 for 5. Ellis bowling from the pavilion end. And that's just struck away. They'll go for the 1. Is it my over or your over? I think it's your over, Nikki. I think I've been chatting too much.
Elvis making her way back to the top of the mark from the pavilion end. Looks down towards Kemp, who's on 96. And this time with the back foot. Just defends it. Just a few meters away. Leg side of the wicket. And Elvis will come round just to field as she completes her action.
Yeah, Kemp moves to 96, so she's only 4 away now.
She's forward and she drives 1 bounce to long off. She moves on to 97. She's going to take her time. She nearly, just nearly gave it away a couple of deliveries ago. and she would have been absolutely kicking herself.
But Nancy Harman also now on strike. She's looking for her half century. She's on 42.
Harman forward and takes a big swing across the line, and it goes straight to deep mid-wicket where it's fielded, and they'll come through for a single. Harman moves on to 43, and a ball left to go in this over. 4 runs from it so far. As Kirsty Gordon and Georgia Elvis just getting together, having a conversation. What are they going to do? They're going to try and make Freya Kemp really work for this 100, that is for sure. Not that she hasn't done so far. She's played a brilliant innings. She's just patiently waiting, is Kemp. Into the 90s, 97. 1 ball left to go. Elvis running in towards her. And she'll play this off the back foot, just round the corner, off the hips, through for a single, which means she will keep strike. Moves on to 98, and at the end of the 44th over, Hampshire are 235 for 5. So those 5 wickets falling today. So Brianna Southby first to go for 8. She was caught at mid-wicket trying to pull a ball. Short delivery just got a little bit too high on her, and she was caught by Catherine Bryce off the bowling of Cassidy McCarthy. And Maya Boucher was the second to go, again in a similar manner, off the bowling of Cassidy McCarthy again. And if you wouldn't believe it, Elise Perry went for 2, again caught by Catherine Bryce, off the bowling of Cassidy McCarthy.
Honestly, she was on form.
She had a good opening spell, did McCarthy, and then Georgia Adams came in and built a stable innings, and then unfortunately got herself dismissed for 40. A brilliant piece of glove work by Sarah Bryce. Stumped her off a wide delivery from the bowling of Georgia Elvis, and then we saw Abby Norgrove come out into the middle, scoring just 1, and she was trapped LBW off the bowling of Elvis as well. So 2 wickets for Elvis and 3 wickets for Cassidy McCarthy.
Ballinger in now, and right arm, left arm over the wicket, and this is swept away by Harman, who moves another inch closer onto 44 off 60. Kemp now on strike. She's on 98 off 83. Ballinger yet to get a wicket this morning. She's none for 26. She's had 6 overs into her 7th. For Kemp, she's going to come left arm around the wicket. As she comes in, and this is pushed very nicely, and it will find the fielder, but it's just going to get the next one. She's on to 99. As Nikki said earlier, she's doing this the slow way, but Hampshire won't mind. She's still there. She's still moving them a little bit closer to a really solid total every ball. And there's a little bit of discussion within the field. I think third man's just been taken out. Or a little squarer. Oh no, still. I think even that fielder was confused. Of course, we're looking at Kemp, so that's her leg side. So she's been taken out a fine leg and put into mid-wicket. Quite a few up now for Kemp. As Ballinger comes in, left arm over the wicket, and this is full, driven, finds mid-wicket, and will hold Kemp yet again at 99. She's not been able to just find that one yet, but I'm sure she will. 237 for 5 are Hampshire. We've got just 5 overs left in their innings. We came up with a score of 250 earlier, and we think it might be just about what they're on par for here, as Ballinger comes in, and this is driven down the ground, and it's going to be it's not going to be stopped on the boundary, and Freya Kemp brings up her 100 with a beautiful boundary right down the ground. Missed long on and long off, and absolutely brilliant.
What a beautiful way to bring up her century here at the Utilita Bowl. 103 from 86 deliveries, firmly struck down the ground, and well, that is a well and truly deserved round of applause there for Freya Kemp here at the Utilita Bowl. She's played an anchor role for her side, exactly what they needed. And I like the subtle celebration as well. She's kept it calm and composed. She still knows that the job is yet to be completed.
Ballinger wasting no time in again, and Kemp will have to deal with that one straight away. As just carries on, just gets a 1. Moves to 104 off 86. 87 now. Harman on strike now. Can she get to her half century? Well, with Kemp out there with her, you think absolutely. The two have made a really nice partnership. Played really well together. 242 are Hampshire for 5. As Ballinger comes in. She's going to be left arm around the wicket to Harman. This is a shorter delivery and it's worked leg side, and they'll go for 1. They look for 2 and they are going to take 2. It's going to have to be a quick one. Kemp's going to have to run a little bit faster, and a non-direct throw has meant she got in safe there. Big overthrow, but someone was waiting. So that brings up the end of the over. 244 for 5.
5 overs to go. And while they've managed to rebuild and put themselves in a better position, I think those early 3 wickets probably might have had them a little bit on the back foot. And then when they lost the 5th as well, they knew that they had to get their head down and get themselves busy, and they've done exactly that. Harman's playing a brilliant role in supporting Kemp as well, and by doing so she's moved on to 46 herself. Kemp on strike, she's on 104 against Georgia Elvis, who's in for her 8th over from the pavilion end. Sarah Bryce up to the stumps, and this one is played off the front foot down the ground towards long on, and there's got a bit of a misfield. It's come off the knee of Josie Groves, but that doesn't mean they'll come back for a couple. Kemp happy to stay at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I mean, it must be nice for Kemp out there. She knows she can trust Harman. She knows she doesn't have to keep squeezing those singles. She can just, you know, be happy to let Harman take the strike.
Harman forward and plays this to extra cover, and will quickly run through for a single. Rotating strike with purpose here, these two. Haven't played many dot deliveries since they've got together.
Well, it seems like the Blaze have been quite happy to just let them keep taking singles in the way that they've positioned their field sometimes.
Elvis in around the wicket, and Kemp forward, plays this into the offside, just chips this up down towards long off. 1 bounce to the fielder. 3 singles off this over so far, as Georgia Elvis huffs and puffs on her way back to the top of the mark. And she turns, looks down towards Nancy Harman, and sets off again. Passes umpire Rose Dovey. And this one is turned into the leg side for a single down towards deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, 4 off of this over so far. 248 for 5. These two keeping the score ticking along nicely. By the looks of it, they might go well past that 250 mark that we spoke about.
Round the wicket to the left-hander, Georgia Elvis, and she balls this one into the wicket. Short ball that's pulled away down towards deep mid-wicket, and Freya Kemp will walk through for a single here.
Yeah, she was almost doing a bit of the McCarthy tactic from earlier, those short balls trying to maybe cause a mistake, but Kemp saw that one coming and was able to avoid it.
Right arm over to Harman, another short ball. Harman sits back on the back foot, pulls this away, and wow, she's timed that to perfection, has found the placement to perfection. That's raised away for 4 runs all along the carpet, right between deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. 4 runs, and that big round of applause is because that is the way she has reached her half century as well. 52 of 65 deliveries. What a brilliant knock, and what a way to bring up her half century, along with the fact that Hampshire now have 250 runs on the board as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They look like they're in a much healthier position thanks to these two and the big work that they've done here. And yeah, it looks like they're really going to give the Blaze something to think about when they come in. Partnership of these two is 134. That's just what Hampshire needed at a time when it looked like their batsmen might be falling a little bit quicker than they wanted them to. So we're going to have bowling again from the hotel end. I think it's going to be Ballinger to continue bowling. Did do a spree of her bowling from the pavilion end, but she's had a change. She's going to come from the hotel end, and she's right arm in and over the wicket. And oh, that looked like it was going for a wide, but Kemp got a bat on it, and it's carried through. And they're going to go for 2, and they're going to get in safely for that. That was a nice running. A little bit of an overthrow, sort of wide throw into the bowler's end. Oh yeah, thank you. The scoreboard's a little bit slow, and it's actually Catherine Bryce bowling at this end. The scoreboard on the ground is a little bit slower than we are obviously talking. And yeah, Catherine Bryce in, and that's full toss. Caught well. Oh, it's going to be caught. Unlucky there for Kemp, for she's going to have to be dismissed on 109. That carried down to deep mid wicket there, and yeah, unfortunately, Kemp will have to go. 255 for 6.
Yeah, a slower delivery. Didn't quite come out how Catherine Bryce would have wanted it. It was a full toss, and Freya Kemp looking to get that one down the ground. And she's found long on with precision there. She sinks back into her crease, gets the full toss, doesn't quite get the elevation, perhaps a little bit too high on her. And well, she will have to go after a fabulous innings from her comes to a close. She's done what the team needed. She scored 109 from 92 deliveries as she makes her way off the field. But well and truly, job well done from Freya Kemp. She's getting a standing ovation from her team, and she makes her way back towards the dugout. That's exactly what they needed when they were in a little bit of a pickle at the start of their innings. They needed someone to go out there, dominate, take control. And well, Freya Kemp did exactly that.
And it will be Lindsay Smith coming in to join Nancy Harman in the middle here. Nancy Smith can carry her bat incredibly well. Fresh off her England duties after they had their series against India. She'll be looking to keep pushing this score forward. And Catherine Bryce is going to right arm over the wicket to her. And she's straight away off the mark into the leg side with a nice little block there. Just pushing it. It's Harman on strike. Exactly what Hampshire will want there. Yeah, Harman might have to play the next few overs just a little bit more cautiously if she wants to just carry on pushing this Hampshire forward. She's now got to think, yeah, Smith's good, but you know, she's fresh in as Bryce comes in, and Harman not too worried about that. She's happy to take the single. Works that down again to her leg side. Got faith in her counterpart, Lindsay Smith, to take strike again. 4 off this over so far. Bryce wastes no time and is straight in. This is driven down to the Lindsay Smith leg side, and again just happy to take the 1. Moves to 258 for 6. Got just 3 overs remaining at the end of this last ball. As Bryce comes in past the umpire and bowls, and this is worked nicely down the ground, and I think it's going to beat both the fielders on the leg side, and Harman's got that moving for a 4.
Yeah, she's found the gap perfectly once again. Just watching it back on the replay as Catherine Bryce bowls a full delivery in the slot, and she clears her front leg, gets the bat down quickly across the line and finds the gap along the carpet. 47 overs gone. Hampshire 262 for 6. And elsewhere in the county, I was going to say county championship. We're not looking at the county championship. We're looking at the Metrobank One Day Cup, because there's so much county championship cricket going on as well. Lancashire versus Essex. Lancashire 260 for 3. Somerset versus Durham. Durham 251 for 6. And Warwickshire versus Surrey. Warwickshire currently 237 for 9. They were in a little bit of trouble, Warwickshire, earlier on in their innings, but they've managed to rebuild, and that's thanks to Davina Perrin, who's gone out and scored herself a century, 113 off 125. Nat Wraith has also contributed with 47 with the bat, so a bit of stabilisation going on up at Edgbaston. Yeah, they were 32 for 5, Warwickshire at one point. This one is turned into the leg side by Lindsay Smith, and it goes down towards deep mid-wicket. And she'll come through for a single as Cassidy McCarthy comes back into the attack from the pavilion end, replacing Georgia Elvis. Comes in scampering. And this one played behind square by Nancy Harmon. She gets this little tickle onto it. It goes to 45, but enough time for her to run through for a single. Harmon on 58 into the 48th over here. McCarthy going to go right arm around the wicket to the left-hander Smith, who taps her bat. Clears her front leg, a slower ball, and she really has to wait for it. Ball nearly seems to be dying on her as this is hit across down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. Rotating strike quite nicely here, even though she's just come in. But she's doing her job, and that is just to assist Nancy Harmon out there in the middle. McCarthy jumps, skips and gallops. Slower ball as this one's played down the ground towards long on by Harmon. She runs the first one hard. She wants two. She shouted two. And they'll put their skates on and come back quite comfortably as well. And the fans here at the Utilita Bowl appreciate that effort as well as they put their hands together in applause. Looking at this field now, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, 45 on the leg side. We've got a short third, backward point, deep cover, extra and mid-off as in runs McCarthy, and oh my goodness, Harmon looks to make some space, but Cassidy McCarthy has absolutely launched that one in. It slipped out her hands and it's gone head height straight down to Nancy Harmon, who has to kind of like try to like save her head, like duck out the way of it. And it's been signalled a no ball. It's looking a little bit dangerous. And it's going to be a free hit though. Yeah, Harmon stepped outside her leg stump, looking to make room. I think McCarthy, in attempt to follow her, that one slipped and pretty much was a beamer. As this time she bowls this into the wicket. Harmon advances down the ground, trying to take her on, but this short ball has taken her on the shoulder and she looks to be in pain. She's gone down onto her knees almost instantly. That ball has gone directly onto the shoulder of Nancy Harmon. She was trying to take it on, and rather than make any contact with the bat, that's made full contact with her right shoulder, and she's holding it in pain right now.
Yeah, you can see she was in a lot of pain. I mean, Lindsay Smith went running straight over to her. The gloves were off straight away. She was down on her haunches and she's still very much doubled over. She's trying to get up now as the Hampshire physio is making a sprinting way on. She's been given a bottle of water as Nancy Harmon, and the physio will have a quick look at it. But yeah, you can see, as you say, you can see the pain straight away. She just walked away and she was straight down on her knees, and it was obviously, yeah, that's going to be a big bruise. And she looks to be okay. She's up back on her feet now, and maybe just the sting has dropped away from it a little bit. She's only got about 13 balls left.
It's definitely going to leave a sting. It's going to leave a mark for sure. Yeah. She'll have a warrior bruise to show for this innings, but it just allows her a bit of time to get some water down her, just shake off the shock as well. And maybe just allow that sting to go down a little bit as well. Talking about stings, actually, I mean, I was driving down from Sussex to the Bowl this morning, and this whole car journey, I've had my aircon on, right? Mm-hmm. Windows up, so obviously I'm not going to be wasting the aircon. And suddenly, out of nowhere, I hear a buzz, and it scared the living daylights out of me, okay? And I could hear it really close to me. Yeah. I would not believe there was a wasp, probably of the size of a 2p coin, in my car, hovering around my neck, and it looked like it was so angry that I screamed so loudly. I was scared it was going to sting me.
Goodness me.
I don't know how I got in. It was just like hiding in the car.
Yeah, it must have been like maybe she got in. That's often what they do. You know, as you open the door, they sometimes like nip in. Goodness me, that's not what you want when you're driving along the motorway.
I screamed so loudly, so quick to get that window down, and luckily it was hovering by the window and it flew out.
Gosh. I've known 2 people recently got stung by wasps when they've fallen out trees.
Well, Harmon's back on her feet, and so is McCarthy, who's in, and she just opens the face of the bat here, short ball, and just guides it down. She'll find the boundary. Well, that's one way of coming back from getting hit. Find the boundary, 4 runs to end the over. A little bit of an expensive over there from Cassidy McCarthy. And 48 overs are gone. Hampshire 272 for 6.
Yeah, we have a big field change here, and as they all move into place. Just have a quick look elsewhere. Warwickshire women are 239 for 10. So Surrey are going to need 240 to win. So Warwickshire all bowled out in the 42nd over. 262 for 6 are Durham women against Somerset. They've got 4 overs left. Lancashire women are 271 for 3. They've got 3 overs left as well, as we've got incoming. And that's just batted back. That's Bryce bowling as well. Yeah, she did well to stop that, as it was hit straight back to her by Smith. And Bryce. And again, the right arm over the wicket to Smith. And this is up in the air, but it's guided safely past. And it's all well kept in on the boundary. On the leg side, but they'll get 2 off of it. See, if we had like replay, I'm not sure if that fielder maybe just skidded into the rope ever so slightly as she did that, but we don't, and now umpires will have to take a word for it. Bryce carries on. It's a big ball. It's Yorker length, but defended well by Smith. Only a matter of balls to go. 9 left in this innings. Hampshire are going to be able to see it out, and I think at the beginning some fans would have been sceptical of that. And this is again driven down the ground, but finds long off straight away. They get 1 for it. Smith moves to 7. Harmon back on strike. She's on 64. 8 balls left. 275 for 6 are Hampshire. Bryce just waits, make sure she's ready. Harmon was just looking around, and again Yorker length, but driven down the ground, finds mid-on. They'll have 1 for it. I think the Hampshire women in the middle have decided this is just how they're going to tick along for those final few balls. 7 left. Last ball of Catherine Bryce over. She's 1 for 37. So it'll be the end of her 6th over. She comes in again and bowls. This is driven right down the ground. Will mid-on be able to get there? Yes, she slides in and stops it. And there's a quick 2 coming back, and due to the throw being a little bit too far to the left, they get in safe. And that moves the total on even further for Hampshire. So 278 for 6. Only 1 over remaining.
Final over to be bowled from the pavilion end. 278. Well, Phil Green asked me earlier what score Hampshire would have been eyeing up, and I said around 260, 270. And there's a reason I don't make predictions, because I'm always wrong. Well, they've superseded my prediction here, which is good. I've got 278 for 6. Harmon on 65. If you're just joining us, you've just missed out on a fabulous knock from Freya Kemp. Scored 109, and then just got herself dismissed. Caught down the ground at long on by Kirsty Gordon off the bowling of Catherine Bryce. As this one's a short ball and it's pulled away. It's a bit of a top edge as it runs down towards the boundary at fine leg. 4 runs to start the final over of this Hampshire innings.
Yeah, McCarthy was sort of crouched down there, just sort of looking, how did that happen? She started off in this innings really concise, good bowling, and it just feels like it's a little bit of a sort of show of the first over that she bowled, where it was a little bit chaotic, and yeah, maybe just the fatigue is setting in, and it's just not quite as precise as she would have liked. The ball being thrown back to the bowler has sort of got a bit of a misfield, so someone had to go fetching.
The ball's gone walkies. gone from the keeper to extra cover to over the bowler's head as McCarthy is in now, and this time this is pulled away behind square. Brilliant job on the boundary there. I think that's Lucy Hyam who comes round and cuts off a couple of runs. She saved 4, but it's allowed these two to get through for a couple. Harman on strike still. 278 for 6 here, Hampshire. Having won the toss, elected to have a bat against the Blaze, who are top of the table, as in runs Cassidy McCarthy again. And this time it's an inside edge. And they're going to come through for a single. Sarah Bryce quickly takes one glove off, picks the ball up and shies at the striker's end. Misses the stumps, but it's backed up. Extra cover.
If you are watching in the grounds or on the live stream, it does look as if the in the grounds now it's caught up, the scoring of this over, but the scoring for the over hasn't quite caught up on the live stream. It's 4, 2 and 1 off the last 3.
Hampshire 285 for 6. Round the wicket comes McCarthy in now, and this one's just worked to extra cover off the front foot by Lindsay Smith. She'll come through for a single. They're not going to miss out on any single run. Every run counts here, especially when you're up against a team like the Blaze, who are ever so strong.
Looks like the scores have just flicked over and caught up with us, especially on the live stream there.
Harman on strike, and McCarthy approaching the crease just as she is about to get to her load position, pulls out from her action. Looks like she just lost her rhythm a little bit. So it's been signalled a dead ball, and she's going to make her way back towards the top of the mark.
Yeah, I think she sort of dropped it behind her as she brought her arm up. It just sort of, I don't know if it fell out
She's
of her
laughing
hand.
though.
Yeah,
You can see her on the
yeah.
screen. She's just covered her face. Something's made her laugh about that. And she runs again now. Number 6 printed on her back, and Harman goes for the ramp, and that's just, I'm going to say that's been dropped at 45. It was a catching opportunity and nearly just pretty much palmed by the hands, almost volleyball style. Yeah. And that's raced away for 4 runs.
If anything, it almost was guided. She sort of helped it along a bit because it didn't really have the legs to get to the boundary, and then as it hit her palm, she sort of pushed it further in her attempt to catch.
She's gone for the ramp. It's gone straight to 45, and as 45 just jumped up and helped it along, like you said. And this one, she clears her front leg, plays right across the line. A ball that's on off stump has now somehow reached Lucy Hyam at deep square leg, and they run for 2, and there was never going to be a 2 there. There's been a run out as Lucy Hyam throws it in back to Sarah Bryce, and the last ball of that innings from Hampshire will be that there is a run out, and Hampshire close their innings on 291 for 7. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update there, but the wicket was of course of Nancy Harman, gone for 77 off 78 delivery. She played a fantastic knock in support of first Freya Kemp, and then joined alongside by Lindsay Smith towards the back end of this innings. And while that partnership comes through to a close, as does that Hampshire innings as well. 291 for 7 on the board at the end of their 50. Well, after being 34 for 3, they've really recovered well. And it's been great to watch as the players and umpires make their way off the field. And they'll grab themselves something to eat, something to drink, as will we. And we'll be back in 30 minutes time.
Yeah, a little bit, yes, I think so. I think
30 minutes time for the second innings, when the Blaze will try and chase down a target of 292. defend straight to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, this opening pair have been very successful for the Blaze this year. They both got half centuries in the last game for this competition. And as you say, Nikki, they've also featured in the T20 competition at the weekend. Back into 50 over action today.
Yeah, running in towards us now. Again, back of a length. This is played off the hip straight to short mid-wicket. To square leg by Boyce.
It's a tight start from Gibb.
It is. Just looking at the field, so we've got a slip, third, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, who's in front of square, right next to umpire Neil Bainton, to the left of him, and then we have a fine leg as well.
It's a pretty orthodox field.
Pretty orthodox, indeed.
In comparison to the Blaze, who had some quite unusual and inventive sort of field positions early on.
They did. Daisy Gibb with ball in hand runs towards us from the pavilion end in to Boyce, who is off the back foot and cautiously plays this to short mid-wicket. Good over so far here from Gibb, making the Blaze work really hard to open their account. Yet to do so. 4 dots to begin.
Two main contributors to Hampshire innings are fielding down in front of us at fine leg and third respectively. Kemp and Nancy Harman.
Gibb in now to Boyce off the front foot drive straight to mid-off. Had a bit of bounce on this one. Just took off a little bit off the surface here from Gibb.
Yeah, I think we've seen a bit of bounce all day. Certainly McCarthy was using the short ball as a tactic and getting it through very high. She obviously hit Nancy Harman at one point, although Nancy Harman was running at that ball. It was a free hit and she ran at the bouncer, which is not the most advisable thing to do. But she was hit. There's been a bit of short bowling today.
Gibb into Boyce, who's forward and defence. This goes straight to extra cover. End of the first over. It's maiden over for Daisy Gibb. Blaze yet to open their account.
Yeah, good steady start from Gibb there. Just what you want really. Well, you obviously want the wicket preferably, but scoreboard pressure is a very important part of the second innings of these white ball games, and if they can keep it tight for a few overs, the run rate will start to build. At the moment it's 6, but can get obviously can get up quicker than that if they don't get it ticking along. We're going to have Freya Davis bowling from the hotel end. Going to run away from us, and facing is Marie Kelly. As I say, these two are the regular opening pair for the Blaze, and Kelly in particular has had a good season, good summer to date. Davis runs away, and that's just straight, a little bit of shape on it, a little bit of waist shape, but no great threat to Kelly. He just defended it on the side, fielded by Perry. Boucher's on the offside. You've got Boucher and Perry on the sort of one saving positions. Short extra cover and straight mid on. And Davis. And again, that's wide and edged just over a slip. Georgia Adams, who rose up to try and get that dive full length, but it was too high for us. Gone down to third for a single. So that's the first runs of the innings for the Blaze. Just one to Marie Kelly, but a full shot there. She went for the cut and quite a thick edge, but it's thrown away over George Adams at slip. So Boyce now on strike for the first time from Freya Davis. This one's straight again, good line from Davis. It's just pushed to Perry at mid-wicket. Davis has that very extended follow-through when she bowls. Almost runs through to the batter at the other end. been a regular component in this team for the summer in both formats. Freya Davis. She goes again. That one again. There's shape again. And Boyce actually played for the away swing and got an inside edge in the end, but it looks like it was shaping away. It's run away down to deep square, so she's off the mark with a single. But not convincing shot. The 2 runs that have come so far, both been from edges. But both batters now underway with 1 each. Blaze at 2 for no wicket. As Davis comes in for the 5th ball of this, her first over. And again she's found the edge. It's inside edge this time from Kelly. She looked to force it on the offside and it's gone off the inside edge down past the stumps to Nancy Harman at fine leg for another single. So Davis certainly winning some battles here, if not actually taking any wickets so far. But all 3 runs have come off full shots. She's now going to conclude the over to Boyce, Georgie Boyce. And that's just turned away into mid-wicket. That's a nice shot. She's probably going to get 2 here, as Perry's in pursuit, but it'll be a comfortable 2. And Boyce takes her score up to 3, and at the end of the second over, Blaze are 5 out loss. And that was the first shot really that's come off the middle of the bat, I would say, in that over.
Yeah, not been so clean from the start yet, the Blaze. But both batters now having opened their account, going at 2.5 and over. They need more than that. They need double that exactly, the required run rate. Well, it's more than double now as the scoreboard has just moved on. It's required run rate of 6 runs and over.
Yep. But they won't be worried about that yet, obviously. A long way to go.
Here's Gibb. Into Kelly, who's forward and turns just behind square. Down towards fine leg, will come through for a single. Sun is nice and bright, shining away. And a lot of cricket going on recently. Just finished the Vitality T20 Blast, back to Metro Cup action. The 100 begins next week, and the first game here at the Utilita Bowl is actually just a few days away, as Daisy Gibb makes her way through to Boyce, who's off the back foot this time, just closes the face of the bat to square leg, no run. The first game here at the Utilita Bowl, Phil, is on Sunday the 10th of August against Birmingham Phoenix. So if you haven't got your tickets yet for the 100,
There we go. That's just a men's one, or is that a double header?
I believe
Just
it doesn't actually specify, so I assume that's a double header. Go get your tickets, snap them up. As in comes Gibb now, and this one again, back of a length, played off the hips down towards fine leg, comes through for a single. Yep, go get your tickets, otherwise you'll regret it. So 100 taking place, all kicks off the day after the test match finishes.
Yes,
So we finish on the 4th. They finish the Oval Test on the 4th, Monday the 4th of August, and then it all kicks off at Lord's, the opening game, London Spirit versus the Oval Invincibles, and it's from the 5th of August right through till the end of the month, as Gibb is in now. And a bit of wit there for Marie Kelly, and she's hit that straight to backward point. And simple catch, a little bit early on the shot, and that's gone straight to backward point. What an easy grab, fabulous grab.
Lindsay Smith, fielder.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith. At point, well, she'll get very casually, and Daisy Gibb gets her first wicket. The Blaze lose theirs, and it's Marie Kelly who has to go after scoring just the 3 from 5 deliveries, and the Blaze are 7 for 1.
I think it's a bit of an extra bounce again. We've been talking about the bounce today, and that looked like it just bounced higher than she expected and couldn't keep on top of it. And yeah, it's basically hit it straight to backward point, Lindsay Smith.
Again, like you said, yeah, it's been a bit funny, the bounce. But just
very disappointed as Marie Kelly as she trudges off.
Yeah, it was the one that had a bit of width as well. She wanted to get her hands through it, but she found Lindsay Smith at point. And if you just watch the reaction back, if you're watching on the stream, it's almost in slow motion that Marie Kelly just drops her head and is thinking, what have I done? As in runs Gibb now to Catherine Bryce, and this one just jagging back off the surface into Bryce, and that's gone into the offside. It's fielded at cover, and it's a dot ball into Catherine Bryce, who's the new batter out there in the middle, replacing Marie Kelly. Daisy Gibb making her way back to the top of a mark. Georgia Adams, captain, who's got a grin on her face, fielding at slip.
And why not?
Why not?
Good start from Hampshire.
In runs Gibb from the pavilion end into Catherine Bryce. Short ball pulled away in the air. There's a fielder out on the boundary, but the ball has been timed to perfection. It's raced away for 4 runs. Fielder dives, but in vain. And well, a wicket from the over, a boundary to end the over. 3 overs gone. The Blaze 11 for 1.
Yeah, it wasn't that far wide of the fielder at long leg, Freya Kemp, but just wide enough that Bryce picks up a boundary, but Hampshire will be well pleased with the outcome of that over. With 1 wicket on the board and the Blaze at 11. We're going to have Freya Davis again from the hotel end. So yeah, Catherine Bryce is the number 3 batter for the Blaze. Had a very outstanding season last year in the domestic game and was PCA Women's Player of the Year. Davis in. This one's just pushed on the offside by Boyce. She's not going to get it past extra cover where Freya Kemp is fielding. No run. So ball seems to be getting sent round to Boucher every time. My Boucher designated polisher, I think. They always seem to give the ball back to her, and she spends a lot of time getting that ball ready for the bowler. Davis in again, and that one's just played gently on the offside. No run. Good tight start this from the Hampshire attack. Contrast to the first innings at the start of the day, where I think there was 5 boundaries in the first 2 overs.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick look at the scores elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup Tier 1. Lancashire scored 306 for 4 at the end of their 50 overs against Essex. Essex currently 8 for no loss in the chase.
I think Emma Lamb got 100 there.
She scored 142, Emma Lamb. And Jones scored 71, so strong with the bat, Lancashire. And then over down at Somerset versus Durham. Durham posted 315 for 9 at the end of their innings. Somerset currently 10 for no loss. And well, Warwickshire versus Surrey at Edgbaston. Warwickshire, who were in a bit of a pickle at 32 for 5, ended up finishing their innings 239 all out. Surrey currently.
Davis in again, and that one's just dropped on the leg side. I think there was a century in every innings of the first innings of the games today.
Surrey currently 42 for 1. Yes, there's been a centurion in every game.
Perrin got one for Warwickshire, and I think Susie Bates got a big 100 for Durham. So with Freya Kemp here and Emma Lamb for Lancashire, 4 centurions on the day.
That's encouraging as well.
Yeah, Davina Perrin, widely talked about as a future England player. Davis in again now. This time Boyce tries, but She doesn't get it past mid-off, but she gets it wide enough of her that they can come through for a single. And that takes the score up to 12. So quite a start for the Blaze. But yeah, it runs around the country today in the women's game. Davis, measured run. Again, a little bit of shape away. It's a good line and good bowling from Davis. Just pushed it to the offside by Bryce. No run and just one off the over. So Blaze 12 for 1 and Davis 2 overs for 6. In fact, both bowlers 2 overs for 6. But Daisy Gibb has that important one in the wicket column.
Boyce on 5, Catherine Bryce on 4. And just lost the wicket of Marie Kelly.
It's going to be Daisy Gibb again.
In runs Gibb now from the pavilion end in to Boyce. And this one's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide into the gloves of Southby. She'll have to re-bowl that.
Yeah, no margin for error in the modern game. That's only just gone outside the pads of the batter, but it's automatically a wide nowadays in one-day cricket.
In runs Gibb now, and this one on off stump. It's defended by Boyce, but by the looks of that, that stayed a little bit lower, and Boyce has kind of had to follow the ball with that one.
Yeah, looking at her reaction, the batter, it seemed that she thought it kept a bit low. Gibb comes on quite a long run, doesn't she?
In she runs now, past umpire Rose Dovey on the stump again, and this one's pushed back down towards mid-off, no run. Got a lot of steps that she'll be making today, Daisy Gibb, as she...
Yeah, she goes back a long way, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. And she runs now. Oh, a little bit of a waft outside the off stump there from Boyce, and she has a little bit of a flirt with that one. It goes into the gloves of Rihanna Southby.
Yeah, there's been it's quite a tentative start from the Blaze here. So there's a few edges early on. We've lost a wicket, a couple of played and misses.
In runs Gibb. Again, he bowls this into the pitch. And this one's pushed to extra cover by Boyce. Good here from Hampshire, starting off really on the money.
They are, indeed.
Making it difficult for the Blaze to get up and scoring, especially in this power play as well, when they really should be trying to make the most of it.
No, it's been a very impressive start, you're right, from both bowlers.
Gibb in now, and this one just drags back of a length, and it's played to square leg off the back foot by Boyce. And good over go so far. It started off with a wide, and well, Daisy Gibb's been right on the money ever since. Dot, 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 dot. Some clouds floating over the ground, some darker than the other, but nothing threatening. There's no rain around. as Gibbers in to Boyce. And just as we were praising her, she's bowled one down the leg side and she's going to have to re-bowl it. I think I'm going to just stop praising people now, Phil, because every time I've done this, it just goes the wrong way.
Well, I'm sure there's many times when you praise them and it hasn't happened as well. And you're right, Tuli. You're right to be praising the bowling here. They both bowl very well. You can sort of excuse the odd wide. It's not far off straight. We saw some very wide wides in the first innings, but these two have been tighter. It's another wicket.
And this one gone straight to extra cover. Boyce a little bit early on it, and she knows what she's done. And it's another catch. And the Blaze, they lose another one. Let's watch this again on the replay. Now 2 down, the Blaze, just 14 runs on the board, and it's Daisy Gibb who strikes twice. Caught by Maya Bouchier, as it's on the big screen, outside off stump. She goes for the drive, but she's a little bit off the shot. And by the off the shot,
I think she might have juggled with, did she?
No, it was a straight catch to Bouchier. I would just say Boyce was a little bit off the shot in terms of looking to drive. Normally you want all that body weight going over that front knee, but body weight slightly just leaning behind, and she's got a bit of elevation that's gone straight into the palms of Maya Bouchier, and well, that's going to sting because she's rubbing both her palms just to minimise the burn.
She hit it quite well, but picked out the fielder perfectly, so that's the end of the over as well, so I'm handing over to Amelia.
Thanks very much, Phil.
Take over.
You'll hear from Phil again in a few overs time, but now Hampshire have struck twice within the first 5 overs, and we've lost the wicket of Marie Kelly. And just now, off the last ball of that over, Georgie Boyce, as Freya Davies makes her way from the hotel end, runs away from us. Number 61 printed on her back, and it's a full delivery, which is played off the front foot by Catherine Bryce, straight to Smith, who's fielding at cover. Good afternoon, Amelia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's been a good start for Hampshire. They've come out with intent, and yeah, 2 very quick, big wickets, similar to what the Blaze did to them, really. And yeah, they'll be incredibly happy with this performance so far. Just what they needed, really. You know, especially with 5 overs left in the power play.
Freya Davies makes her way through now with a slip in place. And this time Catherine Bryce is forward and tentatively defends to cover. You know, it's not good that I struggle with some words and I have to talk for a living. I'm like, oh, that's a really big word. It's too big for my mouth to pronounce. I remember I used to really struggle with the word onomatopoeia.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that is a tricky one. It's quite... Yeah, there's too many syllables in that, really.
Required run rate 6.2. As in comes Davis now. And a little bit of width, and Catherine Bryce forward drives us into the ground, and it goes one bounce to Lindsay Smith at backward point. But you know, strangely enough though, one word I could say was supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I could say that fine.
Yeah.
Doesn't come in like useful very often.
No, unfortunately not. I'm dyslexic, and actually dyslexic is one that I really struggle with. Not necessarily saying, but spelling is impossible. As a dyslexic, there is just random letters in random places with that word. And when you are dyslexic, you actually have to write it quite a lot.
Just say that you're Davison close to the stumps, and this one just jags back, and it's nearly caught Bryce out, and I think that's hit her on the inner thigh. And there's always that little bit of gap between padding and thigh pad and padding. Might leave a mark.
Don't forget, if you do want to get in touch, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Do let us know your thoughts. Where are you watching?
Where are you listening from?
Yes,
we do get some people listening from exotic places.
We do. I've had
Thailand, haven't we?
New Zealand,
New Zealand, Fiji.
All sorts.
Davis making her way under the sunshine And this one is back of a length, and it's kind of short arm jabbed by Catherine Bryce, and she finds the gap between deep backward square and mid wicket, and that's gone away for 4 runs. That's raced away for 4 along the carpet here at the Utilita Bowl, and it takes the Blaze to 18 for 2. And with that, I actually believe that's probably the second boundary of the innings.
Yeah, not bad really from Hampshire, being able to keep those boundaries to quite a low level. Just the 2, as you say, from 6 overs.
Slip, deep third, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Is this one a bit of width? And my goodness, has Catherine Bryce really slashed her hands through this one, but she finds Lindsay Smith at backward point, so it's going to be a dot ball. Just 4 runs off the over. 6 overs gone. The Blaze are 18 for 2.
Yes, I said before when I came on, it was a good start from Hampshire. It's been nice to see that they've come out with clear intent. Daisy Gibb doing some great work. She's got 2 for 8 off 3 overs. She'll be ecstatic with that. Being able to dispatch 2 of the opening batswomen for the Blaze. You know, we know the Blaze can be dangerous. They bat deep and they can bat incredibly well. So the quicker those wickets fall, the better. But from a Blaze point of view, you know, they're 18 for 2. They're moving along at a nicer clip. If these 2 can now create a nice little partnership, they'll move along nicely and, yeah, you know, try and make a dent in that target of 292. So it will be Gibb to continue her bowling from the pavilion end. Nice long run up as she comes in, right arm over the wicket, and this goes down leg side, and it's been signalled as a wide. Elwes did look as if she was trying to get just a little bit on that, just guide it past Southby, but was unable to. Elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, Essex women need 290 to win off 45 overs with 9 wickets remaining. Elwes still on strike, and Daisy Gibb starts her run up. She's got 1 slip in place. As she comes in and bowls, and this is driven nicely through the offside. Lindsay Smith is going to have to chase, and so is Maya Boucher, and they are 2 of the faster fielders, but they have... I think Lindsay Smith does a brilliant diving stop out on the boundary to save that 4. That was a fantastic stop, and she's even been congratulated by Maya Boucher with a little round of applause and a tap on the back to say, well done, that was quite the stop there. Thought she was just going to get it, and yeah, managed to save it just as her body threw over the line. Brilliant stop. Great to see. 222 for 2. All the 2s are the Blaze as Daisy Gibb comes in again. Bowls, and this is defended into leg side, and they'll only get the 1. It's a good stop there. We have Somerset women against Durham. Somerset women need 283 to win of 46 overs with 10 wickets remaining. And Warwickshire against Surrey. Surrey need 165 with 9 wickets remaining. So they're moving along very nicely there. Only 75 for 1. As Daisy Gibb comes in again. Elwes on strike, and this is driven back down the ground. It sort of pops up, and her counterpart, Catherine Bryce, has to sort of step out the way as the ball sort of nutmegs her. It's collected at mid-off by Freya Davies.
Interesting news just coming up on the BBC Sport website is that the stakes have now all officially been sold in the 600 team. So all the paperwork has been done.
Wow. Just waiting for the money to come in now.
All the I's dotted, the T's crossed, ink to paper.
As that was a good ball there from Daisy Gibb, and a swing and a miss from Elwes, and it carries through. Oh, well, so everything's done in the 100.
Yeah, the sales of stakes in 6 of the 100 teams have been completed, and the England and Wales Cricket Board have just confirmed this. Investments in the Oval Invincibles and the Trent Rockets are yet to be completed, but everything remains on track.
Daisy Gibb has got 2 balls left of this over. She's still 2 for 11. A very nice and efficient overage so far. And she comes in. And this again was... Elwes was looking to drive through the covers, but unfortunately just couldn't get a bat on that, and that carried through again. A great ball there from Daisy Gibb, really keeping the pace through the ball there. Zipping past Elwes.
More than £500 million have been generated from the sales that will now be shared among the counties, and at least £50 million will go towards improving grassroots cricket.
Good to hear. To hear indeed. Daisy Gibb, one last ball off this over. She comes in. She's in and past the umpire and bowls, and this always does connect with, but goes straight to Bouchier, who was waiting there for that ball, and that's just the 2 off the over. 21 for 2 after 7 overs are the Blaze.
And a statement here from Richard Thompson, the chair of the ECB. He said, with these new partners on board, we're entering an exciting new phase for cricket in England and Wales. Crucially, this investment will not only fuel the competition's growth, but also channel transformative levels of funding into our professional counties and grassroots game. This will ensure cricket continues to thrive at all levels across England and Wales for generations to come.
Good to hear.
Freya Davies at the top of the mark, ready to run in for her 4th over. 3 overs, 0 for 10 so far. Field stays the same. And she tosses the ball up in the air in front of her, gives it a catch before she sets off away from us at the hotel end. Right in, stump to stump, as this one's defended by Catherine Bryce. Into the offside. So the 100 stakes sale. So London Spirit have been bought by the Tech Titans. They've been given 49%. Birmingham Phoenix, Knighthead Capital Management with 49% as well. Manchester Originals, this is the big one, 70% has gone to the RPSG group, which is the same group that owns the Lucknow Supergiants in the IPL in India. As Davies sets off once again, and this time a bit of width outside the off stump, and Catherine Bryce is quick to get forward, just keeps her front leg slightly away from the ball, stretches her hands through, and this will race away for 4 down towards deep cover along the carpet. Once again, it's a lovely shot there, a bit too much width there from Davies, and on that she's just decided that she's going to change her line, because she's decided that we're not going to have a mid-off. Mid-off is going to go to square leg, which just gives you an indication that the line is now going to take a shift. Northern Superchargers have given 100% of their stake to Sun TV Network Limited. Southern Brave down here at the Utilita Bowl, 49% have gone to the GMR group. I believe some of the GMR officials have been around the ground today as well. And 50% of Welsh Fire has been handed over to Washington Freedom, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they also have a team in the MLC, the Major League Cricket tournament that happens out in the US. As Davies is in now and trying to be a straighter line, has gone a little bit too much down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Oval Invincible's stake, I believe, has gone to the Mumbai Indians, so the Reliance Group, which owns the Mumbai Indians franchise in the IPL. So yes, it's all happening now, just a few days away from this season, and I believe it all comes into full force from the 2026 season.
Yes.
As Davis is in now, and Catherine Bryce is forward, defends straight to Adams, who's now at mid-off. So they took mid-off out for 1 ball. And
trying to change it up a bit.
no, so it's no slip, third, deep third, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg who's in front of square, to the left of umpire Rose Dubby, and a fine leg is Davis. Goes onto the tippy toes at the top of the mark before setting off. Full delivery, which is pushed off the front foot to cover. Diving stop, but it's not cleanly stopped, so they'll come through for a single. Score moves on to 27 for 2.
Yeah, I think that was Freya Kemp there doing a bit of a diving stop. Good work from her. I see a bit of a work with Lindsay Smith next to her as well.
In comes Davis now. Straighter line, which is played with the full face of the bat by Elwes, straight to mid-on.
Well, in the county championship for the men's team, Hampshire are 271 for 7 on their second day. We've got Yorkshire and Sussex playing each other. Yorkshire trail Sussex by 96 runs with 8 wickets, so they're very much in the second innings. Hampshire still in their first innings. Nottinghamshire trail Somerset by 428 with 9 wickets. Yeah, they're 10 for 1.
This one just back of the length, played off the hips, behind square, will come through for a single as Maya Boucher comes round to field. End the over with a single. 8 overs gone, the Blaze 28 for 2 with Catherine Bryce on 9, Georgia Elwes on 3.
We've got Essex against Warwickshire. They are off for rain, but Essex are 557 for 5. And Durham versus Surrey. Durham trail Surrey by 97 runs with 9 wickets remaining. So it looks as though Surrey batted first and got a score of 322. Durham were all bowled out for 153, so they've had to do the follow-on, and they are currently 74 for 1 on their second day in Durham. And there's a little bit of conversation going on, but it looks as if we're going to have some Lindsay Smith from the pavilion end. A bit of spin coming on. It is indeed. That's just being announced around the ground. Good bit of applause for her coming back from her England duties. Should be a welcome sight for this team. Big part of it. With bat and ball, she can do very well. Bowling in her trademark sunglasses. You said you liked the sunglasses, Nikki?
Yeah, I like the sunglass look. I just don't like the cap look.
Yeah, well, this has come in and it's been driven nicely, well, swept down, and it's gone for 4. So not the best start for Lindsay Smith, down to a deep fine leg, but I'm sure she'd have already forgotten that. It was a good line, but it was just sort of nipping towards leg side, and Elwes just really helped it on its way. 32 for 2 move the Blaze. Their target, 292. The required run rate is 6.2. And their current run rate is 3.9, but that's no issue, and that's played straight back to Lindsay Smith by Elwes, and she'll do her own fielding. Walk back to the top of her mark. As Smith comes in again. Bowls, and this is just guided from Maya Boucher. Smith back to the top of her mark. As in she comes again. This time gone a little bit squarer, and she'll get 1 for it. We'll have 5 off the over so far for Smith. 33 for 2. Clouds have come in, but there's a nice little breeze. It's a lovely temperature here at the moment at the Utilita Bowl, 24 degrees. As Lindsay Smith comes in, and this is just guided to Maya Boucher at cover, who's of course stopped it very quickly. Catherine Bryce on strike now, and Smith in, and again guided to Maya Boucher. So a good end to the end of the over, just with 2 dots there. Well, 4 dots in total. 33 for 2. We've had 9 overs.
Yeah, 5 runs off that opening over there from Lindsay Smith, coming back from England duties after getting that call up again. Involved in the recent series against India women. She played in the T20s as well as the ODIs. We're going to see a change in bowling. Change in bowling from the hotel end. Number 18 printed on the back of her shirt, which means there's only one person who dons that. And that is, of course, Elise Perry, the Australian international, is going to come into her attack for the last time this season in Hampshire colours. What a signing this was, Amelia. I remember at the start of the season, Melissa Story and I came down to host the launch night of Hampshire Women. And it was on that evening the big announcement was made, which was kept under wraps, that shirt number 18 would be donned by this Australian international. And here she is, It's already on the back end of her stint as well. And she's in and straight to Elvis down the leg side. It's a wide.
Yeah, she came in to replace her fellow countrywoman, Charlie Knott, who was here for sort of the first part of the season, and she's come in and done some great work as Elise Perry.
She has, and it's great to see the likes of these Australians come in and get involved in the domestic structure here in England, and I think also it allows the opportunity for example, especially Hampshire. They've got such a young side.
Yeah.
Imagine just being able to be a sponge and soak in all that knowledge by having Elise Perry in the dressing room with you. As this time she gets it outside the off stump, inside edge from Georgia Elvis, who really reaches across. It's racing down towards the boundary at fine leg. It will be stopped just before. Good piece of work. Rihanna Southby has somehow managed to end up down on the boundary during that ball in. But it will add a couple of runs to the total, takes them to 36 for 2.
Yeah, Southby, she's always got so much energy. She's always the first one after a ball and it goes back. It's almost sometimes like she forgets she's the keeper and she goes, I'll get it. And it's like, no, we need you actually here.
You stay there, mate. Oh, I just love it, but it's her enthusiasm.
Absolutely.
Perry runs away from us here. And in she comes, full of delivery. And this one just straying down the leg side again. And I think she's got a fine tickle on this, Georgia Elvis, because it's been signalled for by umpire Neil Banton. And we'll take the score to 40 for 2 to Blaze. They need 252 runs to win. They were set a target of 292 by Hampshire.
Yeah, that last ball, it missed Rihanna Southby's gloves by probably about half an inch. And she was very disappointed, as you can see. She sort of rolled out and just laid on her back for a minute as if to go, oh gosh, I was so close to that. That would have been a great ball to catch.
Perry into Elvis, who's forward in defence. It goes to Kemp, who's at extra cover. Run rate just picked up a little bit into the 4s now, 4.21. As Perry makes her way back to the top of her mark. Turns. A run up just in line with the ring cones. And she's in now, a bit of width, and this one's batted by Georgia Elvis. Straight to backward point. Now it's fielded by Smith. There is no run. It came straight off the middle of the bat. Either side of the fielder, that would have raced away for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think that's really stung Lindsay Smith's hand. She stayed on her haunches just for a little bit there. I think, you know, as a bowler, you think, oh God, I don't want to injure my hands anymore. And I think, yeah, I can see her sort of, I think it was her left hand. She's still in a bit of pain with it. Maybe caught the fingers.
Perry in again. Again, a flat batted, but this time does find the gap between cover and extra, and that will go all the way for 4. That's exactly what she was seeking. She's had a couple of deliveries right in that slot. She hasn't been able to get it away, but this time she does. And a 4 that takes the Blaze to 44 for 2. Lovely looking stroke.
Indeed, yeah, and I mean, Hampshire really need another wicket here. They started off quickly, but 44 for 2, I mean, they were in a much different position. They were in 34 for 3 when they lost their 3rd wicket. You know, you kind of want to think you want to keep those numbers similar, really. You want to strike soon before this partnership becomes too strong.
This one right in the block hole. It's dug out by Georgia Elvis, and Perry fields off her own bowling. 44 for 2. I think I said 44 for 4. There's too many 4s going on. That will conclude the end of the 10th over, and as I struggle to get my words out, I think it's time for me to take a break and welcome Phil Green back into the commentary box with you, Amelia Clark, to speak you through the next set of 5 overs.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki. We're just going to have a change of overs. So we've had an email from Peter. Said, afternoon, ladies and gents. Phil's here as well. What odds do you give Freya Kemp of getting into the 50-over squad for the upcoming World Cup? She's clearly in fine form and has been one of the most consistent scorers this year. Maybe a second one. Has Perry disappointed a little bit in these games? Well, I'm not sure. And he says he was expecting a bit more. I think, you know, it's always hard coming into a squad from Elise Perry point of view, and Smith's going to come in from here and just sweep that down to long off. But I think Hampshire will be happy with her stuff. But from the Freya Kemp point of view, Yeah, she's been batting really well, I think, and I think, Phil, you'll agree with me here as well. She's been batting well, but I think it all just depends on the injury that's keeping her from bowling. This is cut away, but square the wickets, kept there.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think they obviously, England obviously are hoping that she can be an all-rounder in the side and bowl as well, but I think, as I said earlier, I think they like to get a left-hander into that mix at the top of the order, so I think she might be very close to getting in just as a batter, yeah.
As Smith comes in, and this is worked down again. And what have you thought of Elise Perry so far in her time with Hampshire?
Well, we don't see what goes on off the field, and as you were saying just now, you and Nikki, I'm sure she's contributed a lot.
This is just worked into cover, and Maya Boucher in a rare moment, just a slight misfield from her. Adams is there to just cover that up.
Yeah, so on the field, you'd have to say her scores and her bowling is, there's still some chance today, but she hasn't bowled much, and so her output's not been great.
Another one from Smith, and this is defended nicely into the offside.
As you said, it's difficult when you come in for a short period of time into a squad to fit in and make contributions straight away.
Smith once more, and again driven through this offside, but finds the fielder.
And she was very unlucky, for instance, up at Falkland when she was run out off a deflection at the non-striker's end, and that's the unluckiest dismissal in cricket, really.
Yeah.
And there was quite a big crowd turned out to watch her that day, and that was a shame. But she'll be disappointed that she hasn't contributed more with the bat. But I'm sure that, as Nikki and yourself were saying, that her contribution in the team environment and the experience that she has will have benefited all of the Hampshire team.
Absolutely.
So sometimes there's more value than can just be seen from scores.
Absolutely.
And I'm pretty sure, from everything, I don't know her personally, but from everything you hear about Elise Perry, I'm sure she would have contributed massively in that way. And maybe as a final fling here today, she'll come in with a few wickets and turn this game.
I mean, up at Guildford, she picked up a few last game.
Yeah, so here she is now, running away from us. Bowling to Elvis, who drives. That's a nice shot through the offside, but there's a field protection out there. Freya Kemp, so just a single. And going back to the email that you had about Freya Kemp, I think she'll be in the mix, I'm sure. As I say, as a left-hander, but there's a lot of good young players coming through. Davina Perrin's another one who's scored 100 again today, so two contestants maybe for a spot there, both staking their claim today. Perry in, and that's driven nicely by Elvis. That's going to be wide of cover, and that's going to go for 4. It's a good shot for Elvis. She picked the gap. There's quite a packed offside field, but she managed to thread it through, and it's beaten the cover sweeper by about 20 yards to her right. And it's 4 to Elvis, which takes her up to 20. And the 50 up for Blaze. So fighting back after losing those 2 early wickets when they lost both the openers to Daisy Gibb. Perry in again. A familiar run. That's straight and it's driven down to mid-on, where it's fielded by Tyson, but there's no run. Yeah, I think going back to Elise Perry, I mean, luck obviously plays a part in anything, but I wouldn't say she's been ridiculous bad luck, but even like today, she's bowled better than her figures would suggest already.
Yeah.
You know, she's in 1.5 overs, 0 for 16, but she's beaten the bat a couple of times, produced a couple of false shots, and just not running her way. Perry in again, and that's cut away by Elvis, but taken on the bounce by Lindsay Smith at backward point. Lindsay Smith, one of the better fielders in the country, of course.
That was an amazing stop. Yeah.
Well, she is, one of the prime fielders in in an England setup where fielding has come under a lot of come in for some concern criticism. She's one outstanding example as a fielder. Perry, and again this time's driven, and this time it has got through the offside ring from Elvis. That's 4 more. It's just sort of slap that square. It's very small gap between Boucher and Smith. In fact, it's Norgrove and Smith, but it's pierced that gap perfectly from Elvis, and she in fact, that's I've got the batters wrong now. That's Bryce, isn't it, at the far end? It's Bryce who's hit that for 4. My mistake. Bryce is now up to 22. Perry in again, and that's a play and a miss from Bryce. In our defence, we are a long way from the play here, and
it's hard to
as we said before, we can't see any numbers, so it is hard to work out. But yeah, that was definitely Bryce on that occasion.
55 for 2. Stephen Clark has emailed.
Is he one of the worn Stan Wrinkleys?
Well, yes, and he said, "Hi all. In response to your query of where are you listening from, the Shane Warne Wrinkleys are in the exotically wonderful Block C, Row BB seats, and he's even given me the seats 31, 35, and 33." Believe it or not, in the Shane Warnstead, come and join us for sunshine, cricket and witty repartee. It can't be beaten. He's getting very big for his breeches. No, I'm joking, Steve. You know I am. Fabulous email.
So they're spread out a bit, are they? Every other seat by the sounds.
Yeah, give himself some room. It's just blocked into the covers. You can see them just under the Utilita sign there. They don't sit right next to each other because why would they need to? Got some nice space, yeah. Hiya, Steve.
Not waving at the moment, but
they were waving at me
okay.
As offside. That's just clipped out to Nancy Harmon. I'll get the 1 for it.
I must be looking in the wrong area.
I'll show you in a moment.
But it's good to know we've got the worn stand Wrinkleys in situ today.
Oh, they're always here. They're never away. There's Lindsay Smith, and this is work down the ground. Well, stop there. I think that's Barry Davies.
I feel like I would qualify to join that group, except for the fact I'm not in the worn stand, but the other part I can match, okay.
There's Lindsay Smith again, comes in and works that leg side, offside, sorry. No run this time, held to another dot, positive here from Smith. Only 8 off what will be 2.5 overs.
Yeah, she doesn't tend to go for too many, she's had the odd bad day, but not many.
Once more she's in, and this is off, feathered down nicely, down to third man. That's going to run away. That has gone. I think it's Bex Tyson chasing, or Daisy Gibbs, sorry. Daisy Gibbs chasing, but to no avail. That's a nice boundary there for Catherine Bryce. Yeah, soft hands.
That's a shot we saw Georgia Adams benefit from earlier on to the spinner, just a little late cut, and just runs away, and no chance of the fielder catching up with it once it's past her.
Plays moved to 60 for 2. 1 ball left of the Smith over. That's just cut away onto the offside. Nancy Harmon will come out from the deep. And that brings up the end of the over. We've had 61 for 2, 13 overs.
Just going back to the crowd involvement, I pointed out earlier on the Blaze flag, and I called it the Blaze Army. There was 2 people. There's only 1 now. But she is very animated, isn't she? She
is.
I imagine she's singing, looking at her movements, but she's dancing away and offering a lot of support, I would suggest.
Yes, just to our right, in between the hotel and the Shane Warne stand.
A one-person army over there.
Does she have a tambourine or something?
Something like that. Yes, I think is it? She's shaking something. And there's a Blaze flag behind her. It's all, yeah.
Well, it's nice to see that they've got some dedicated
it's
fan
fantastic if they come all the way down to watch, but yes, that lady is certainly giving some vocal support.
I think it is a tambourine.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, we've got a change in bowling here.
We can't hear, unfortunately, but
no.
I assume it's in tune. Yeah, we're going to have Bex Tyson, slow left arm, round the wicket from this end. She comes in and bowls, and Bryce forces that way through the cover. That's going to go for 4 as well. I thought she just pushed that, to be honest. She just pushed at the ball. It eluded Lindsay Smith at extra cover and just seemed to gather pace. I'm sure it didn't, but it seemed to gather pace and race to the cover boundary. So that's a good shot from Bryce, who's up to 31.
Brings up the 50 partnership as well between Catherine Bright and Elwes.
Yeah, this is starting to look a threatening partnership in terms of Hampshire. Tyson in again. This cut away. This could be 4 more. I think it will be.
Yep.
It is.
Gone.
Yep. Bryce has just leant back and cut that backward a point, and a well-timed shot. She's finding the boundary without seemingly a great deal of effort here. It's almost just like pushing the ball to the boundary. Both of those shots, as she played them, didn't look as if they had much power and momentum in them, but they both raced away to the boundary. Tyson in again. And this time she drives back but can't get past Tyson herself, feeling herself.
And but Worcestershire, it's suddenly changed for Hampshire. They're all out for 293. So Worcestershire will go into bat.
This one's turned away by Bryce. Comfortable single out to the leg side. Nancy Harman comes in off the square leg boundary. So Blaze up to 70, and this partnership's starting to build. 2 experienced players, of course. And Blaze will be hoping they go on for a long while yet. Still over 200 needed. Tyson a bit slower that time, and Elwes just waited, pushed it out on the offside.
Gosh, Tom Taylor taking 5 of the wickets in against Hampshire. He took Middleton for 79, Tillack for just 5, Fuller for 41, Baker for nothing.
Down the wicket this time. Elwes, and she's a bit fortunate here because she went down the wicket but only got an edge on the ball. Would have been a stumping for Southby. She's not got a little nick on that, but it's run away for 2. So expensive over from Tyson to start off with. 11 from her first over, and the Blaze are up 72 for 2.
Yeah, indeed. Going back to the Hampshire guys, we've got some notable performances. And Middleton got knocked for 79, and Weatherly, the opening batsman, 62. Press got 54, and Fuller 41. But Brown went for 2, Organ went for 3, Tillack went for 5, and Baker went for nothing, and so did Gubbins.
Yeah, so not a great day for Hampshire. Rain affected game up there, of course.
So Lindsay Smith in again from Pavilion End, and this is work to Maya Boucher at cover. No run. Blaze 72 for 2. Lindsay Smith will come back in again. This is cut away down to Nancy Harman on the leg side, square of the wicket, and she'll field that well.
Fired that one in really quickly, Smith.
Yeah. She was all over that one. Smith resets, checks her field and says, yep, you're fine there, Harman. Just in case, still out in the deep. And this is just pushed to cover again. As Smith resets, 4 balls of the over gone. Push the 1 off it so far. Smith once more. Elwes looked to use her feet there, but played it down the ground, and Lindsay Smith was there ready and waiting. 73 for 2. Smith comes once more, stands at the top of her mark. Elwes waits on strike. Comes in and bowls and driven out to extra cover. Just 1 more ball left of the over. Only 1 off it so far. It's been tidy from Smith, showing why she's an England spinner. And she comes again. This time looked to work down the ground. It's gone over Boucher's head, but there was someone down at long off, and that's just the 1 from that. 74 for 2. Brings up the end of the over, and it does mean that I am going to make way for Nikki.
Okay, see you later, Amelia. Thank you. So this pair are ticking along nicely for Blaze. They're not letting the run rate get too high. It's started out just under 6. It's now the required rate is 6.2, so it's well in control. And just 2 wickets down, having lost the openers early on. But Elvis and Bryce have recovered that situation. And we've got Tyson in again. This hotel end, and that's straight and just defended away by Elvis. And welcome back, Nikki. Hi, Nikki.
Thank you very much, Phil. Good afternoon, all. I was wondering, I just sat down when those 5 overs went by, and I was like, oh, it's because we got spinners off from the event.
And this time, that's a good shot. Tyson's thrown that one up a bit, and Elvis has just come down the ground and hammered it over mid-off for 4. Mid-off and mid-on both up at the moment. We might see that change, but at the moment they're up, and that's gone over for 4. So Elvis up to 28, back on our old home ground. And indeed, long off is no, she's not. George Adams herself, she's going back to mid-off, but long on is coming back. So they've made one adjustment after that shot. Norgrove coming back to long on. Tyson in again around the wicket. And that's swept by Elvis, and that's going to be another boundary. Yep, she's scoring all round the ground at the moment, Elvis. This is a bit of a worrying time for Hampshire as their support bowlers suffer, and the Blaze army over there still moving in time and celebrating that boundary. She does have a lot of energy, that lady, I have to say.
She does, and she's got herself into a good flow. These two going nicely out there in the middle now.
They are stepping up the run rate well. Tyson's struggling a bit on her for a couple of overs here. Already conceded 19 off 9 deliveries. We've now got another fielder out on the leg side. Elvis just goes for the little paddle sweep. There's an appeal from Tyson, but I think it's come off the bat. It's gone away for 4 anyway, and it's runs, yes. Tyson's actually asking for the LBW, but Elvis had the bat a long way in front of the pad and just played a little paddle, preempted shot, and that's 3 boundary successive balls. And Hampshire chasing the ball a little bit here. They changed the field again to cover that shot now, and changed the field every ball this over. So there's a short fine leg in now to stop the paddle. Tyson in again. This one's just defended by Elvis. That's a better line. But if they can get up to 1 bowler in this attack and take her out of the attack, then that really will help Blaze. This one's pushed away from Elvis. That's going to be a single though. Can't stop the run flow. But keeps it down just to 1 off that ball. 13 off that over, and Blaze up to 87 for 2.
Yeah, she's not happy with herself there, Bex Tyson. You can just see there's a bit of frustration on her face as she kind of, I don't want to say snatches her cap back from the umpire, but you can sense the frustration.
I think you could call that a snatch.
You call it a snatch?
Yeah, she definitely snatched it off the umpire, yeah.
All right then, Phil, we'll say it's a snatch. Lindsay Smith from the pavilion end just has a quick word with her skipper, Georgia Adams. Blaze 87 for 2. Target of 292. As Smith at the top of her mark will be bowling to Georgia Elvis, who's on 37. Left arm around the wicket to the right-hander, who's forward and opens the blade ever so slightly into the offside. Down towards deep cover, they'll come through for a single. They look for the second, they'll try, and they come through, and then there's nearly a run out. Nearly a run out, but she makes it back just in time to the non-strikers end, does Catherine Bryce. Lindsay Smith kind of palms the throw in from the boundary towards the stumps.
I think she hit the stumps as well, but I think Catherine Bryce wasn't expecting the throw to go to that end. She seemed to be sort of cruising up back for the second, then realised the throw was going that end and had to get a rush on at the end there.
This one played into the offside, and it will be a dot ball. Elwes taps her back, crouches low in her stance and awaits Smith, who skips in, flatter delivery. She uses her feet down the ground and plays this straight to Bex Tyson, who's at mid-on.
Yeah, that was hit hard to her.
This time makes a little bit of space through the offside and cuts it away down towards Nancy Harmon, who's fielding on the boundary between I'd say a deep cover and a deep point position.
Yep, just trying to plug that gap on the offside.
Smith in, and this time defended by Bryce. Smith fields off her own bowling.
I mean, only threw another over. She just rattled through them, didn't she?
Amelia will be back in no time, as again Bryce forward in defence. I think goes to extra cover. No time wasting here, as that will conclude the end of the 17th over. Blaze 90 for 2 with Elvis on 40 and Catherine Bryce on 37.
So 202 needed from 33, which the board tells us is 6.1. So I think the Blaze run rate wise will be quite happy. They're only 2 wickets down as well. So yeah, I think they've just beginning to turn this round in their favour a little bit. We're going to have Tyson again. Georgia Adams now having a word with her. Whether it's tactical or just a bit of encouragement, you never know. Probably a bit of both. Tyson into Elwes. Elwes drives, but she's not going to get past Boucher this time. Oh, Boucher just returning to the keeper, but throwing it way over her head. But luckily it was backed up by Daisy Gibbett. Backwards square leg. Pause while Boucher does the laces. And Tyson in again. Short run as well. That one's driven through the offside. Cover's going to have to make ground, but will. It's Freya Kemp, and they'll come back for 2. Elwes up to 42. They now push another one out on the leg side again, so single virtually anywhere on the leg side if they want one. That's exactly what they do. Elwes just plays it to the fielder coming in off the boundary. That's Elise Perry. A single. But they're leaving the field the same for Bryce, so she can pick up a single if she wishes as well. Just protecting this little bit for Bex Tyson here. Oh, and that's turned. That's the first one we've really seen turn today. That's a classic left arm spinner's delivery. He's pitched about middle and off and turned away and beating the bat, Bryce, and taken by Southby. But that's a very encouraging delivery from Hampshire's point of view. This one's short and cut away, but no run. So better over this from Tyson, just 3 off it so far, and it's a considerable turn on one of those deliveries. Tyson in again. This is a sweep. It's a sweep from Bryce, but it's a stifled appeal, but not out. But a good comeback over from Tyson, just a 3 off that, and gets her applause from the crowd. And the Blaze have moved on to 93 for 2, recording a further 199.
Really gets through her overs ever so quickly here. It's 3 runs from that one.
Yeah, well, they've got 2 left-arm spinners who run about 6 yards between them, I think, in total.
You know what, I don't even think you'd make it downstairs on the elevator in time and then back up by the time an over ends. I think we should test that. Let's get Amelia to go do an experiment.
I think you definitely wouldn't get downstairs and back. Definitely.
You ready, Amelia? Here we go. Lindsay Smith in. Now, left arm round the wicket to Elwes, who's forward and drives this down towards deep cover for a single.
I can tell you I wouldn't even get to the elevator in the over, let alone down the stairs.
To be fair, there's a steep set of stairs to get up here in the camera gantry. We should give it a shot though. And so Lindsay Smith is in again, and there's a use of the feet here from Catherine Bryce as she pushes this to Maya Boucher at extra cover. Bryce on 37, Elwes on 44. Lindsay Smith in now, and a flatter delivery which is punched straight back to her. She dives to her left to stop the ball, and she gets a round of applause from the spectators here at the Utilita Bowl as well for her commitment. Comes slightly wide of the crease, a bit of flight, use of the feet again from Catherine Bryce, and she hits this little uppishly towards Boucher at extra cover.
I must admit, I don't understand what the range of all this stuff that's up here is, all the wires and cables, but sorry.
Again, off the front foot, this is hit straight to Maya Boucher at extra cover.
But one piece of equipment that does baffle me why it would be up here is a bowling machine.
Oh, I know exactly why that's down. That's up here. Because I'll tell you after this ball. As Smith is in and flatter, straighter. And Bryce looks to cut, but she doesn't quite get the space. And that will conclude the over. Just one run from it. And 19 overs have been bowled. The Blaze are 94 for 2. And I'm safe to say Amelia would have never made it back up in time. We didn't try it, but we'll try it again later. So the reason we've got the bowling machine ball up here, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is during the T20 Blast matches, they have a catching competition.
Oh yes, well,
and that's when
the crowd.
The crowd catching competition, and that's when they launch the balls out of the camera gantry, and you have a few of the spectators who are partaking in the competition, and they try and catch them. So that's the reason.
Excellent. Tyson down the wicket comes Elwes and plays it back. So
it's either that or sometimes maybe Kev James just fancies having a hit
well,
up here. I think
there's
enough space to actually have a net.
I was thinking maybe they're expecting us to do that, but that's a much better explanation that you've given. Thank you. Tyson in, and that's turned again a little bit, and it's got a leading edge from Elwes. And the last 2 or 3 overs, Hampshire sort of clawed this back, kept the run rate down, and also started troubling the Blaze bat a little bit with a bit of spin. This time Elwes is down and down the track and drives it to wide mid wicket. There's a bit of combination fielding as Norgrove flicks it to Perry, but they'll come back for 2. Tyson in again, and that was cut away, but cut in front of square, and he's not going to get past Boucher. No run. This one's just nudged away. Nice little late dab by Elwes, and it's going to come back for 2. That's a very controlled shot down through vacant slip area. 2 runs. Elwes' innings up to 48 now, and she's scored all round the wicket. A good variety of shots. So wagon wheel will be very interesting. Elwes in again. This time she just defends on the offside, but Smith's in quickly, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. Quickly through again, and we're up to 20 overs, and I'm handing over to Amelia.
5 overs flying by. And the Blaze are 98 for 2, chasing 292. That's the target that's been set by the hosts down here in Southampton. And they need 194 runs to win. And currently, after losing the first 2 wickets of Marie Kelly, who was out caught off the bowling of Daisy Gibb, and so was Georgie Boyce, but she was caught at short extra cover by Maya Boucher off the bowling of Gibb. They were 14 for 2, but they're now 98 for 2. And we're going to have a change in bowling. The skipper's going to bring herself on from the pavilion end. And also, we're going to have a change in commentary box. Here, Amelia Clark joins me again.
Hello, yeah, good afternoon, and to everyone listening. Yeah, these 2 Blaze batswomen, they've really settled in now for the course. as Adams comes in, and that's just defended, and there's a little bit of a tangle up with Elvis and herself, who sort of gets in the way, but Elvis, they seem to be able to laugh about it, so all seems well there, but none off of that score. As Georgia Adams comes in again, right arm over the wicket, and this is played square of the wicket down to Nancy Harmon, who's been busy on that offside. As she's now collected the ball, she can Adams can come in for her third ball of the over. Elvis looked to use her feet there, go down the ground, but I think Adams followed her a little bit, and she almost kind of yorkered herself. Just the one from it. But that does bring up the Blaze 100 for 2 off 20 overs. Done that in just 75 minutes, and Georgia Adams is in again, and this is pulled very nicely around. Oh, that's a shame. There's a diving attempt on the boundary to stop it. Yeah, fine leg, just it couldn't get there. Not quite sure who that is down there. I can't quite see there. I think it's Freya Kemp, actually.
I think we need binoculars from
yeah.
here. We are quite far off, and
I can tell the Hampshire team a little bit better, you know, say, like, because you watch them so frequently, you kind of get used to what they look like. But Freya Kemp and Freya Davies look really similar, and so it's always like checking which one is which, and so I like to check their number. But yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes you do need the binoculars. As Adam comes in, and oh, this is a Yorker, and she managed to sort of dig it out, but I think she kind of hit her foot at the same time. Did Catherine Bryce, which she remains safe and on strike. The run rate required, bit of a tongue twister there, is 6.4, and the current is 4.9, but the Blaze, I think, will be very happy with the way things are going, and this is just Blaze cover, and Maya Boucher makes easy work of that. And that brings up the end of the over. 6 off it for Adams, 104 for 2. Go the Blaze.
how many times can you say run rate required without mucking it up?
Barely once. Run rate required. I have to think about it so much. I get through like 2 of them.
I can see the face of concentration.
You can see my brain actually, like, yeah, struggling with it. I kind of end up going like run rate required or something. Yeah.
Well, it's a good game to play on a Friday night with your friends.
Especially if you had a drink.
Here is Bex Tyson with ball in hand from the hotel end, in left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Elvis, and that one's got a bit of turn. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. A bit of drift in the air, hits the surface, bit of turn away from the right-hander. In comes Tyson again, and this time uses her feet and almost a leading edge to mid-off. Hands are in the air. People are on the ground. The frustration. Oh, so close, but yet so far.
Yeah, that really was a missed opportunity there.
Tyson in again, and this time down on one knee. She sweeps, does Georgia Elvis, down towards deep mid-wicket, and she'll come through for a single, and with that single she will get to her half-century. 50 up on the board of 53 deliveries for the experienced player. In a Blaze t-shirt, she's played plenty of cricket down here in Southampton. In a Viper shirt, and this time she gets to a half-century in the Blaze colours. As Bex Tyson is in now, this one's slightly shorter and pulled away down towards deep square leg. Come through for a single. In the field here, we've got a short third, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off on the offside as Tyson skips in, tosses it up in the air, tries to tempt Georgia Elvis, who's forward and closes the face of the bat to turn it down towards wide long on. Deep mid-wicket and long on have a bit of a chase to the ball. In this case, long on wins. Comes through for the single. Tyson in again, and Bryce this time forward in defence. So we'll conclude the over. 3 runs from it, and the Blades are 107 for 2 after 22 overs.
Elsewhere in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, Essex women need 220 runs to win with 31 overs left and 7 wickets remaining. They're currently 87 for 3. Somerset women need 229 runs to win with 32 overs left with 8 wickets. They're currently 87 for 2. Funny that they're both on the same score in different matches. And Surrey women need 78 to win off 26 overs with 7 wickets remaining. Wow, looks like they're on course for a quick win there. Hopefully Warwickshire will put up a little bit of a defence against them, as good as they are. As we've got Adams coming in again, and that's a bit of a misfield, and that's run away from long off, and that's 4.
Yeah, that will be frustrating. That should have been an easy pickup. It was literally one bounce to the fielder.
Yeah, Abby Norgrove down there. You can see the frustration on Adams. The hands went on the head. Easy chance missed. And so far before that, I think Hampshire have been good in the field. Just a couple of small mistakes as Adam comes in again, and this is work to mid-wicket. Lindsay Smith doesn't make any mistake with that. 111 for 2.
Yeah, and that Warwickshire Surrey fixture, Alice Capsey's on 76 for Surrey.
Wow. As that's gone down now to a long off, just the one. Yeah, she won't want to be going anywhere. She'll want to carry her team over the line. Adam's just waiting. Catherine Bryce taking her time. Taps her bat and signals she's ready. This is an attempt to sort of feather it down to third man, but there is someone there. Daisy Gibb waiting. It's got a lot hotter now, hasn't it? It feels like the sun's out. And
so because of these screens in front of us, I'm not feeling it as much. Normally
Adams
really
drives,
can.
and this is up in the air, and it's been caught very nicely. Sorry to cut you off there. As Catherine Bryce just drove that over the head of her counterpart, and mid-on was waiting, and an easy catch to really take there. I think that was Abby Norgrove, who very much made up for her slight mishap earlier. Very nicely taken, and Adams is thrilled.
She's relieved, I think,
she?
because
Yes.
there was that opportunity earlier in the over, which the first ball, which went for 4, where it really shouldn't have because of a misfield. And she's finally got that breakthrough. Catherine Bryce will have to go for 43. Norgrove recovers from a little bit of sloppy fielding at the start of the over. And she gets it back on track. Skipper's happy again. And the Blades are 112 for 3.
That will be frustrating for her. She departs on 43. I think she was only a few off her half century. In the rate she was going, she was looking like she was absolutely going to get there. But unfortunately for the Blaze, Georgia Adams struck. And yeah, Norgrove took quite a nice easy catch there. If you're watching on the live stream, it does feel as if it may have frozen for a moment just on the last replay. They are just having a little bit of a drinks break. Oh, we seem to be back with it, and just having Hampshire just having some refreshments as the new Blaze batswoman joins them in the middle. So Elwes is still out there. She's on 56 or 57. Her strike rate is very impressive. And it looks as though coming in will be the other Bryce sister. So Catherine's just departed and Sarah is in to join Elwes in the middle. So the Blaze are 112 for 3. They've still got work to be done, but are looking in a very good position. The required run rate is 6.6, but currently they're on 4.9, and this is defended nicely, and Boucher's very much on top of that. That brings up the end of the over. Good over from a Hampshire point of view, 112 for 3.
Yeah, good over that in the end.
Had 23 overs today. Still got potentially a 27 left to go. Who blinks first? Can Hampshire bowl the Blaze out, or Blaze beat this score?
Bex Tyson with ball in hand from the hotel end is in now and gives it a little bit of a loopy delivery outside the off stump, to which Georgia Elwes gets down on one knee to sweep in front of square down towards Perry, who's at deep mid wicket. Tyson in now, and this one a straighter line, which is defended by Elwes off the front foot. And with that, we're just bringing long on into the ring. As Tyson skips in, and this time with the back foot, Sarah Bryce looks to work down towards deep cover, and she'll come through for a single, which means she will also open her account. Adds one to the total, Blaze 114 for 3.
Yeah, for their parents, Sarah and Catherine Bryce, it must be a very easy decision on who to support. Sometimes within cricket you get sort of siblings playing for different teams, but this is quite an easy one.
Oh, beautiful delivery there from Tyson. A bit of a turn and just beats the outer edge of Georgia Elwes' bat. And even Elwes is smiling. She's looked up at Bex and it's like, oh, can't believe that one. There's a bit of turn there. She's got a smart. It's only so much you can do. You've got to give credit where credit's due. A good delivery from Bex Tyson. This one tossed up, Elwes down on one knee again. Goes for the sweep shot, and she will pierce the field here, deep between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. She finds the gap, and Elise Perry will have to go and retrieve the ball. 4 runs added to the total for the Blaze. They move on to 118 for 3.
Yeah, they're edging ever closer to that required run rate, and you think at the position they're in, they've only 3 down, halfway through.
This time defended to Boucher, who's at extra cover. And with that, it will also conclude the end of the 24th over. Blaze 118 for 3, Elwes on 61. Sarah Bryce with 1 to her name.
Yeah, Hampshire are whipping through these overs. No time to wait at all. Looks like Georgia Adams is going to come and continue her bowling from the pavilion edge, just taking a hat off and giving it to the umpire. She's 1 for 11 so far, and she'll be looking for that next wicket. Current partnership is that's defended nicely, and that was a bit of a miscommunication. There was almost a run out, but no luck there. Adams in again. Bryce on strike. Defended back to her. Adams will do her own fielding. And she's down to the top of her mark. Not a long way to go. 5 steps in and she bowls, and this is cut nicely into the offside, and it's thrown at the bowler's end, but Norgrove's there to back it up. And she's been sent from mid on to long on. As Adams is in again, and that's driven down the ground for no run scored. Freya Davies looked as if maybe her studs got stuck in the ground then, and she sort of hopped forward to collect that. It wasn't a limp or anything, hopefully just sticking in the ground a bit. And this is driven this time down to long off. It will come up and collect, and one more ball of the over. Adams rattling through at quite a pace, only 2 off so far. She's kept it tight. She comes in to Sarah Bryce. And that's defended into the covers. End of the over, 120 for 3. Elwes on 62 off 63, and Bryce is on 2 off, facing 7 deliveries. It's 25 overs, so that means we're going to have a change in the commentary. And Nikki, thank you for joining me, and Phil's going to come back and continue his overage with myself. As it's halfway, we're going to take a customary drinks break for both teams. So I think both teams are in a good position here. Once Phil's all settled, I'll get his thoughts on the matter, but I think it would be fairly even. What do you think, Phil?
Yeah, I think that most recent wicket, the wicket of Catherine Bryce, has possibly tilted it back in Hampshire's favour. But while Elvis is there, I think anything can happen.
Yeah.
We've seen her win games before, in both domestic and international matches. So she seems to be. The tempo of her innings is really good at the moment. She's, not panicking with the run rate. There's no need to panic with the run rate, but she's just scoring at a good rate, run a ball virtually, and I think she's the key, to be honest. I think if she stays there till the end, I think the Blaze will be victorious, but if Hampshire can get her, I think it'll put a lot more pressure on the rest of the Blaze batting. So, didn't really answer your question.
No, I like it.
Sat on the fence a bit
you
there.
You did, yeah.
But, yeah, I think it's a well-poised game, and I would always, in these sort of games, I would always favour the team that's batted first. I just think runs on the board, bit of scoreboard pressure. Let's put it this way, I'd rather be in the Hampshire lineup at the moment than the Blaze one, but only slightly.
Well, for some reason on the on the live stream, you're actually seeing a few members of the Shane Warne Wrinklies on the live stream there. So
that's where they
Steve
are. And they're waving,
giving us a wave.
Yeah, excellent.
They've spotted the camera. Yeah, I was just looking at the screen and I was like, oh, I can see them now.
Oh, and they're in the dance as well.
They are. They're all forever jolly. But yes, I'm very much inclined to agree with you there. I think I read that, yes, Blaze need 172 off of the next 25 overs. Oh, as a seagull makes itself very known, as he almost looked like he was going to try and fly into the camera gantry here, but they've got the windows across, so we won't have any luck.
Now that we've seen the Warnstown Wrinklies on camera, I'm a bit disappointed they're not all in like the same. I thought they'd have.
They need a shirt.
Wrinklies t-shirts or something on. They're not.
Well, if you're a relation to any of them, you now know what to get them for Christmas.
Yeah, they're not in uniform.
There we go. Phil Green says you guys need to be in uniform. But yes, no, I think both teams will be quite pleased in this point of view.
Yeah, I think, as I say, it's one of those games that could go either way. And I know, again, I'm sitting on the fence here, but I would favour Hampshire, but not by much. I think that's how I would sum it up. I think the interesting thing that we haven't noticed before is that Bex Tyson is actually getting some turn now from this end. I don't think anybody else has turned it all day. I mean, Lindsay Smith's not a big spinner of the ball anyway, but I didn't notice any turn from either Gordon or Hyam, not significant turn. Yet Bex Tyson's got a couple of balls to really grip and go. You know, classic left arm spinners delivery. So I think that could be quite crucial. She's still got 4 overs remaining, and she started off with 2 fairly expensive overs, but since then she's looked a real threat and a wicket-taking threat. A couple of played and misses, a couple of outside edge or leading edges that have nearly carried to fielders. And I think she could be quite crucial here in the 4 overs she's got left.
I think she could indeed. Well,
is it me or you?
It is you. And yeah.
Okay, so after that prolonged drinks break, it is going to be Tyson opening the attack, returning to the attack from this end, and that's just turned away, but no run. Southby's quickly after it, prevents running. So Elvis on strike on 62. So yeah, Bex Tyson into a 7th successive over from the hotel end, away from us, and we're in great position to see any purchase she can get on the ball. That one's a bit short and just dabbed away on the offside. There's a quick single, and that could be. Oh, Lindsay Smith shied at the stumps of the bowler's end, and my impression was that she was gone if that hit. Elvis, she's apologised to her partner. I think she realised that wasn't the best run. It was to Lindsay Smith's right, and of course she's left-handed, but she got into position for the throw very quickly, and I think that looked fairly tight. Anyway, Tyson in. This one's cut away by Bryce. There's a lot of flourish in that shot. It's only going to bring her a single. out to Kemp on the boundary. Tyson in again. That one is attempted sweep by Elvis to a ball outside off stump. She's played missed. Southby takes. Tyson in again. This made room, but she's only hit it straight to Boucher, extra cover. So again, a good over this from Tyson so far. Just 2 off 5 balls. Needs to finish well. Do see the 6th ball of the over going for runs quite often in these games. So. And this time it's pulled away, but it's only going to be 1. Out to Nancy Harmon at deep square leg. So good over again from Tyson, just 3 off it. She's now 7 overs for 43, which doesn't really reflect the way she's bowled in certainly the last 4 or 5 overs, where she's been very impressive. And the Blaze are 123 for 3. Run rate now is just for the first time, required run rate has just crept up to 7. First time it's been there, but that's still controllable from the Blaze point of view.
So Adams in again to the cacophony of some seagulls that are nearby us.
Pick that up on the sound effects.
This is driven to Lindsay Smith at cover. Yes, thank you. As Adams comes in again. And again played to Lindsay Smith, who sprightly throws that to Southby just to make sure that Elvis was in her mark. As in comes Adams again. And Elvis looks to use her feet, and she does, and she beat Lindsay Smith there, and she's going to beat the boundary rider. Lindsay Smith remains on her front after diving to her left, and she's a little bit annoyed by that, but that's another 4 for Elvis, and that moves it on.
I think that was a catchable height, so it's not just that she didn't field it. I'm not saying it was a drop by any chance, because Lindsay Smith went full length, but it was catchable height, not far wide of her.
Absolutely. As in comes Adams again, and this is up and plays out to extra cover. Just the one. Rihanna Southby will have to do some work there to fetch that, but she does. 128 for 3, Elvis on 69, Bryce on 3. That's Adams' weight, 2 balls left of the over. Rattling through at quite a pace. And she comes in. This is just blocked out. Does the customary sending of Abby Norgrove down to the boundary. And she comes in. And this is to be cut away, soft hands, but there's an opportunity for a run out here. And the umpire remains unmoved. Southby sure of it. We'll have a look at that on the replay.
Yeah, Bryce has cut it away and wanted the single, and Elvis sent her back. Throw came in to Southby. It's hard to tell from our angle, but
I think she would have been safe.
I think she's okay. I think a direct hit might have been in trouble, but it actually went to Southby, and she's okay. So Blaze at 128 for 3. But yeah, Bryce wanted the single there, and Elvis, well, they weren't in unison, let's put it that way. And we're going to get a bowling change. We're going to go back to pace from this end now, with Daisy Gibb, who opened up from the far end, from the pavilion end, but is now going to come back on at the hotel end. This time with the keeper stood up. Southby tends to do that when the seamers come back for their second spell. The ball's a bit softer. Balls are a bit softer, I should say. There are 2 balls, of course, in these matches. 1 from each end. Gibb in to Elvis, who drives, and Just picks up another very measured single out to Freya Kemp on the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, Maya Boucher almost looked like she was going to make a big diving attempt to catch that, but it was probably about 2 of her body lengths away from her. For a moment, she did think about it.
Well, she's a very energetic fielder, always on the move, but there was no catching opportunity there. It wasn't. It was into the ground. Gibb again. This is driven by Bryce, who's going to get a single. Boucher again, very athletic. Fields and then turns to throw at the bowler's end, which was the harder end for her to throw at, but it was a good shy, and Bryce had to hurry again. And
she receives a high five of Lindsay Smith, who even ran over to say well done.
Sprinted 30 yards to congratulate her there. Yes, good fielding by Boucher. And over the last few minutes, there's been 2 or 3 occasions where a run-out's looked a possibility here. So Gibb in again. That's wide, but Elvis can only get a bit of a bat on it, and it just goes away on the offside. But it's between Boucher and Smith, so they'll pick up another single.
Yeah,
I think Boucher might have hurt herself.
Well, there's that cover over one of the strips that the men were playing on the last match they were here, and it's rough. It is rough, and we were actually talking about that. And I think as she skidded to stop that ball, it might have taken some of the sort of skin off the side of her hand. She looks like she'd be fine, but it's a bit of a sting.
There's some sort of matting over that track, isn't there? Gibbon again, that's short, and she's out caught behind. That's great wicket for Gibb. So her 3rd wicket. Bryce went to cut that, it was short of a length, and obviously got a little top edge. Southby stood up to the stumps, which is never easy for a keeper from a seamer, but took that with no trouble. And that's a 4th wicket for Hampshire, 3rd one for Daisy Gibb, and puts the pressure even more on Elvis now to take plays home from here. They're still not halfway to the total, and 4 wickets gone. And also a good bowling change from skipper George Adams. Can't understate that. You know, makes a change, gets a wicket. That's just what a captain wants in this situation.
Yeah, she made the right decision, brought Daisy Gibb in from a different end as well. Daisy Gibb had been previously bowling from the pavilion end, and brought her in from the hotel end halfway through and just said, go on, have a few. And yeah, she said they didn't look cohesive in the middle, did the Blaze pair there. There seemed to be a bit of confusion and a few sort of, misjudged opportunities, and then Daisy Gibb was able to strike, and Southby quick hands as ever.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot. If you contrast that to like when Harman and Kemp were batting for Hampshire earlier, they seemed to be in sync with the running right from the start, and everything was quite smooth. But as you say, the last 3 or 4 overs, there's been 2 or 3 occasions where they've not been in agreement, and nearly have caused run-outs. Not that the wicket fell from a run-out, but yes, it all puts pressure on the batting side when the running's not going smoothly. So Ella Claridge is the new player for Blaze, the new batter, coming in at number 6. And Gibb is in again. And that's Yorker length, but she's just got an outside edge on it, I think, or it might have just gone through. It's gone for 4, and it is runs. So Claridge off the mark rather fortuitously. The first delivery, it's just gone almost directly behind the keeper, but she got a very thin outside edge to a wide Yorker length ball, and it squirted away and eluded
well, Phil,
3rd coming round.
I've got some interesting information that you'll, I think, enjoy, and I can tell you after this ball.
Can't wait. Gibbs in now to that's short of a length to Claridge, and just cut away to point for no run.
So Andy H, aka the Yellow Belly Rover, says, afternoon, just to let you know, the energetic Blaze fan dancing in the stands over to our right, who's still going, is Josie Grove's mum.
Okay.
So one of the players, and so thank you, Andy, for letting us know about that. It's always nice to know, and yeah, she's got a flag and I think some orange stuff on the seat as well. She's in orange, she's dancing away. She's got some...
She certainly added some colour in every sense to the occasion today.
Indeed.
And she's now waving her tambourine, we think it is, above her head.
I think, yeah, pretty sure unless it's...
rock into something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So well done her. Adams in there from the...
Oh, apologies, sorry, it's my over, isn't it?
Yeah,
I thought it was coming from the hotel end.
It was just
It's
played
Adams.
from mid to mid wicket for no run. Over to you.
Adams in again and looks to use her feet as Elvis, but squirts out on the leg side and they'll only get the one. I was so taken by her dancing, I'd completely forgotten what over it was. So Adams in once more. As Adams just waits, he's waiting for Claridge to be ready. Claridge was just suspecting something and tried to turn that around off her hip, but very nicely Bex Tyson was there, lying in wait. Quick hands, got it back to Rihanna Southby, 136 for 4. As you say, the dangerous Elvis is still there. As Adams comes in again. And this is defended, blocked back, and Adams will do her own fielding.
Yeah, I think Elvis is the key to this game now.
Adams to the top of her mark, only 2 balls left in the over. She comes in and look to work around the corner, but Bex Tyson managing to adjust quickly has stopped and saved a big boundary there, just the one off of it.
Yeah, it's good fielding from Tyson because she was going to her wrong hand, moving to her right, but she managed to sort of reverse hand it and stop. Took it with the left.
As Adams in again. That was well stopped there. So Elvis looked to move down the track. She was looking for a boundary, but Adams got in her way. 137 for 4. 29 overs had.
Yeah, another good over from Adams. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 20 now. Very understated cricketer all round, Adams, isn't she? She always contributes
Possibly.
with bat, ball, captains the team, obviously in charge. You know, one of those captains you can tell who's in charge. Number 1 on her back. You know, it's all it's all there, isn't it? She is the focal point of this team, without a doubt.
But in an understated way, not in a showy way.
Exactly.
It's nice to see.
But always gets runs and all wickets, seems to. Gibb coming in again now, bowling to Claridge. And that's just pushed back to Claridge, who takes it one-handed on the bounce in her follow-through and feeds the ball back to Boucher, who will be the polisher, although she didn't on this occasion. She just threw it straight back to George Adams. But I think the reason it goes to her is to polish the ball.
Yeah.
She looks like she's still struggling a little bit from that.
She does, yeah.
When she landed on the matting just now.
Well, we talked about this when the game was on last time. You don't want to be skidding on that matting.
Gibb in again. That's wide of off stump, cut away, but it's only found Smith at backward point. Again, there's no run, so run rate just building now. It's up to, wasn't long ago we said it's up to 7. It's now up to 7.5. And you can't, as a batting side, normally let it get above 8. That's the sort of top point unless you're really near the end of the innings. I know you have to look to take it deep, but you don't want to be getting up to 8 and over at this stage with 20 overs left. Gibb in. That's very wide. In fact, I think it would have been a wide, but Claridge reached for it, got the toe end of the bat on it, and hit straight to Lindsay Smith, which produced a dot ball. But I think leaving that would have been the wiser option.
Yeah, I think the umpire was moving into position to give it a wide, and then realised that she'd got a little bat on it.
Well, she certainly hit it well outside the blue guideline. Gibb in again. This is driven by Claridge, but no great power in that. This is found Boucher at extra cover. Returns it to Southby, so a quiet little spell here for Blaze. Claridge edged her first ball for 4, but has only scored 1 off 8 balls since. She needs to start supporting Elvis, otherwise Elvis might have to get out of her comfort zone. At the moment she's looking very comfortable. Gibb in. This was driven again by Claridge, but again no run as he hits it straight to extra cover. And yeah, this is a good spell from Gibb and Hampshire in general, because it's just squeezing the new batter, and she'll be feeling a bit of pressure now as she can't get the ball through the field at the moment. Gibb in again. And that's a big shout for LBW. That could be out. No, it's not given. It kept very low and looked very close. Great shout from Gibb. We'll see that on the replay hopefully, but not given anyway at the end of the over, which was a maiden and very impressive at this stage of the innings. Let's have a look at that replay again. No, I think that's going down the leg, just slipping down the leg side, not much in it, but a maiden, a very important second maiden that Daisy Gibbs bowled. Very valuable at this stage.
And I'm going to make way for Nikki.
Okay, thank you, Amelia. See, again, we're changing hands quite quickly this afternoon on the commentary in this second innings, so quick turnaround. It's going to be Georgia Adams again, bowling from the pavilion end, and that one's pulled away by Elvis, but she's not going to get it away more than a single. This puts Claridge back on strike. Hello again, Nikki.
Hello, Phil. Afternoon, all.
So we now know the identity of the Blaze flag holder. That's the.
Where is the Blaze flag holder?
I'll show you in a minute. I'll carry on with this over, shall I? So that's square leg. That's swept down their backward square leg. They're going to come back for 2 for Claridge. So if you look where that sort of black box is halfway along.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
The flag's there, and it's the lady just to the left of it now with the tambourine, and apparently it's Josie Grove's mother. So welcome to her, and thank you for all the entertainment. Adams in again. That's driven back by Claridge. Claridge still under a little bit of pressure here as Adams comes in, and she goes for a big sort of slog sweep there, but doesn't get hold of it. It's gone out for a single to deep mid wicket, which I think is Norgrove. No, in fact it's Elise Perry out there. But Claridge, yeah, struggling a little bit at the start of her innings, but she's got plenty of time. Elvis just needs to carry on doing what she's doing. Adams in, and Elvis down the wicket. When she gets there, she sweeps it, but it's straight to Tyson. Short fine leg, and there's no run. So Elvis may be starting to feel a bit of pressure here. Run rate's up to 7.9 now. This time she just plays it carefully on the offside. That's a dot ball. Another good over for Adams, just 4 from it, and the pressure mounting on the Blaze batters as the required run rate ticks over to 8.
Yeah, 151 runs required off the next 19 overs. It's about finding that balance right now. You're 4 wickets down. Yes, Georgia Elvis is out there in the middle. She is on 73. But it's about knowing that risk and reward element. You don't want to try and go too hard now, potentially, and maybe danger losing another couple of wickets, and then you're really making it difficult for the tail end coming in.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, they've got to take it deep, but you can't let it mount up too far above 8 and over at this stage. If you get down to 1 or 2 overs left and it's 8 and over, that's fine, but 8 and over for 19 overs is a long time.
This one is defended by Claridge off the bowling of Daisy Gibb, who's back into the attack in for her 7th over.
Very impressive figures from Daisy Gibb, 3 for 18.
I know, you wouldn't be saying no to that, would you? Should be happy.
2 maidens, that including a maiden in her last over, which is the 30th over of the innings, which is quite unusual.
Gibb runs away from us at the hotel end, and this time Claridge is forward and pushes this down towards deep cover for a single. That run rate required is 8, and currently going at 4.5.
Yes, there's work to do here.
Here's Gibbon again, and this time it is flat batted off the front foot, down towards deep cover by Elwes. She moves on to 74. Are we going to have a centurion in both innings?
Oh, that would be
I
good.
don't want to speak too soon, because
Yeah,
you know
no.
what happens when I when I do.
No, there's every chance if she carries on batting like she does, or like she is, but she does need help from the other end. Otherwise, I think she might have to start changing her game a bit.
Gibbon now, and this one just dug out and pushed towards mid-on. No, run. Gibb makes her way as Claridge taps her back as she awaits and is forward and pushes this to mid-off. She'll come in for a quick single. There's a shy at the non-striker's end, and my goodness, had that hit, I think Claridge was going to be on her way home.
I think so.
That was a very, very risky run.
I think that's just a result of the pressure she's been put under, Claridge, and sort of thinking now she has to get off strike it and rotate the strike at any cost almost. But that would have cost her a wicket, you're right, Nikki. That a direct hit then would have been out by a yard or two, I think.
Tyson in now. Sorry, Gibbon now, and Elwes goes for the ramp. The reverse ramp.
Yeah.
Doesn't make contact, goes into the gloves of Ree Southby, and it will be the end of the over. 3 runs from it, 32 overs gone, 144 for 4 with Georgia Elwes on 74 and Ella Claridge on 10.
Yeah, I think going back to what you said about the second centurion here, I think it's just noticeable the last couple of overs that Elwes has changed her game a little bit. Like she's feeling she's got to really up the tempo, which she has, I guess, without too much support coming from the other end. And she's tried a couple of shots that unorthodox shots, should we call it, which she wasn't doing earlier. And I think pressure's starting to mount a little bit on them here. So we've got Lindsay Smith coming back on, who doesn't tend to give much away either. Coming back on for a 7th over, coming in from the pavilion end. And Claridge can't get anything off the first ball there. She's trying to push it up to long off, I think, or deep mid off, but it's too square and it's gone straight to the fielder at extra cover. No run. Smith. Claridge drives that straight back to the bowler, and that's just another dot ball. And the rate up to 8.4 now. At this stage it goes up very quickly on every dot ball. Smith in round the wicket. Claridge slog sweeps that. Good contact. There's only going to be one as it goes out to Perry at deep mid wicket. It's been a while since the boundary. I think the last boundary was Claridge's first ball, which she edged for 4. But we haven't had a boundary off the middle of the bat for a while, and we need some now from the Blazes' point of view. Smith in again, left arm round, that's flat. I think she might have seen Elwes coming. She started to go down the wicket, and Smith just fired it in flat, and all she could do was defend it back. So there's just 1 off 4 balls this over. Elwes just plays that on the offside. She's going to get a single, but Hampshire won't mind that. Really squeezed well in these last 10 overs, Hampshire. So Smith coming in to finish her 7th over. To Claridge. Oh, and that's edged, but it's only going to be a single. It's run away. Daisy Gibb moving to her left field. So 1 run to Smith, just a 3 off the over. Another really good over from Hampshire's point of view. And the Blaze are on 147 for 4. just past the halfway mark in runs, but well past the halfway mark in overs.
Yeah, 33 overs gone. And well, I just fear that the Blaze don't leave themselves too much to do towards the end. That run rate already just creeping up and up slowly as each over goes. And there's also so much you can just rely on Georgia Elwes to do.
Yeah, she's having to change her game a little bit. As I say, she's not getting a lot of the strike lately either. We've got Freya Davis back in the attack.
This one was pushed to extra cover off the front foot by Ella Claridge. Davis back into the attack, replacing... Completely gone blank there.
Replacing Gibb.
Gibb,
Yeah.
replacing Daisy Gibb. One blonde ponytail replacing another. They look very similar, actually, from the back as Freya Davies runs in, and this one just outside the off stump, and this is dabbed away down towards deep third for a single.
When you're up this high as well, you don't get much context in terms of height of the players, because there'll be quite a lot of height difference between some of them, but they all look the same height from up here pretty well, don't they?
Yeah. They're all kind of stunted from where we are, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Here we go. In runs Freya Davis away from us. And this one is blocked out on the front foot by Georgia Elwes, and she decides she's going to remark her guard and walk towards square leg. 144 runs required to win here for the Blaze. They're top of the table currently in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Hampshire in at second place. There she goes for the ramp again. This time this goes into the gloves of Rhys Southby, failing to make connection there. She's tried that a couple of times now.
I'm not sure if it's a full value shot anyway, because there's a deep third. Normally they play
It's
that
quite high
reverse
risk
ramp when there's no...
for, what, 1-2 runs?
Yeah, exactly. Normally it's a shot they play when the field's up in that position, but yeah, as you say, 1 or 2 at best. It's not really a risk reward shot, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, in runs Freya Davies now, and Elwes this time stays leg side of the ball and plays it to Lindsay Smith, who's at backward point. And it's safe to say, Lindsay Smith is getting absolutely destroyed at backward point. Every single ball that has gone to her has been nailed out the middle of the bat.
And she's been hit on the body, several places on the body, I think, as well. Putting her body on the line. Yeah.
Davis at the top of her mark, sun shining, and it's all in all its glory here at the Utilita Bowl. And she uses her feet, comes down the track and goes across the line, does Georgia Elwes, and she finds mid-wicket. And it has been kneed. It has been kneed by Abby Norgrove, who is in that short mid-wicket. It stopped 4 runs. It means just 1 run from that over. 34 overs gone. The Blazer 148 for 4. Elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup, Lancashire women taking on Essex. Lancashire posted 306 for 4 at the end of their innings, and Essex currently 139 for 5, trying to chase that one down. Somerset versus Durham. Durham posted 315 for 9 at the end of their innings. Somerset currently 129 for 5 as well. And Warwickshire versus Surrey. Warwickshire were bowled out for 239. Surrey 217 for 5. So every single game, apart from ours, we seem to have 5 wickets down.
Okay. And we could have soon. So Smith's in, and that one's just knocked down the ground by Claridge for a single, but Blaze really need more than this at the moment.
Yes, Surrey requiring 24 runs to win in 16.3 overs. They should be seeing that one home pretty...
You'd think so. Smith in again, and Elwes just defend. See, Elwes had a run of ball up to about 70, and now she's 75 from 89, and I think it's because she sort of changed her approach in the last 7 or 8 overs. And she's trying things that she wasn't before. This time she's played more orthodox shot down the ground. It's just going to be a single as the squeeze continues. 150 up for the Blaze, but that just coming up on the board just sort of emphasises really how far they've still got to go. Smith in again round the wicket, and Claridge goes for that slog sweep. She does connect well here, and this time she has found the gap. And that's gone into mid-wicket gap for 4. So very welcome runs for Ella Claridge. Takes her up to 18. Maybe that will spark her innings. Ball's gone into the groundsman's compound there under the tunnel. Those of you that know the Utilita Bowl, the tunnel goes between the main ground and the nursery ground, and where the ground staff tend to sit during the game. Smith in again. This time it's just turned on the leg side by Claridge, but no run. And again, run rate now up over 9, creeping up all the time. How can she finish this over? Smith in, Claridge is down the wicket, and she's gone big, but couldn't see where that went, but it obviously just miscued because it just trickled out to deep mid on for a single.
End of the over. 35 overs gone. The Blaze 155 for 4. They require 137 runs to win. And I believe it's time for a change in the commentary box as well, as Phil Green makes way for Amelia Clark. And in the meantime, I thought we'd just quickly touch on runs scored in the Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup so far, as Emma Lamb tops that table currently with 589 runs. She's playing for Lancashire, and believe it or not, she scored another century today in Lancashire colours. That's not obviously added to that total yet, but she has been having a brilliant season, as in runs Freya Davis now, and this one just sliding down the leg side, come off the pad as it signalled a leg by. Down towards fine leg. And yeah, Holly Armitage as well, 477 runs. Grace Scrivens for Essex, 392 runs. Now if you look at Hampshire's contribution, Ella McCacken, 349 runs in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this season, with a top score of 133 not out. As in runs Freya Davies now, and this one is pulled away by Georgia Elwes down towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket. There is nobody there, and it is going to be a little bit of a jog to go retrieve the ball. 4 runs added to the total as the Blaze move on to 160 for 4. Elwes moves on to 80, and back in the commentary box with me, Amelia Clark.
Hello. Yes, yeah, an interesting one for the Blaze. Their run rate has just moved to 9, and as Phil was discussing,
The required run rates moved to 9.
Required run rate, sorry, thank you. Not their run
I'm going to make you say that now.
Yeah. I was really trying to avoid that one.
Freya Davis in to Georgia Elwes now, and she's forward and pushes this to Bouchier, who was looking like she was in two minds whether she should long barrier to stop it or should she attack the ball, and she's ended up in a mixed sort of position.
Knees together.
A little bit like a duck position.
Yeah.
As Freya Davis makes her way back to the top of her mark. And Amelia was talking about Ella McCacken, who's leading the runs for Hampshire in the One Day Cup, as this one is slashed away through the offside. Just about, I believe, Lindsay Smith has got a hand to it, so it's saved 4 runs, but they've come through.
She was doing a yoga pose then.
Yeah. It was, again, hit pretty hard. So Ella McCacken top scoring, and then Maya Bouchier with 333 runs in the format in this tournament. So second highest is Claridge, taps her bat. She's on 19. And she shuffles across onto her off stump and pulls this away down just behind of square. As Elise Perry comes round to field, and will just be the single.
Yeah, the Blaze need 130 to win, and they've got 85 balls left to do it. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, so it feels still doable at this position in time, but these two, I think, have got to create a really good partnership and kick on to give the Blaze a real chance of beating that total.
In runs Davis once again, and Elwes pulls this away behind square, just it wasn't even that short, more back of a length, but she's sunk deep in her crease. They'll come back for a couple of runs, and that will conclude the over. 36 overs gone. The Blades are 164 for 4 with Georgia Elwes on 83 from 94 deliveries, Ella Claridge on 20, and they require 128 runs to win with 84 balls left.
Yeah, their partnership now worth 33, so moving along at quite a nice rate. Still got 14 overs left in the day. We have got a sharp cut-off, it says, of 17:26, so just again over the hour, but will be plenty in with that. There's only 14 left. We're just deciding who is going to bowl from the pavilion end. I think it may be Bex Tyson, but I'll just wait for that to be confirmed.
I think it is Bex Tyson. It looks very much like Bex Tyson, unless she's got herself a twin in the side.
Well, the board is still saying Lindsay Smith, but I can see Lindsay Smith and she is nowhere near. That's changed again. It's, I think it's Bex Tyson comes in, left arm around the wicket, and the lefty, and there was a half shout there, and a bit of a mistake behind the gloves. The Claridge is safe. If you're watching on the live, there we go, it's changed now. On live picture stream now says Tyson. So she's none for 43. She's done 7 overs. She's into her 8th. Just a bit of a change in the field for the batter. Claridge, the left-hander. Left-handed bowling, coming to left-handed batting. Around the wicket, and that was a nice sweep shot around. Only 1 off of it. 165 for 4. Sunny day again comes here. We've had mottled sunshine throughout the day. The clouds big and fluffy, no rain like in Hampshire's last game. Threatening, so we're clear there. As Tyson comes in again. Bowls, and this is looked to work down the field, and that's unlucky stop, but it's gone for 4. Lindsay Smith tried at the cover position, but unfortunately it was just a little bit wide to her. She did a full reaching stretch, and she's been busy in that position. Abby Norgrove went and fetched it, so a 4 for Elwes, that moves her total on. She's on 87 as Tyson comes in once more. Again, looks to very cleverly, looks to move down the ground, but just taps it into the space on the leg side. An easier one for Lindsay Smith to field. That required run rate gone to 9.2 now. Bex Tyson in. Oh, and there's been a stumping. Fantastic work behind the gloves there, as Elwes was down on one knee looking to pull that across her, and she's gone on 87.
Yeah, that was a brilliant piece of work by Ree Southby yet again with the gloves. She goes down on one. Oh, she hasn't been stumped. She's been bowled.
She's been bowled?
Yep, on the replay, she's been bowled.
Oh, wow. So Bex Tyson really is getting some real big turn on that.
Yeah, she really has, as Elwes went down on one knee to sweep. It's been working for her so far this innings, but unfortunately this one just grips a little bit more and spins away from the right-hander. She goes to sweep up delivery. That's potentially a little bit too full. And, well, that innings comes to an end, and Georgia Elwes will have to head back towards the dugout after scoring a well-earned 83. Unfortunately not able to get into those 3 digits. And now the Blades are 169 for 5. They require 1, 2, 3 to win 123 runs as Lucy Hyam comes out into the middle.
Yeah, amazing that Bex Tyson is being able to get such a turn on the ball there. I think Rihanna Southby was obviously stood in front of it, so it's quite hard to tell from our position, but on that replay you can really see it. Great work from her, but also I think from a Hampshire point of view they'll be thinking that's a very big wicket to get. You know, Elwes looked like as long as she was out there the Blaze were going to be okay, but yeah, with her dismissal just brings that a little bit more into question. They need 123, they've got 79 balls to do it, and Bex Tyson is in for the last ball of the over around the wicket and defended by Hyam, not taking any risks. Lindsay Smith do a nice bit of fielding there, and that brings up the end of the over. Big round of applause around the ground for Bex Tyson, who's done a fab job there. 169 for 5.
Yeah, good work there from Bex Tyson. 8 overs, 1 for 48. Her figures as it stands. I'm just wondering, are we going to see a change in bowling from the hotel end? There's a bit of a meeting going on. Freya Davis, Georgia Adams, Elise Perry. And the important thing is that Elise Perry has the ball in hand, so I think we are going to see a change in bowling.
Yep.
She'll be replacing Freya Davis from the hotel end. 169 for 5 here, the Blaze. Having lost some early wickets, they were 14 for 2. First wicket was of Marie Kelly, and then Georgie Boyce was the second to go. Catherine Bryce went down as the third as she was caught by Abby Norgrove off the bowling of Georgia Adams. And then her sister, Sarah Bryce, ended up getting out, caught by the keeper, Rihanna Southby, as Elise Perry is in, and she gives a little bit of width outside the off stump, and this is driven down towards deep cover by Claridge for a single. Yeah, Sarah Bryce caught Southby with the gloves off the bowling of Daisy Gibb, and then we just had the wicket of Georgia Elwes, who was bowled by Bex Tyson. Perry just having a word with Georgia Adams. Yes, so that means it's been 3 wickets for Daisy Gibb. 7 overs, 3 for 21 so far. As Perry runs away. Number 18 printed on her back. And this one played off the back foot by Lucy Hyam. She drops it in softly and she says yes, 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 and runs through for a single.
Yeah, we can't forget today we had 2 big moments for Hampshire players. Freya Kemp got her first A-list century for Hampshire, and very shortly after, Nancy Harmon got her first 50 as well, her first A-list 50. So both had a very good day.
Perry into Claridge, who's forward, and she goes for a big swing across the line, and wow, her bails have gone, they've disappeared, and the Blaze, they lose another. Elise Perry strikes, she contributes in the wicket column, and Ella Claridge will have to go for 22 of 34 deliveries. Bowled Elise Perry.
That was a fantastic one. I mean, you can see just exactly where the ball ripped through those stumps. The leg stump very much at a bit of an angle, but nice for Elise Perry that she was able to contribute there as well. She'll be thrilled with that, as this is her last match with Hampshire. And also, similarly, a big wicket again. You know, Claridge was out there, she'd faced 22, she'd been the partner of Elwes, so she had some confidence out there, and now Hampshire have gone from a partnership of 33 to, well, a partnership where Hyam's on 1, and we've got a new batsman woman coming in. So, a very different situation in a matter of balls, really.
Yeah, crazy how a game can just flip over. Cricket is a very, very funny game in that way. 121 runs required as Kirsty Gordon comes out into the middle. Lucy Hyam, her fellow spinner. They were bowling spin from both ends earlier, and now they're going to be batting together. And Kirsty Gordon's taken her guard and is ready to face up to Elise Perry as she runs in. A bit of width, and she has a swash at this one. It stays low, goes through to Ree Southby with the gloves, and there's a lot of oohs and ahs around the ground. And you really can't tell from it. Sometimes you're like, is it that close? Was it that, the reaction? Does it match does it match what happened?
And then you watch it on the replay and think, oh yeah. Well, the current run rate for the Blaze is 4.5. Their required run rate is 9.8. They're edging towards that 10 now. And with a few key batswomen lost, that's looking ever more difficult.
Perry in Oh, and then good Yorker. That's just been blocked out by Kirsty Gordon. Some smiles across the faces of Hampshire players and Kirsty Gordon having a bit of a laugh out there as well, which is nice to see. Perry at the top of mark as she gets through her overs very quickly for a seamer as well, actually. Back of a length, a bit of width, and this is played to Lindsay Smith. I think she's had the ball like 80% of the time today, Lindsay Smith. As that will conclude the over. 2 runs and a wicket from it. 38 overs gone. The Blades 171 for 6. And just taking a look at how Hampshire men are getting on in Div 1 of the County Championship. They're playing against Worcestershire. A beautiful ground at Worcester. You get the cathedral in the background.
Oh, wow.
It's very picturesque. If I was an artist, right, which I'm not, and I can't draw to save my life, it is such a nice place to go and think, wow, I'm going to paint this. Like, you've got the cricket ground, you've got a cathedral, you've got the... Oh, it's very nice.
Wow.
Anyway, what's going on? Hampshire been bowled out for 293. Worcestershire currently 52 for no loss.
As Tyson coming again, and this looks to have just been turned around the corner. And that has gone for 4. The chasing Freya Kemp threw her head back in frustration as she was running around to get that. I say running, it was a jog. But she did run from quite a distance, to be fair to her. So, yeah, another boundary there for Hyam, so get her off the mark after chasing 3 balls. Blaze need 117. They have 71 balls left, with 4 wickets remaining. 2 wickets falling in quite quick succession as Bex Dyson comes in. And again, this looks like tried to sweep across, but found Freya Kemp. So they only get the 1 for it. So the ball was eventually picked up. There's a bit of confusion there, but Daisy Gibb eventually jogged in and did the duty. Specs Tyson comes in again on the pavilion end. This is driven, it's up, but it's sky high. It has landed safely, and they'll only get the 1 for it. It looked like it might carry, but
I thought it was going to. I thought Elise Perry was going to be able to get round and take that, but it will kind of also happen in slow motion.
Yes.
It was like
it happened so slowly, I almost kind of lost it in the air because it was like, where's it not dropped yet? Oh no.
Oh, it's still in the air.
Yep. So Hyam still on strike, batting with intent here as she blocks this one down. A big plume of dust comes out. She digs that one out from Yorker length by Tyson. A dot ball comes a nice sign for Hampshire as Tyson comes in again. Oh, and this is up in the air, and Elise Perry, will she be able to stop it? Yes, she won't get under it, but it was a good stop for a boundary. Great running there. Tactical dive to save herself from injury. We just got the 2 from that. I am on 8 off 6. Gordon opened her account. 1 of 4 deliveries. 179 for 6. Dyson just signalling that she wants Freya Davies to move, but Freya Davies isn't actually sure which way she's going, so she just said, okay, you can stay there then. As Bex Dyson comes in and cut backwards, and it was a very quick shout of the no, and that brings up the end of the over. Tyson won for 56, 179 for 6 of the Blaze. Had 39 overs, just 11 to go. They require 113 off 11 overs.
Just noticed, I turned around and looked at you. You're very pink today. You've got pink t-shirt, pink accreditation, pink socks, pink watch, pink water bottle, pink phone case.
Pink shoes.
Is pink your favourite colour?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I like pink. I've actually got a pink jumper in the car as well.
Oh, you're very pink.
I left that. I like pink. It's nice.
It's a nice
I
colour.
like this pastel pink as well.
I don't like hot pink, you know, like blinding.
Yeah, it's a bit almost this accreditation colour.
Yeah.
It's a bit too pink.
it works for a cred, you
Yes,
know.
yes, it
It's
does.
a good colour
Yeah.
to have as accreditation because you'll never lose it.
No,
Because
exactly.
I'm so bad at losing my accreditation.
If anyone for the accreditation office is listening, she's not. I promise she's not.
As in the house. I don't mean in public. I look after it in public. I keep it around my neck. Here runs Elise Perry in slightly slower ball, and this one's launched straight back down the ground by Kirsty Gordon. And she tries to really take it on down the ground using her levers. Well, it gets cut off by Tyson at mid-on just for a single. She really did try. I could see that she was aiming for the boundary line. Just couldn't get it past.
Probably as well, the ball's just a little bit softer as well. Probably early on in this innings it might have carried, but
Yeah, and what they're doing well though is now they're taking pace off the ball, even
Yeah.
the seamers, so it just doesn't come onto the bat now. Big boundaries either side. Horizontal of the wicket is this one back of a length and pulled away by Hyam. Down towards Nancy Harmon, who's fielding a deep square leg. She comes round to cut it off, just the one. Yeah, I don't lose my accreditation out in public. Just if you're listening from the accreditation office, then it's just when I get home and sometimes, you know, you've had a long day and you just dump it somewhere.
yeah,
And that somewhere just,
changes.
that changes. And I'm pretty sure I didn't dump it here.
See, I know.
And then
I-
you're leaving the next day for another game and you're thinking, where on earth is it? And then you get late and then it's a whole knock-on effect. As Perry is in to Gordon, who just angles this down towards deep third.
See, I'm like that, but I've now forced myself to start putting it in the exact same pocket of my bag every single time, so that I don't lose it. Before I leave, just put it in the
So
same
keep
pocket.
it in the car now.
Ah, see, that's dangerous. You don't have a bag that you take, and then it's in the bag.
But
and
I'm always driving to the ground.
yeah,
So I keep my medication that I need to have on a daily in the car. I keep my accred in the car.
yeah,
So anything I need to do, I know I'm always going to sit in the car. So
right. Fair
I
enough.
just better not lose my car keys. As in runs Perry now. And this one, oh, she goes to cut, does Lucy Hyam, and she gets a bit of outer edge, and it's going to race down fine for 4 towards the Blaze dugout. Doesn't matter how you get it, it adds 4 to the total. And the Blaze move on to 186 for 6.
Yeah, Lise Perry will go and join the huddle of Freya Davies and Georgia Adams there at the top of the bowler's mark of obviously just what the plan of action here is. 2 balls left of the over. They want to keep this tight. They've done well so far. They're very much in control. The required run rate is 10.3 now. They're only operating at 4.7.
Perry in now, and this one just hanging back into the right-handed Hyam. And hits the inner half of the bat. As it dribbles into the leg side. Perry feels of her own bowling.
They've had 7 off this over so far.
She's up and ready to go again. Slower ball, which has been dug out by Hyam, and she just opens the blade down towards deep third. And we'll conclude the over.
And your
8.
commentating stint?
Yes, 8 runs from the over. 40 overs gone. 187 for 6, the Blaze, with Hyam on 14, Gordon on 3. They require 105 runs to win. And I'm going to love you and leave you and make way for Phil Green.
Thank you very much, Nikki. It's been a good day. It's yeah, a good commentary team up here. And the Blaze 187 for 6. We've had 40 overs. Will we get the last 10? Will Hampshire be able to bowl out the last 4 wickets needed? Phil Green, will they be able to do it?
I think Hampshire will win. Whether they'll take the wickets, I'm not sure, but they'll.
Well, Bex Tyson flighted one in and that was knocked away, and they'll just get the one. They've come back for a quick 2, but they've done that very well. Good running there means that they've both got in safely.
Yeah, I think the odds have gone much more in Hampshire's favour since the last time I was on air, largely because of the dismissal of Elvis. But you could sort of see it coming with Elvis because she was changing her way of batting. She felt all of a sudden under more pressure, and she was trying something different. And
This one guided round the corner, and they'll get one, but oh, and there's a good stop there. It's right on the boundary. That was nicely done. I think that's Freya Davies down there. Stopped a big boundary. Yes, yeah, I think you're right.
I think she's she just wasn't getting, without being critical of anyone in particular, she wasn't getting enough support from the other end, and I think she felt she had to take on more than she was doing, where she was scoring at a good tempo. But it was good innings from Elvis. I mean, she's a top player. Has been in domestic cricket for a long time, but the end of that, I think, has made the difference.
Oh, and that's she tried again for a sweep shot, but it didn't work, and Daisy Gibb was there to clean up as it just beat the gloves of Rihanna Southby.
Yeah, that's 2 reverse sweeps she's tried in a row now.
Yeah, they don't look very comfortable on Gordon at the moment, the reverse sweeps. Tyson in again. Defended much better off the back foot by Gordon. Lindsay Smith all across that. It's somewhat surprising to me that Boucher is still on the pitch, seeing as to take a bit of a knock. Well, and that's just played down to her actually, and she looks absolutely in fine form because that skids on the matting. She seemed to be struggling with that for a little while, but
she did.
she's
Yeah.
hard as nails, and she'll see the match out.
Yeah, I think she's certainly moving okay. I think it might have been an arm injury. She sort of landed on her elbow, didn't she?
Yes.
But she's moving all right.
There's Tyson in once more, and this is up in the air and lands safely. Out to Norgrove. And that signals the end of the over. 195 for 6. They need a 97 off 54 with 4 wickets remaining.
That's the end of Becky Tyson's spell. 10 overs, 1 for 63. Now, quite often we say bowling figures flatter somebody. Sometimes it's the reverse. I would say that those figures don't flatter Becky Tyson at all, because I think after her first 2 overs, which she was a little bit shaky at the start, but I think since then she's bowled really well in these innings. She's the one who really looked like beating the bat and getting wickets in that middle over, in her second spell particularly. And I think her performance is far better than figures of 10 overs, 1 for 63 personally.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, she's the only one that's really got the ball to turn.
Yeah, so we've got at least Perry bowling from the hotel end. That smack straight back down the ground, and Perry got a bit of a hand on that, I think, which is why it's only going to be 2. She got a good hand on it diving, and then it was retrieved by Freya Davis, and they came back for 2 for Kirsty Gordon. A good hit by Gordon, but say Perry got a good hand on it. She's now taking her time, because that's obviously hurt a little bit.
Every time I look over to the required run rate, it goes up.
Yeah.
I feel like...
well, that's the thing. It's now 10.8, and unless they're scoring at least 2 boundaries and over, that's going up all the time. And these 2 are obviously capable players, but they are 7 and 8 in the order, so it's a big ask. I know Kirsty Gordon's got very important runs at the bottom of the order before for Blaze. I remember taking her team home in one game from a situation not dissimilar to this. Perry in again, and Gordon goes right across here and scoops that.
She's
straight
gone.
to backward square leg. She tried to be a bit inventive, went right across that offside off stump, trying to sort of help it on with a ramp come lap shot, but didn't quite get it right, and it just lobbed up in the air for a comfortable catch to Daisy Gibb. And that's the 7th wicket for Blaze.
And another one by Elise Perry as well. She's 2 for 32. She's having a nice bowling time out there.
Yep, so making her last game for Hampshire count, and it would appear that she's going to go out for her last game on a winning note, although you can never tell in cricket, as we know. But you'd have to say the match is very much tilted Hampshire's way right now.
Yeah, they need 95 or 52 to the Blaze, and they've only got 3 wickets remaining.
And no established batter at the crease.
Absolutely.
So, not sure the new batter is that...
Yeah, we're just waiting for it to be confirmed on the...
Is it Ballinger? No, it's not Ballinger, I don't think.
They walk in obviously from the pavilion there. facing us, and their numbers are on their backs.
Could be Casty McCarthy, I think. I'm not sure. Anyway, whoever it is has got a huge task on their hands
They
here.
do indeed.
Supporting Hymo. It's actually
Groves.
Groves. So
Her mum will be incredibly...
Mum be getting very animated over there, I think, to the right.
I think she's got a new friend, someone in orange as well, who sat down, not quite as animated.
She's dancing away there.
I mean, the cardio that woman's got in the 50, she hasn't stopped. It's quite amazing, really.
Mrs. Grooves, I think we'll call her, rather than Groves. Assuming she's Mrs. Groves, you can't assume anything, of course. Yes, she's getting very lively now as her daughter comes to the crease to face Elise Perry. That's a full toss to start with, and she's just pushed it back down the wicket, really. Perry tries to flick it up with her foot and catch it, but her football skills have let her down there, which they shouldn't do, of course, because she was a former Australian football international.
Wow.
Double international football and cricketer. That's Elise Perry, but she wasn't able to flick that one up into her hand. This time.
She's a bit like Ashley Barty then, the
Indeed.
former world #1 and a cricket player and now a scratch golfer.
Some people are just annoying, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're just too
Just so
good at
good
too
at
many
everything,
things.
Yeah.
Yep.
That one's just played back down the wicket by Groves. She actually put quite a lot of effort into that, but there was no timing at all, and it just rolled back down the wicket. Perry in again. And Groves has hit that down the ground. That's going to be 4, I think. Yeah, that's a really good shot.
Yep, that's gone.
She's hit that straight back over the bowler's head. And that's 4 runs and brings up the Blazes 200.
They're still going for it. That's one thing you can say. They're not giving up yet. Well, we've had an email at hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Stephen Clark says, Amelia, Nikki and Phil, thank you for your commentary today. It's been a lot of fun, and the Shane Warne Wrinkleys will ensure that your boss Kev receives a positive report. Well, thank you very much, Steve. We do appreciate that.
It's no relation of yours, by the way, is it,
No.
Amelia?
No,
Okay.
none at all. Not that I know of.
Thank you, Steve. Glad you enjoyed your day and your friends. Perry in again. Oh, and that's Boulder. So trying to repeat the shot then down the ground was Groves. The run rate's got to a stage where she had to go for it, really, and Perry has picked up her 3rd wicket, and the Blaze are slipping away here to 200 and 1 for 8.
Yeah.
Groves made just 4 off 4 balls, and Perry, certainly her best return, I think it's her best return for Hampshire, am I right in saying? 3 for 36, and power to add with 2 wickets still to go.
Yeah, 2 wickets in 1 over. That's always popular. An understated celebration there from Elise Perry. She knows the job's by far not over. Still to go, but happy to get one. Still waiting for the incoming batswoman to be announced.
I also think the intensity of the celebration is always related to the value of the wicket.
Yeah.
So the better player you get, the celebrations tend to be a bit more.
Yeah.
And that's no disrespect to the batter that's just out, but
No, I think that makes sense.
you know, it's someone at the bottom of the order. The game's sort of gone, and you're not going to celebrate to quite the extent to if you got Bryce or one of the top order batters, I guess.
Well, we've got Ballinger in now, and Smith is going to continue bowling this, and it's up in the air, and she might be out if that's landed safely, and it has indeed. And Hyam was on strike, and she's gone for 19. Wow.
Yeah, just trying to do something. They got to do something here, and Hyam went down the wicket and tried to go over the top, but didn't really get hold of it, and it needed mid-off to be running in quite a long way from the circle, Abby Norgrove, and took it sort of diving forward. Good catch, but didn't get hold of it at all, Hyam, and her innings has come to an end, and you have to say it looks like the Blazers innings is coming to an end. One thing we haven't talked about here is the bonus point. Now Hampshire are going to get a bonus point here unless the Blaze put on quite a lot for the last wicket, because they would need, just maths off the top of my head, something like 237, I think, to stop Hampshire getting bonus point. We haven't even worked that out before. We should have done.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that's the sort of target they would need. It's 80% of the runs, isn't it? So 80% of 291 is 29.1 times 8, which is...
Well, as Phil does that mental math, he's getting there. Go on, Phil.
232.8. So they need 233, I reckon.
As that would actually then in line with the DLS. So I was just looking at that. Is it 283 or 233?
No, 233.
Oh, 233. Yeah, so
Yeah.
much less. That was just batted back to.
I think 233 is what they would need to get to stop Hampshire getting a bonus point.
Well, they've got 1 wicket left. They need 90, or at least, by Phil's math, 30 odd, which has been good in the past. And
well, it's not going to get them a point, but when you're at the top of the table, if it stops your opponent getting a point, it's a sort of realistic target for them from here rather than the winning one.
Yeah. So Smith in, and this is just played defensively. Ballinger knows she needs to stick around. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe they'll be thinking, right, well, okay, we might not win this, but if we can stop them.
But they've got to score runs to stop them. It's not just a matter of staying in.
This is clipped nicely onto leg side. Let's get the 1. And that moves to 203 for 9. Yeah, wickets falling. The last 2 wickets actually gone on the same score, 201. 8 and 9 dispatched on. Smith comes in again, and this is defensively played forwards by McCarthy. As Smith takes the top for mark. 1 ball left of the over. She comes in. And this is all driven, and Lindsay Smith almost got a hand to it, but it's gone down to long off, and they'll just get the 1 for it. The game continues. Got 204 for 9, 88 to win, and 42 balls. So when you look at it like that, it's just over 2 a ball. If there was an experienced, a dedicated batsman or batswoman still there, you'd still give them a fair chance. But unfortunately, when you're looking at almost 8 and 9, 9 and 10 in the order.
Well, 10 and 11, yeah.
10 and 11 even, apologies.
Yeah, so, no, you're right. I mean, if there was you probably need 2 established batters at this stage to score 12 and over. I mean, you see these sort of scores chased down in modern day cricket, but not usually by numbers 10 and 11.
You never know. We could be in for a shock here.
So Perry, will she get her 4th wicket? I'd say there's a good chance. She's bowling to Cassidy McCarthy, running away from us. McCarthy goes for a big shot on the leg side. That's going to find its way down to deep mid-wicket. Just 1 run, Norgrove Fields. Be interesting if someone's doing the stat. Well, I presume there is. Someone does stats and everything, but I would say that Norgrove and Smith, between them, have fielded a very high percentage of the balls in this innings.
Yeah.
The amount of times we've been saying fielded by Norgrove or Smith seems a lot to me. And Bouchier, probably those 3. Some fielders, I guess it's where you are, of course, it's nothing to do with the fielder itself, but some fielders don't seem to have been involved much at all. And those 3 seem to be involved a lot. Perry now going round the wicket to the left-handed Ballinger. Just turns on the leg side as an easy single there as the field set well back on the leg side. So she gets another run to take her up to 2. And plays up to 206. And the required rate for the win is going up, of course, every ball now, 12.9. Every ball that's not a 4, it will go up more. And this is a 3. This one's slapped down the ground by McCarthy, but it's not going to be any more than one again. It's Norgrove, again the fielder. I guess the other key to what I said about the same fielders field a lot of the balls is obviously you put your better fielders in the position you think the ball's going to go.
Yeah.
And in that respect, those are three of the better fielders in the Hampshire side, and George Reynolds got it quite right that they're in the key positions, of course. Perry round the wicket to Ballinger. That's straight, but Ballinger managed to work it on the leg side, so to get another single. Lindsay Smith, the fielder.
I have to credit both of these two here. You know, they're 10 and 11. They've stuck around longer than some may have expected. You know, they're playing well. They're not adding a great deal of runs, but they're playing at least very well.
Well, I say there's two or three things you can look at here. One is if they're aware, I'm sure they are, the bonus point situation, but also you want the sort of part of you wants to keep the fielding side here for the longest possible time. If you go back to the men's test match, of course, it's a slightly different situation, but yeah, keep the opposition out there, do what they don't want. And if it means staying out there for 50 overs, then do it. This one's just played away on the offside to Smith for no run. So yeah, I'm all for not just giving it up, giving it away. Make them work all the way. You can safely say the result's gone, but make them work for it. Required rate now 13.6. Board's telling us as Perry comes in. This one's just played on the offside to Bouchier for no run. So Perry finishes another over, 6 overs now. She's taken 3 for 40. It's more overs than she normally bowls for Hampshire as well.
Yeah.
She's been bowling sort of 3 or 4 normally. But I guess as it's her last game, there's nothing to save her for now until she gets back to Australia anyway.
Yeah, she can have a nice little rest on the very long plane ride.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see whether, I actually spoke to Paul Pritchard before, not this match, the last match, about whether they're going to bring in, you know, other international bowlers in, and I think he very much said it depends on the England selection. Obviously, they've got the World Cup coming up, and where that goes, but it'd be interesting to see. Keep an eye on it.
Yeah. Still got a long way this season to go. This one's just played back down the wicket. Smith bowling, but yeah, the obviously there's a break now from this competition to the 100, so there's a bit of time to sort that sort of thing out, and they'll know a little bit more about those selections after that. Smith in again, that one's just flicked away on the leg side. Easy single to Ballinger, fielded by Norgrove. Field changing round again for the right-handed Cassidy McCarthy. This one's driven, eludes Smith at the bowler's end, and they'll come through for another single. So just edging up towards that potential score to save the bonus point, 2-3-3.
Elise Perry's not heading back to Australia yet. She's playing for Birmingham Phoenix in the 100.
Ah.
So she'll be heading north.
Okay. Heading, yeah.
Further away from Australia.
Going up north. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I've forgotten that.
Smith in once more. Sorry, is this my over or your over?
Well, it was yours, but
sorry,
I've
carry
done
on.
most of it. So.
You carry on.
No, you were looking up something very important there, so that's fine.
Sorry.
Smith's, that one's just played out on the offside for a single by Ballinger. Yeah, because I've forgotten all these top players have 100 contracts, don't they? A bit out of touch on who plays for what in that, and this could be the last wicket, and it is. Smith is driven down the ground by McCarthy and is caught comfortably at mid-off by, I think that's Freya Davis. Yes, it is Freya Davis taking the catch to round things off here. McCarthy trying to slap it down the ground. Smith getting a second wicket in successive overs, and finishes with 2 for 35 from 9.5 overs, and Hampshire have won by
81. 81.
80 runs, and as far as we're aware, picks up the bonus point as well. I'll let Amelia run you through the scorecard, or the scores, as she has it all written down very neatly in front of her.
Yeah, so this morning Hampshire won the toss and they chose to bat, and it took a little while for them to find their footing, as they went 20 for 1 and 25 for 1 and then 34 for 3, but a good partnership from Adams, and Kemp moved to 114 before Adams was dismissed. Norgrove unfortunately wasn't able to stick around too long, but Harman and Kemp went on to score a big 255 before Lindsay Smith came out to just push them ahead to 291, and they were finished their 50 overs. And then, well, the Hampshire bowling has been impressive, with Daisy Gibb taking the first few wickets at 7 for 1 and 14 for 2, and then Georgia Adams got in on the money and 112 for 3 as Catherine Bryce went, and Daisy Gibb came back with Sarah Bryce, got both the sisters out in successive forms of 131 for 4. And then it moved quite quickly from there, really. Elwes stuck around, but unfortunately was 169 for 5, and then from there it went 171 for 6, 197 for 7, and then 201 for 8 and 9 before that last wicket of McCarthy for 211. So Hants have won by 81 runs. And on behalf of myself, Phil Green and Nikki Chowdhury, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure to take you through each over. And yes, have a lovely day to you all.
Thank you, everybody.